Like the prison, right? Let's see if this actually works. Oh, all right. Give me 1 second. So last time we did this, we had some difficulties, but it seems like it's working now. That's great. I guess all of the difficulties from last time are gone. Let me see. When we triple, quadruple, omega check real quick, you're gonna hear my voice in a second, perhaps twice. Here we go. You're gonna hear my voice in a. Aha! Why did I? Oh, Starry, how's it going? Welcome. Oh, hey, the gang's showing up.
There was a live stream going on.
Yes. How's
Hello.
everyone doing?
Hello.
Hey.
Look at jumping in here, socializing.
Guys.
Hell yeah.
Oh my God, how are we doing? Are we
What
live
are you
right
all
now?
up to?
Are we? Or are we?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Oh.
I'm backing Chris up on this goddamn live stream, and I'm waiting for my Chinese to get here. That's what I'm
Oh,
doing.
perfect. Chinese food.
Ooh,
What's
Chinese food.
Yeah.
Jealous.
Ooh.
I really just
I would
stocked up
kill
on
for some chow
appetizers.
mein right now.
Oh,
I was just like,
that'd be so
I was
good.
like, give me some chicken sticks and a couple of shrimp egg rolls. That's what I'm waiting on. That's a meal right there. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, are we live already? Or are we
Oh, we
waiting?
are. Yes, I wanted to make sure because last time we had a few technical difficulties, but now it seems to be pretty good.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool.
Like,
yeah,
yeah.
all right. Then
Yeah.
I would like to drop my favorite slur.
Oh,
Zeb Wells. Okay.
Oh
now
God!
that
All
the
right. Thanks for watching,
chan-
everybody.
channel's been nuked. Like,
We're done. We're cooked.
have you seen like the actual footage?
I haven't actually. I've just heard about it.
It's
What
it really
happened?
just. Oh, so
no.
it's how can I explain this in a way that like is succinct and effective for a non-comic book nerd?
Oh,
Bad man say bad things.
Yeah, like so.
oh no.
So Spider-Man, the comic book, has been mired in a lot of controversy for the better part of the last 20 years.
Okay.
They made this weird so most of the creatives behind Spider-Man pretty much since the 60s have been old white men. And
Oh, really? What a shock.
I know, right?
I'm so surprised.
Grand revelatory
couldn't
information.
believe
So in the 80s, Spider-Man and his longtime love interest Mary Jane Watson got married, and immediately after those two getting married, there was like a huge divide among the creative teams. Some of them were like, "Hell yes, growth, a new frontier for storytelling. This is a maturation of the inherent themes of Spider-Man. It's great." And then there was another theme that was like, "I hate my wife. I hate my kids. I fucking think that a marriage means your story is over, and this is dumb, and I hate it, and it's just bleh." And so
So the classic boomer, I hate my wife.
exactly. So
Yes.
for about like
Great.
from the 80s to like the mid 2000s, there was this weird push pull with this marriage, but it was the status quo for about like 20 years. It's like, oh, Spider-Man's all grown up and he's married to his longtime sweetheart, and they were like one of the premier couples in comic books. Then the mid 2000s rolled up, and long story short, there was this the editor-in-chief at the time, his name is Joe Quesada, decided that he's the editor-in-chief, so he's got big power, big pull, and this is coming off of like one of the most celebrated runs of the comic of all time. J. Michael Straczynski had written this amazing run of the comic that's still talked about to this day. Everybody loves it, and the people that say they
so
don't
good.
are wrong. It really is great.
It is.
But Joe Quesada is like, when I was a kid, Spider-Man was a single loser nerd who was dating many women, and nothing ever worked out for him, and everything was terrible. I want the comic brilliant. I want the comic to be like it was when I was a lad. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna shoot his aunt, And no one in the Marvel universe, which is filled with gods and, technical geniuses, whatever, none of them are going to be able to cure a gunshot wound.
No way.
So in
Doctor Strange
so in
can't
order
do that.
Yeah, so in order to save his dying geriatric aunt, who literally tells him at some point in the story, like, it's okay if I die, Peter. Like, it's okay to let me go. Nah, he's going to sell his marriage to the devil.
I mean, we've all been there, right?
He's going to sell his marriage to the devil. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he's going to sell his marriage to the devil. And then we're gonna do like this weird pseudo not back in time, but basically like history gets kind of rewritten so that Peter and Mary Jane they love each other, and all those stories that you read still happened kind of, but they just never got married. Because we want Spider-Man to feel young and cool and hip again, like he was when we were fucking, younger men, fucking reading this book. We want Spider-Man to be like it was when we were kids or old,
yeah, fuck character development.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
I want things to remain exactly as they were.
Exactly. And it's even worse for Spider-Man because the big point of his character is power and responsibility. And I love it when, a character is like, who's all about responsibilities, like, yeah, I'm not going to let nature take its course. I'm not going to factor in my aunt's wishes at all.
Good lord.
I'm just going to be like, no, fuck it. I'm going to throw away my entire marriage. They make a point in the story, by the way, like, oh, you guys would have had this child together, but now you're not going to because you're not married, because you just sold your marriage to the devil. Which is fucked on multiple levels. So yeah, like, no, it's just an abdication of responsibility. Many fans, legions of fans, including myself, feel it's anathema to the character. And that has been the new status quo. That event was called One More Day. That was the name of the storyline. Like, what would you do for one more day with a loved one? The loved one in question being Aunt May, who we did all this for. And so that story's called One More Day, and everybody hates it. And it has been the stubborn status quo of the book for the last 20 years.
It's a great time to be alive. Huh?
And comic book plots get retconned all the time. Like, that's the thing. Like, they're very cyclical. It's kind of like one of the... depending on who you ask, it's either one of the best things or one of the worst things about American comic books. Because you could do wild, crazy shit, and you can live in that world for a while and be like, wow, this is different and fun, and maybe if enough people really love it, maybe we'll let it ride, and it'll become part of the zeitgeist of the character, and it'll evolve into the new status quo. But more than likely, it'll be around for a couple of years, and then some new writer will come on and be like, I want it to be like how it was, and we'll roll it all back. And yeah,
so like, why bother putting effort into creating something new and beautiful if someone's going to come in and be like, no, I like how it used to be.
Exactly. That's actually one of the Marvel right now is actually long. It's nobody's officially confirmed this, but you can see this is true by the rotating stable of writers who keep coming on to work on Spider-Man. They can't get new people. They can't get fresh blood to come on and write the book because nobody wants it. Because they're like, it's one of the most popular comics in the world, and they're like, I don't want to fucking touch that because editorial is just going to be breathing down my neck. So the whole reason we're bringing up my favorite slur, Zeb Wells, Zeb Wells is the current writer of Spider-Man, and he has been writing it for a couple of years. And I just explained to you how horrible, bad, infamous, worst storyline of all time One More Day is.
What did he do?
This current run, this entire run, is generally considered to be as bad.
Oh no!
As One More Day.
It's actually impressive.
Yeah. Oh, Star, you're big into you really value like your feminism and stuff. You're gonna love this. So Peter and Mary Jane, before this run starts, still not married. We can never have that again because supposedly it'll ruin everything.
But because I hate my wife.
Yeah, exactly. So they're together. And coming off a beautiful
fucked up.
Where they're having a beautiful romantic thing, and then a Mayan god creature that Zeb Wells created like 10 years ago or something shows up and is like, hey, remember me? I'm the villain of this arc. Oh no! So in dealing with this crazy, evil, magical Mayan god creature, Spider-Man and Mary Jane somehow get whisked away to another dimension, and the Mayan god creature is like, oh, I'm gonna kill you. And so, in an act of selflessness, Mary Jane, they get like a portal open. Oh, there's this other guy named Paul. Paul is there in this other dimension. We all hate Paul.
Paul's there.
Paul needs to die.
Paul.
So
Paul is dead.
So in an effort to try to like, save her husband, she's like, no, you have to go. He wants you. And shoves him back through the portal instead of going with his wishes and taking the path home herself. Spider-Man, of course, freaks the fuck out, and he's like, I gotta do anything and everything. Like, time moves differently there in this other dimension. So he's like, oh my god, she could, like, already be dead. She's, like, trapped over here in this hellish dimension. I gotta do all kinds of shit to, like, build a device to get her back. He, like, steals a bunch of equipment from a bunch of other superheroes, pisses off, like, every friend that he has, because they're like, what's going on? You're acting really erratic. You're stealing shit. And he's like, I don't have time to explain. I don't have time. I can't slow down and explain. Fuck you guys. So he alienates everyone in his supporting cast. He gets another portal open, manages to save Mary Jane, or he like goes through, and it's been like an indeterminate amount of time on the other side. It's been like a couple years, and she's in a relationship with this Paul dude, and they have a couple of children.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah, so it's been a couple of years for them.
A couple of years.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
hey,
so, and
I'd say more than that.
Oh yeah, and then it just gets worse from there. Like we find out that the reason this world is so awful and desolate is the big, evil, scary Mayan god creature who used to be this scientist guy named Raven. Paul is Raven's son, and Raven helped him commit a genocide.
Good lord.
But that's okay. Mary Jane is like, I forgive him. It's fine. Also,
everybody's got their problems, you know.
Oh no.
Yeah, like, and it just keeps getting worse. People were like pointing out to Zeb Wells, like, you shunted Mary Jane off into this other dimension, like with this weird stranger guy, and you gave her these weird children. They aren't real, by the way.
I saw
the children are not real. They're a weird, bizarre creation of the evil Mayan god guy. He refers to them as, I forget why they exist. It's dumb. It's like it's part of his stupid circuitous scheme, but it's like, these children are your chains. They bind you. This is actual dialogue. Like, cause children are chains, you see. They ruin your life. You understand? Like, motherhood is the worst. Like,
excellent.
You know, it just gets worse and worse from there. It has still gotten progressively worse. All this shit has been going on for a couple of years. It has still not been fixed.
Yeah. You can pick it up at your local comic book shop, by the way. If any of this interests you.
Oh yeah, it's taken time, but it's finally falling down the sales charts. It's because
at last, Ultimate Spider-Man is doing its job.
Well, so they have this.
All right, well, hang on. I'll be right back. So you guys continue to chat without me. I have to go grab the groceries. I will be right back.
Yeah. She's like, I gotta go drink after hearing all that. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, I gotta go drink for the first time in my life.
Oh, well, there you go. It's a good reason to.
Oh, Paul.
Isn't it funny though how you tell normies that story and they're like, "What the fuck?"
Even they're not into it.
That makes. It makes zero fucking sense. What?
Oh god. The freaking god just coming down, man, and there's just so many things to pick apart from it. It's amazing.
It's so wild, dude. And I didn't even really like get into like the full breadth of the misogyny and stuff. It's so bad. Every female character in that book now is treated like absolute trash. It's an embarrassment.
Man.
And Zeb Wells up here like arguing with fans when they corner him on it. Which
It's like, what's that? Why are you making stuff so bad? It's like, no, you're bad.
literally like, well, that's just like your opinion, man. And it's like, do you have zero PR training? Why do they let you go to these panels?
Unused VOD channel. Oh, that's cool. Welcome. Glad your VOD channel is serving you well. Yeah, right. Like, oh my god. Like, I. It's a fun time. It's a real fun time.
Yeah, no, it's so bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to start ranting about Spider-Man.
No. That was the perfect time to. I guess we have to suffer through it. When's the last issue? It's coming up pretty soon, right? But then there's like a transition into 8 depths.
8 depths.
Whatever. Oh, man.
It's gonna be so it's gonna be so fucking bad though. Okay, I'm just catching. By the way, I have the live stream open now. I didn't have it on my screen before, so I'm watching the chat. If there is a Paul spinoff, I'm going to kill myself. So if you want to see more of Spider-Man the audio drama,
don't wish for the
best
Paul.
hope there is no fucking Paul spinoff, because the moment that happens, we're checking out of here. Like
it's over. Oh man. What do you? I wonder what Zeb's gonna be doing after Amazing Spider-Man. What's he gonna get up to?
Hopefully collecting unemployment. I don't fucking. Supposedly his Hellions book is really good.
Oh yeah. I've heard some.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I'm not a big X-Men guy, so I never like follow it up on it. But
that's fair. At least he has Doc Ock Year 1. That was nice before he got fried or something.
I genuinely enjoyed that book, and I'm not a big Doc Ock fan, so that says something.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. It's very good.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. Way more artistic than his work on Amazing. Like
almost Shakespearean in some places.
It really is. Like he gets characters. Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't know. Like, maybe fuck, like God. Oh my god. I still love that panel from original Ultimate Spider-Man where Bendis draws himself strangling Nick Lowe, and I'm like, Brian, you could have saved us all.
Right.
He wrote the Krakoan era Hellions. Yes, he wrote that. Yeah, I've not read it, but I've heard it was like really fucking good.
He actually used to do stuff.
Yeah, I think he's just I don't think he's inherently a bad writer, because there seems to be evidence for that. We've both read a good graphic novel he wrote, and I've heard good things about Hellions. I think he's a terrible writer for Spider-Man. I also think I don't like to generally make these kind of assumptions about public figures, but I do think he has weird relationship issues, and I think he's projecting them onto the book. And I say that because I don't know if you know this, Christopher, but he was one of the writers for Deadpool and Wolverine.
I do, yep.
And isn't it funny? Spoilers chat for Deadpool and Wolverine. Like first 10 minutes spoilers. Yeah, well, oh, now you've ruined the movie.
It's over. Game over.
Isn't it funny how Deadpool and Wolverine opens up that Wade and Vanessa are broken up, and Wade's trying to move on. Yeah, I did not like Deadpool and Wolverine. But I don't know why. I think.
I mean, the writing is pretty weak, but the plot and writing are pretty weak. But it is a fun time. I love it. It's just sort of a fun, like,
you know what? That's
celebration. Why. Yeah, so I do quite enjoy it.
You know what it is? That's what it is.
Hey. Ghost Rider's gotta be coming soon.
Yeah, no, it's that was the perfect time for Caps. Yeah. Ghost Rider's coming on Halloween.
Yes.
Halloween. Oh, you absolutely should judge someone for
please do. Judge me
what they like or just like. Start judging. You start now. Be a hater. There's power in that. No, I think it's because I like character focused pieces and I like drama, and it's not to say that there's none of that in current day MCU, but I just feel like they become more and more like action CGI schlock.
Yeah, that's definitely does describe Deadpool and Wolverine, and I love it for that. But yeah, I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, and that's all good.
I'm not calling it a bad movie. I'm just saying I bounced off it really hard. You know?
Yeah, I totally understand that. Yeah.
I did love the NSYNC bit was fucking great.
that was really fun. Yeah.
Like, and the car fight scene, you know, the whole like Wolverine like ripping into Deadpool emotionally, and then leading into the big fight between them. That was great. If I could have just watched those two scenes and nothing else,
that's all you need. Just walk out.
Fucking movie slaps. Holy shit. But then there was, unfortunately, like a whole other hour to that movie, so I don't know.
Why'd they put that in there? What are they doing?
what Deadpool doing?
It's funny because I'm actually wearing my Deadpool shirt, as you can see by the live stream, of course.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can imagine. It's funny because so I went to like a wedding, freaking like a month after or whatever. And so I told everybody on the server that I'd be gone for like a week or whatever, because I didn't know like what the Wi-Fi would be like there, because we were staying in like an Airbnb and stuff, and you know how it is. But somebody was like, oh, you should wear the NSYNC dance for the wedding and stuff like that, and they actually played Bye 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 at the wedding. I was like, wait a second, I should have worn it off. It was great.
I've always had this weird love for NSYNC.
I love NSYNC too, man.
So many of their hello.
There he is. One of them are members of NSYNC right here. Mr. Howard.
Oh shit!
Say bye bye bye.
Yeah. You say bye 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 3 times, and Funny Hatter appears.
There's a number of their scenes go surprisingly well with action.
Right? Like what?
Funnily enough, like I have wanted to do like a knockdown drag out fight scene to Dirty Pop forever. Like it's on my my bucket list of things to do. Like just that would go hard as fuck.
Man in Black
an
listening
active scene. This isn't actually a scene at all, but I remember when I was a wee lad and I was watching the Jimmy Neutron movie.
Oh yeah.
If you ever wonder why,
that was my first exposure to that song.
They're like, it's instinct.
Yes.
The Space Cowboys song from
dude, that song fucks hard.
It's such a bop. What the fuck? It's so good.
Yes.
See, this is making me want to put NSYNC in one of our audio dramas, but that would get the video claimed into oblivion. Like,
yes, please.
That would be flying too close to the sun, I feel.
Not as long as we sing it ourselves. Just
exactly, yeah. Bust out those pipes. We can
sing it poorly too. It'll be like the next Deadpool project, and then we all sing it purposely so bad that it's like NSYNC is like, nah, I'm not gonna touch it. I'll let them have their fun.
I pitched Chris because we were having a meeting the other day, and I offhandedly said to Chris like, hey, whatever happened to the Deadpool shorts? And he was like, oh, we just didn't get enough like solid ideas yet to like make it happen. And I was like, oh yeah, I'll write something. I fucking hate Deadpool, but I'll write a Deadpool short. I just don't know what I would write yet. And then something clicked in my brain, and I was like, never mind, I take it back. I know exactly what I write. And I like pitched him a fucking fourth wall breaking crazy ass short, and he's like, that sounds great. Let's do it. So I might come around to writing a Deadpool short at some point.
Oh yes.
Future. Yeah. You might see Deadpool in Spider-Man Episode 3.
Oh,
you know, as we've previously discussed, you know.
Is he also going to end up like killing like a whole bunch of Hydra agents while listening to NSYNC, and then Spider-Man's wondering what's going on?
No, he's going to call a bunch of YouTube commenters morons and like. Spoilers. No, we'll see what happens.
Oh man. I love whenever like, you know, just like the old like they still do it a little bit. I see it in like the back of Incredible Hulk and stuff like that. But you know, like the old like I think they do it in Moon Knight as well. The sort of the letter C editor stuff, Stan's soapbox, you know, and everything. I always love whenever the writers just like rip to shreds like someone, and they're like, I was reading one of like the Winter Soldier comics from Ed Brubaker, and I forgot exactly what the point was, but something about like unoriginality or something, and like Ed was just like ripping into the guy. It was kind of fun.
Yeah, no, like I love that shit. Like I've some people have criticized me for the way I've gone off on a couple of people in our comments, and I'm like, I gotta be me. You know,
Right?
what's
Exactly. Yeah. It's gotta
I
be
gotta be me. I gotta be me.
exactly.
Personally,
Also,
I
they're
find
dumb
it
and
more
wrong.
fun. Personally, I find it more fun if you just leave one word in the comment, like say like yes, no, or like maybe, and just
No.
see what happens when like people react to it. It's like it's the funniest thing in the world. It's like
Yes.
it's just like lighting a match and like next to a whole bunch of flammable stuff and just watching it all go ablaze.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
Hold on, ladies, gentlemen, and others. My food was dropped off literally 39
Chinese
seconds
time.
ago.
Let's get it.
I will be back.
Yes.
Carry on.
All right. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have the guts to go off like Ed Brubaker, but it's kind of fun. Like usually, it's like usually you see like all these like glowing positive reviews, like, oh man, I've loved Incredible Hulk since like the '60s, man. This is great and everything. But then you get like the odd one that's like, man, this sucks. What's wrong with you? What are you writing? They don't usually like print those, but sometimes like I feel like the writer's like, I got some pent up aggression, man. I got to get this out. Give me those hate comments right now. I kind of miss those. They don't do them as often. They still do them a little bit, but like so I've never like picked up like an issue of Amazing Spider-Man, but I'd imagine they probably don't do the letters to the editor for that one. You see all those like Nick Lowe, the editor, he gets a lot of interesting comments on Twitter. So I'd imagine he probably wouldn't want those printed.
I would imagine they don't really do the letters really anymore.
Oh no, they're just like you can email like I forgot what the freaking like it's like you have to like print like okay, you have to like put okay to print in like the header or whatever and stuff. But yeah, they don't do it very often, but it's cool like seeing it sometimes. I feel like I don't know if it's like specific writers that do it or just specific books. I noticed like some writers that I've read like multiple of their books, they like have those letters to the editors in there, but I guess it's a less common thing these days. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe just because the internet, like you can like hop on Twitter and say whatever and stuff instead of like writing into Marvel and praying that your letter gets printed in the back of that comic or something.
Well, if Simu Limu has taught me anything as of late, especially like getting the role of Shang-Chi, all you got to do is bitch and whine as much as possible on Twitter until somebody gives you a job.
Hey,
it works.
I gotta try this. I'll be right back.
Okay, what role would you go for, Chris? If you could have any role that you wanted in a Marvel,
I wanna be the guy that Deadpool kills in the beginning of the next movie. give me something cool. Let me be cut in half or something.
Very ambitious.
Yeah, right.
Give me something. Give me something worthy of dead meat. You know,
exactly. Like, yeah, right. Put me on the dead meat, man. I don't feel like I'd fit like any character. Honestly, I'm too normal, I suppose.
Not even like Bob the Hydra agent.
Oh no, that would be pretty
hilarious.
fun. Honestly, I'd love to be Bob. He's not me though, but it would be a dream.
You could play one of those '90s characters. I feel, Chris, like Darkhawk or
sick.
Then he's like the first Nova. I forget, but like one of those guys, like. Oh, or Speedball? You could make a fun Speedball.
Let's do it. Let's do it right now. What about you guys? Who do you guys feel like you could play?
If we had to bitch and moan to get a job?
Yeah, of course, always.
Ooh, good question.
I feel like I could voice act. I could voice act a lot of characters. I don't think I could play a lot of them on screen.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I feel it'd be cool as like Bruce and Hulk. Maybe I think that could be interesting. Interesting take.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, Mark Ruffalo, you're out.
Yeah,
I think I would be infinitely better than Mark Ruffalo. I hate Mark Ruffalo's Hulk. Actually, I despise it.
That's fair.
You know, it's funny. I feel the same way. I feel like there's some actors that in Marvel Studios that have they do like the job like perfectly. Like say like Robert Downey Jr. is like Iron Man, like everybody like
he is Iron Man.
And then there's some actors like Mark Ruffalo is like, the bar here is I can just step like right over that, but it's not exactly something I got a limbo under.
He's a great actor. He's just bad in these movies. Like, I hate.
Perfect. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's really good.
like
It's freaking great. Yeah. But...
Edward Norton almost seemed like he seemed more invested in the character. Well, like Mark Ruffalo, it seemed like oh hey, you want to be a Hulk? It's like, oh yeah, sure. Why me? I don't know.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
Look kind of
have
cool,
fun.
I guess. Flatman is a classic Iron Bat. I like it.
I just read the other day. I hate MCU Spider-Man, but I did.
What else
find
is new?
Right. I'm a man of taste and standards. But I read this story the other day about how, according to Tom Holland, like Robert Downey Jr. like saved like
oh yeah, he's
most
like
of
they're
his
like wanted to cut
content.
it down to like 2 pages. Yeah.
Yeah, you saw that? Yeah,
it does.
yeah.
Like, what the
Wait, what?
This is Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah.
About here.
Oh yeah, that recruitment scene was originally going to just be like 2 pages. They cut cut down the script, and then Robert Downey Jr. was like, "Okay, but like, how about we just shoot it anyway? You could always cut it later, but you're going to be glad you had it."
Hey,
Yeah, that sounds like Robert Downey Jr. He's like, you know what? How about we just do it instead? And he's like, Robert, we can't. And it's like, great. I'm glad everybody's along for the ride. All right, action. Like he's the director now.
Oh, iconic. That's
I do genuinely feel like he adopted Tony Stark as his real
oh my
personality.
God. Yeah, right.
From what I've seen of him, like he
all
wasn't
these
like that
years,
before. Yeah.
Into him.
I mean, how could you not? I mean, if you're coming back like every other year, and probably in his case, every single year to play the same character, is like, how exactly do you escape out of like that mental persona?
Sure. No, yeah, I'm sure there's like crazy amounts of bleed and everything, and you know, if you gotta, he's trying to reinvent himself anyway, so I'm sure he just went, wait, why don't I just be this guy? Like,
that's easy.
I'm trying my best to avoid my past of like drugs and alcohol abuse with a character that abuses drugs and alcohol to get better.
It's the perfect plan.
Well,
Schrodinger's alcoholic.
He's not a genius inventor, but he's a genius actor.
That's true.
You know, he's a creative. He has his own demons. I'm sure there was lots for him to relate to with the character. You know.
Yeah. Second chance and everything.
No, he's absolutely brilliant. I love like seeing like interviews with him, especially like the stuff with talking about Tropic Thunder, how he's saying like you cannot make that movie today. And like one of my favorite things is like when he mentions about like his mom, because he was pretty excited, and then like some people, especially his mom, were coming up to him and they're warning him, and he's like, Babby, I've got a really bad feeling about this one.
He got nominated for an Oscar for that, right? Which is amazing.
Yeah. No, it's so wild. Well, the problem with Tropic Thunder is that like people misunderstand that role.
Oh,
you know, they don't know what the point of it was. It's like it's making fun of pretentious, like disconnected actors who think that they can play anything and everything.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know?
It works.
Yeah.
The message.
Yeah.
Good.
But yeah, too many people see that and they just go, see, like Robert Downey Jr. could just play a black man, but we're so woke now. We could never do that today. And it's like,
well, they also don't seem to realize every single character that's like in the main 5 cast is a parody of some form of actor.
Yep.
And they never see that. It's like, especially like say like Jack Black's character, to where like he's typecast just to play the big fat funny man, and how that's really mentally getting to him. And it's like, oh, that's just Jack Black. It's like, kinda, but you're missing the point. Like this is
more
why he like to like drugs.
Yep.
Like there's substance in here. There's like a lot of smart stuff. It's like, oh no, Ben Stiller's just trying to be funny. Jack Black's just being Jack Black. Rob Downey Jr. is being racist, and then Tom Cruise is like, why does he have fat hands? It's like, well, there's actually a story to that if you listen to what he has to say. He's like, he crafted the character to be that way.
I love the fact that Hatter is like a secret Tropic Thunder
the biggest
scholar.
Tropic Thunder fan of all time.
You'd be surprised what I'm a scholar in for it. It's just the thing is nobody asks, so I don't tell.
It's true. Your secret knowledge.
Hate to crash the party, boys, but I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
No!
Just in time.
I had to do that thing that I hate doing more than anything in the world. Walk.
Oh
no!
Cringe.
Gotta avoid that at all costs.
Yeah, I had to walk.
No.
And go grab the groceries.
Oh.
That's awful. I'm very sorry you had that experience.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no.
You should have just broken your legs long time ago and just being a wheelchair.
I mean, the way they work, they may as well be broken.
Oh no.
But my legs.
That's the moral of the story.
True.
My legs.
That's true.
It just turned into like the musical part and Family Guy's like, my left foot.
Oh shit. So Chris, I gotta ask. Is there a reason we have the fucking goblins on the screen, or is it just because it's Halloween?
Oh, just because it's Halloween, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And also, we're announcing our official Duel of the Goblins audio drama coming out tomorrow.
What? That's surprising. I was not consulted on this.
Yeah. Me and AJ, we're just improvising. We just made it all together.
Well, fuck. All right. I guess I'll see myself out. You guys don't need me anymore. I don't know what the views on episode 2. I don't want to know what episode 3 is gonna be like. Episode 1 did so well, and then episode 2 like fell off a cliff. It's like holding at like 3,500 views, and I'm like, no.
Please.
I don't know. Apex Shadow got like pretty like terribly like diminishing returns as the show was coming out. Like every episode, the views were less and less, and I was like, no.
Fuck! No, come back! Come back! Oh, it'd be like that scene in like Treasure Planet, like all the treasure is falling, and you're like trying to grab it as much as you can before it all disappears.
I think that's the problem with series. You know what I mean? Because I think like people like will find one episode. And they'll be like, or they'll find another one, right? But if they haven't seen episode 1, they're not going to watch episode 2.
I'm not episode 2, man. Right. I don't got time for episode 1 and 2.
And especially since our audio dramas are all like big boys, right? They're probably like, that was really good. I know that people still watch episode 1 because it gets views like every day.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have access to your analytics, Chris, but it looks like, from what I can see, it looks like it gets views like every day. And they probably are like, oh yeah, I'll watch episode 2, and then they just don't get around to it.
Man, tragic.
They're missing out.
That's basically me, like with like Netflix shows. No, I'm not kidding. It's terrible because I keep getting like recommendations like all the time. It's like, oh, you gotta watch like Blue Eyed Samurai, or you gotta watch like Exploding Kittens. It's like, yeah, I'll get to it, and I never get to it, and I missed out because like once I finally like watched the show, I was like, oh my god, why didn't I push aside everything to check this out? Because this is like fantastic.
And everyone's done talking about it too. You're like, oh man.
I know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you totally missed out on conversation.
Yeah, have you guys seen Blue Eyed Samurai? Yeah, like a year ago.
Yeah, what came out like 5 years ago, man. What are you talking about?
I take it you did get around to watching Blue Eyed Samurai, Hatter?
Just the like part of the first episode.
Oh,
that's
Jesus
all you need
Christ.
to see. You got it.
I know. Like I said, it's terrible. I know.
Like I highly recommend that all of you, everyone in the call, everyone in the chat, if you have not watched Blue Eye Samurai, I cannot recommend it enough.
We'll stream it right here. Why?
No. Now, if you want to get your channel nuked,
Mr. Obama, get down!
But genuinely, I think it's really great. It's got some great character work. It's got some incredible fights. The animation is so fun. Yeah. Oh well, Chris, you're a big history guy.
Ethan. We have like 3 Ethans on the server. But Ethan McCabe was telling me about it like when it came out. I was like, oh, I gotta see it. I'm sorry, Ethan. I still haven't seen it. I'm letting him down every day. Oh.
Why do you hate fun?
My body.
More explicitly, why do you hate Ethan?
Like,
what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry, Ethan. I can't help it.
What did he do to you?
Oh. He's too cool. I can't handle it.
My body is falling apart.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Some glue.
I need glue.
That. Oh.
Or just a new body, that would be fine as well.
Get the cloning software out. We can do this.
If Elon Musk is so great, where are our fucking cyborg bodies?
Yeah, right. Come on, Elon.
Yes. I need one. I've needed one for years.
That's true, yeah.
I don't know why I'm talking like this. I think it's just because I'm fucking tired.
Oh, no, I do that too. You get it, like the voice actor and you comes out, you start making a funny voice, and then you're like, oh, this is really fun. I can't stop making these mouth sounds.
I must continue being an old man.
No, I mean, I'm kind of halfway there.
You're dying. Oh, we know you're ancient, Joe.
Yeah, you know. Listen. I got the spine
foot
of
in
an
the grave.
8-year-old. What do you fucking want from me? Like, every time I go up and down the stairs at work, I'm like, God, this is gonna be the end of me. I can
You get to
feel.
the top and you're just like,
It's not even a large staircase. It's just like they're kind of a narrow, somewhat steep staircase, and it's just
oh
like
god, the worst kind.
it's just like God fucking damn it! Like
Those are deadly, man.
I can feel my fucking cartilage like wearing away in my knees with every step, and I'm like, fuck this job.
Just another reason to try to escape.
Yeah. The problem is
the whole capitalism thing.
I make too much money, and I'm about to fucking make more because I'm up for another promotion. I got to do a
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Moneybags.
Yeah, I don't really.
Just wave that money dick in front of us. Thanks, man.
Please, I fucking wealthy. I am not. I just I am slightly less poor, or going to be, than I was. It's going to amount like an extra $30 a week. That's not like, you know, it's not nothing. I don't want to seem ungrateful, but it's like I guess it's gonna be easier to keep my phone bill paid.
Hey, that's always good.
We live in a hellscape of our own making.
That's true.
I've graduated from white bread to baguette.
There you go. There you go. That's nice. No
Talk
no
about
garlic
money
yet.
bags over here.
No garlic yet, but like, we're getting there.
We're getting
Dude,
there.
You can make your own garlic bread. Just get
I know.
a thing of garlic and smear it on the baguette.
I know, but that's effort, Star, and please understand, I loathe effort.
True. Very true. I mean, I happen to like cooking, but
no, I do enjoy cooking.
when I have the energy.
Exactly.
It's rare.
If I were to switch entirely to cooking, like DoorDash would single-handedly like go out of business.
You're done. The entire state
part of my
gone.
part of my, you know, being ADHD as fuck, one of the things I really do struggle with is like money management, and like one of the things that I spend way too much money on is fucking food delivery. I'll be like, there's food at home, but that's so much effort. It doesn't taste like someone made it for me. You know,
like it's like Circle K snacks. It's terrible.
my wife though, like made the best like chicken and broccoli meal last night. That was dope as hell.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
It soothed my soul.
Oh,
I
should have gone over to your guys' house. What was
Oh
I
yeah,
doing?
fuck yeah, dude! Shit, she loves you, dude.
Oh,
like she's never met you, but
true.
she thinks you're awesome because I talk about you all the
Awesome.
time. I'd be like, Chris is coming over. He like flew like 6 hours, whatever the fuck. He's gonna pop in. We're gonna have dinner. She'll be like, oh yeah, all right, let's go.
Oh, that would be so fun.
she's
That
like,
is adorable.
Oh,
because Chris and I work on stuff all the time together, so I talk about him all the time. And she's like, "Oh, it's so nice that you have somebody who like puts up with you."
What about you? You're my wife. That's
I'm contractually obligated.
Yep, the patriarchy has put me in this position. I cannot. Oh, that's what I was gonna say.
I hate my wife.
I hate my wife.
human.
I had that moment today. It was so aggravating. So like I've been, you know, watching a lot of videos about writing and just the craft in general. Because I'm working on a new book and
Book buddies.
yeah. So I was watching. I don't even remember what the title of the video was, but it was about some topic that I found kind of interesting, talking about like the nature of writing itself and the current state of the industry, I think, in some capacity. And I was like, oh, this sounds good. I'm like, this channel looks vaguely familiar. I think I've seen this before. And I feel like there was probably a reason I didn't subscribe, but I'm really enjoying this video. So I'm going to subscribe. I'm going to hit that like button. And then he starts going like, yeah, so I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, everything sucks right now. Everything's too expensive. I'm like, yeah, brother, right on.
Yeah.
And he goes, because of over government regulation and wasteful wasteful government wasteful government programs. And I was just like, oh no, unsubscribe, unlike the video. Okay, we're not gonna be friends. All right, there we go.
He almost had you for a second.
That's the nature of politics, right? A lot of people can
True.
identify what the problem is, but we
It-
disagree fundamentally on the nature of the problem, which leads to very different ideas about how to solve it.
Hey.
Except they're wrong and I'm right.
Speaking of politics, y'all please get out and vote.
I'll do it right now.
Yeah.
It's
Speaking of
voting
speaking of
time.
capitalist-
Please go vote.
Voting
Speaking of
time.
capitalist hellscapes, let's
Let's continue.
Sorry, I was bitten by George Carlin, so I can't vote.
Oh, that's all right. I'll swallow my rant about not participating in the election while we're facing the death of America.
Yeah.
I am sympathetic to people who don't participate in electoralism. I don't condone it, but I understand it. And I don't want to start beating people up, so I'm not going to get too far into it. But I do understand it. It is a pretty bullshit system, but I don't know. I have trans people in my life who I love, so I can't not vote. That's kind of how I look at it.
Big fan.
Yep. Shit.
Personally, the way that I see it, so many people, especially in actual politicians, just do not want to actually work together. So I mean, and I'm probably someone can probably put up a better argument to shut me down, but it just seems like so many people just do not want to work with each other, even if you're on the same team, to where it just almost seems like nothing really gets done, no matter what you're voting for. And it's just so fucking frustrating just to watch that happen. It's like, okay, I want this to happen, I agree with this, I'm on your side with this, and I will help you with this. And then okay, we'll get the people in the office to come to an agreement on things, and half of them want to do something else. It's like, fucking pick one thing.
Lofty, you're right on the money.
Oh yes, trans
Trans
rights.
rights.
Let's go.
Trans rigs.
Yes, let's get it.
By the way,
Honk honk.
I'm trying to be quiet, but I apologize if my eating is obnoxious.
No.
Nah, it's
Do
fine.
do faster in the microphone.
that mukbang stream.
Oh yeah, right.
You also have to cry really, really loud out of nowhere.
Well, if I ate some of those mukbang streamers,
Oh my
probably
God,
would be crying.
God.
God damn. Although I hear that the trick is a lot of them eat for the camera, and then they either they purge, or if they don't purge, they'll take a bite and then spit a lot of it out off camera.
Yeah.
It's the
So much food waste.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, it's disgusting. But
Man.
Speaking of mukbang, I know this is already weeks news.
avocado, the Nikado
Yeah,
avocado guy.
avocado.
One
It
more.
shocked me, to see him just skinny one day. He's like, "What the hell happened?
Dude.
Did he get liposuction?" And it's and I found out, that he already recorded all of his videos when he was super
what a
obese,
madman.
2 years ago, and he was
Social
secretly
experiment.
working on losing all that weight. It's God damn, he's a
Yeah.
genius.
That's some true life supervillain shit there. It's
Right?
wild.
Yeah.
His whole little speech about it, too. Little monologue.
I am the villain.
Man, what a guy. I gotta get him on here.
I
for one of these
donated
streams.
all my fat.
Oh God,
to
please no.
Apparently, he kind of sucks. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
he's a bit of a stalker and shit.
Yeah.
So maybe we don't, but
Yeah, maybe not this time.
I mean, he did say he was a villain, so
yeah, there you go. He's just playing
don't say that you weren't warned.
It's true. It's like
the dedication to the bit is unreal. You're absolutely right. Yes, it is.
And you never know. He could be putting on an act saying that he is a stalker, but he's like, nope. It was just
All
to
these
make you
years,
think
I
that
wasn't
was
actually a
stalker.
stalker.
Yeah.
That is true. Now
Just
because of
pretending
this
to be.
fucking nth level bullshit ploy he's done, now you have to question everything he does forever.
Right?
You gotta play quantum chess with this fucker.
That level of dedication is Batman type shit.
It
That's
really
insane.
I know. It's fucking nuts.
Those of us that read comics here, have we all read Absolute Batman? Can we
Oh.
talk about Absolute Batman for a second?
Go right
You
ahead.
can talk about it. I don't really read comics. I don't know why I'm here.
Sorry, you knew what this
you're
was.
always welcome here.
No, you're welcome here.
Yeah,
It's just
always.
periodically it's
It's
gonna
just
get
the
real
outsider's
nerdy.
perspective.
There
I
you
almost said
go.
perspective wrong because
Yeah,
my
there you
brain is mush.
That's okay. Come on, we have a batarang shotgun now. This is the
That's
best
so
thing I've ever
sick.
seen in my
I
life.
love that bit. We've leveled the shotgun, Alfred.
And I put these batarangs in a launcher. Yeah, that's a gun. You ever
No,
seen,
it's
like the cartoon? I think his name's Johnny Ethko, but it keeps like it's parodying Arkham Knight, like saying like how ridiculous like the Batmobile is because it's basically a tank. And he's like, "Lost away," and it's like, "What is that?" It's like, "Oh, this is a tank." It's like, "That's a tank." Yes. It's like, "Does it have guns?" No, I don't use guns. I also have a nuke.
I don't use guns, but I do have a tank.
The tank uses
I
guns.
mean-
I don't.
Blows up cars.
Yeah, that's the thing. The tank uses guns; it just fires less lethal rounds.
Yeah, it's true. It's okay. It's fine. It's what makes them
and
sleep at night.
Which in real life still kill people. That's why they're called less lethal. Like
Well, it also has like a electric protection, like not I don't want to say force field, but like every time like I've tried like running people over to see if like it would kill them. It's like no, it's just a little shock to like
it like
launch
flings them to the side. Yeah.
Yeah, which definitely wouldn't break anyone's neck if they hit like a brick wall at like the perfect moment.
Yep.
But
Yep.
no, that's not killing.
No,
They're totally
fine.
fine. Yeah, gravity
They're
was
just
killing them.
paralyzed.
I'm not killing who gravity is.
No, I didn't kill him. That would be inhumane. I just broke his medulla oblongata so he can still feel pain and human sadness.
I'm a big proponent of the idea because some people try that. Like, I know you're being a goof, but like some people try that as like a straw man argument against Batman, and they're like, "Oh, he's horrible. He still like cripples people." I'm like, it has nothing to do with their quality of life. It never has.
Yeah.
He literally is just like against the taking of a life because that's a bridge too far. He like, let's bite the bullet. You're right. He has absolutely no concern if you're like some fucking murder clown and he breaks every fucking limb you've got. He's not going to cry about it. I'm
fine.
sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
And if
but
you
he's
gotta
also
pay $10,000 for a medical bill.
Yeah, the medical bill is what's gonna kill you, man.
yeah. But like, but also, if you're some fucking guy just like robbing a convenience store, Batman's not going to fuck you up that bad.
Nah,
Like,
it's pretty
if you
chill like
point
that.
if you point a gun at a baby, you're never going to hold anything in that hand again, and I think that's fine. I don't have a moral issue with that.
Yeah,
Like,
that's good.
but Twitter heads act like, oh, you're loitering. Batman's gonna fuck you up.
Break your legs in half.
Yeah,
I actually saw an edit.
Go ahead.
Saw an edit for Batman. It's in the beginning, like when like he beats up like that one guy that like tries going at him, but they put it like the punching like on a loop like for like a good minute, and then like he raises up after he's asked like who the hell are you supposed to be? He like raises up, he's just like don't litter.
Oh, Batman.
Twitter saw that and thought it was real.
All right, what?
Probably.
Guys, what? This alternate cut of the Batman, what?
Although I'm getting real tired of this new era of cape movies. Like this whole, we're gonna take this property, but we don't actually have much respect for the source material.
Right? Like, yeah, like the earnestness and the sincerity is gone.
The Penguin's name is now Oswald Cobb. Or Oz Cobb. Because Oswald Cobblepot is too fucking bizarre. It's too grounded movie.
Too goofy.
Cobblepot.
I'm gonna give a hot dig.
Ooh.
So Batman and Robin is a terrible movie. That is not the hot take.
I love it, but you're right.
What
Batman-
fucking say to me?
Batman Forever has problems,
Oh,
but it has
fucking
the right
comment.
idea.
Yes. Yeah.
No,
yeah,
I
inner psychology
genuinely
and
think-
stuff. Yeah.
Get that and just maybe get a little bit darker and grittier. Just turn up
Yep.
the edge a little bit more, and I feel like that's my perfect Batman movie.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, finally. Somebody that speaks my language. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I will defend Batman forever until the day I die.
Yep. No, like you just embrace the comic book. Just
Yeah.
like fucking just stop trying to be ashamed of them. It's 2024.
Hey,
Nearly
I-
2025. It is overhated. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, he gets it. See?
Do not remind me that it's almost 2025. Please don't remind me.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're.
It's still
Sorry, it's
2010. It's okay.
It's okay, I'm still 16.
Done. No! The clock has struck midnight!
Clock King, you dastardly bastard! You've struck again.
You know, I think I remember we
King,
talked
you
about this on the podcast because Chris brought this up when we were talking about Batman Forever, and
yeah.
someone brought up the idea to me, and I agree with this strongly, but like that Jim Carrey was probably like the best pick for the Riddler that Joel Schumacher had in mind because of how choreographed his performance is. Because Jim Carrey knows how to be wacky and zany, and it almost seemed like he like Joel. It almost seemed like Joel Schumacher told him, like, hey, we're going to be more like the 60s Batman. And, like, he understood the assignment. Tommy Lee Jones, on the other hand, I don't believe that. I think he saw Jack Nicholson and he said, oh, I'll just do that.
Yeah. Yeah, there was nothing remarkable about his performance as Two-Face. It was pretty...
Yeah,
it wasn't bad. It just wasn't interesting.
Yeah, it's true. It's very one note.
Yeah.
Harvey.
Can we trust him?
Man, I do love Val Kilmer's Batman voice. I feel like it's like probably like the closest thing we've got to like a Kevin Conroy type Batman in live action as far as voice.
Yeah, I think that in live action, another hot take. I think Val Kilmer, for my money, none of the live action Batman are 100% Bruce Wayne from the comics. I don't.
Yeah.
I love Robert Pattinson, but that's not even year one Batman from the comics. But I think that Val Kilmer probably comes close to like the comic book version of like been doing this for a while Batman, like he exists, you know, in this thing. Like I also really like Ben Affleck's portrayal. I don't like what was written for Batman. But Ben's performance was awesome.
Yeah,
I agree, especially like for Bruce Wayne. I thought that when I first saw it, that Ben Affleck was a pretty good Bruce Wayne, like the way he carried himself, like in public. But I strongly agree too. I do not like what was written for him, especially since
he deserved better.
Yeah, he's killing people, and just with a car with guns and.
Thank you, Zach.
Well, and then the Snyder bots will try to defend it and be like, the movie is about him killing and relearning how wrong that is. Don't you understand? I'm like,
of course.
I understand. It's just dumb.
I've heard this argument before, and it is so easy to debunk that because right after he meets up with Superman and they do the whole Martha thing, it's like, what does he go back doing? He goes back to fucking killing people again. He stopped killing. If he went back to like a non-lethal takedowns, kind of like in like the Arkham games, and like he stopped, but like I can't kill these people. I need to stop right here and now. Then you'd have an argument saying like this is a redemption arc, right? Yeah. But the fact that he goes back, he throws a guy into a room where he drops a grenade, closes the door, takes a knife, stabs someone. Kills KG Beast, who's not KG Beast, with a gun to blow up his fire backpack. It's like, and also goes and uses his bat jet to blow up people with a bunch of missiles. It's like, wait,
that's
did we even see the movie?
Isn't it wild, by the way?
What are we doing?
Isn't it wild that both Batman vs Superman and Arrow were like, we totally need to have KG Beast in here. He's just never going to become KG Beast. What a random pull! What a weird, random fucking pull to make. It's clearly like we.
If I had a nickel for every time that happened, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Right? It's so bizarre. Hello,
Victor. Hello. We're talking about KG Beast, your favorite character, of course.
Actually, he is. I do like KG Beast.
And Knights of the Beast.
KG Beast fan, yeah.
Yep.
I love it. How you doing?
It's like what? Oh, go ahead. Yeah. How are you doing, Victor? No, I was just gushing about KG Beast.
Yeah.
I do love some KG Beast. I don't blame you there. But yeah, I was just having dinner, so that's why I wasn't in. Like, I think I don't know, majority of the stream now. I
Hey,
can't
no,
even
no,
tell.
no worries.
Get on my
Still plenty
level.
of time.
Eat dinner on stream. Shut up.
Yeah, we're doing the mukbang stream this time. It's okay.
Yeah, you can't see me, but it's wild. Just popping
It's
off.
like an audio mukbang audio drama.
He's eating blue ramen noodles.
A mukbang audio drama sounds like the worst nightmare for anybody with me.
That's like a freaking.
Oh no,
horror
it's not an
movie,
audio drama. It's an ASMR.
Oh,
Yeah.
No.
like David
That'd be horrible.
next
Just,
movie, man.
just wet mouth noises for like a half hour. No, thank you.
Usually I get girls and gays that want me to fucking talk real villainous to them and do ASMR. That's what I get. I wonder what my audience would fucking be like if I was like just eating sensually into the microphone.
We gotta test it out.
Your subscriber count goes down to 0 in an hour.
That's how you drop it further.
And at random times, add in like really loud noises that aren't even consistent, like with the eating. So you're just like munching on something, and you're just.
The viewers like back home are gonna love that.
Oh, man.
Munch,
It's
munch,
great.
munch. Extremely loud, incorrect buzzer.
Everyone's been waiting for me to upload a video for months, and imagine it just turns out to be that fucking shit. Oh my god. Quickest end to a
Joe,
YouTube
I would
career.
unsubscribe.
I wouldn't blame you. I would
Most
understand.
loyal fan out of
I'd
here.
be like, Joe, I can't follow you where you're going.
you're going
You've
down a
gone too
path I
far.
can't follow. God damn it! I need to
You're
try
going
to
down the
quote.
path that just yeah.
You gotta try to quote Star Wars every stream. by the
Every
way.
stream. God, it's a one of the bingo swears.
I know I shouldn't.
Why isn't Natalie Portman in more things?
Right? I mean,
You
come
noticed
on,
that?
she's amazing.
I think she's
Yeah.
scared.
Are you being serious? You think she's scared? Her career was fine. I thought.
Yeah.
Like still.
No. I said like I think she's scared to do stuff.
I'm interested to see where this goes. Elaborate.
I don't really know.
Kowalski, you know.
I okay, so this is a very poor hypothesis, but I was just thinking about this the other day, like with a lot of actors who mentioned that they wanted to do projects that were like a bit obscure and how they want to experiment with that, but they're very scared of how the audience, especially like say like the Twitter mob, would interpret certain art pieces. And I remember a while back that Natalie Portman mentioned that she wanted to do like more artsy stuff, kind of like a Black Swan.
Hey.
But when she did that, she started like second guessing on like, okay, is this like right for me? Do I really want to do more art pieces, or do I just want to like continue doing movies? So I am wondering if she's either comfortable with the life that she's in right now, or she's scared of actually just going back on the screen, not knowing what to expect of whatever project that she's on, unless it's like something famous, like say like superheroes or a big star name. That's just, like I said, very poor hypothesis.
Yeah.
But that's it.
I don't know. Like, I feel if that was the rules of engagement with actresses and actors, then like nobody would, star in anything, according to the Twitter mob. You just
Well, we
have
can only hope that
movies of
she's
nobody.
comfortable with her life
Yeah, exactly.
and decided to step out of the spotlight and not.
I mean,
you
she was
know,
in May
Fair.
December last year. That was really good.
Oh, was she? Okay.
Yeah, no, that's
'cause
freaking great. Yeah, May December is amazing. It deserves more
'Cause
love than praise.
I just haven't heard of many things that she's been
Oh
in.
no, yeah, it was pretty.
Funnily
pretty
enough,
low-key,
since
yeah.
Marvel. So,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is really funny because they treated her character like shit, and then they brought her back, and they were like, "You have cancer now." Like,
Congratulations.
I mean, yeah, without the context of what that arc was for in the comics, then yeah, it kind of looks terribly externally, just from an
Good
agent
lord.
standpoint.
Yeah.
Oh my
Like
god.
giving her the info on that.
All I could think about was like saying like, "Oh, we're gonna bring you in. We're gonna make you Thor, and we're gonna like introduce like girl power for Thor." It's like great, and then after the movie, all I could think of was like, so the arc was,
Yeah.
I have cancer. Ha 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 ha! It's funny because I have cancer. And like,
yeah.
is that what you're going for?
So what's going to happen to me at the end of the movie?
Don't flip to that page.
You gonna You fucking die, Natalie.
Or more than likely, Taika Waititi was probably like, "Oh shit, we'll think of something. Let's make Thor funny again."
I'm gonna be real with you. That whole debacle, with like the Thor films and stuff, like I kind of hate Taika Waititi now. Like I hear his name.
I'm
And
on the same boat. I'm on the
I-
same boat. Like, I fell in love with Taika Waititi like after Jojo Rabbit.
Yeah,
And I
Jojo
wanted
Rabbit is great. Yeah.
stuff. And I'm like, wow, like he is like pretty smart. Like Hunt for the Wilder People, and some of the other stuff, and What We Do in the Shadows. I love like his brand of comedy, but like after seeing like Thor: Love and Thunder, he's like, and him being so snarky, like about like discrediting like the animation, even though like these poor animators and designers are worked to the bone for this stuff, and how he's going off saying like, "Oh, I haven't read a Thor comic book, so I'll read after." Yeah, just remember the video I posted where he's like, I haven't read a full comic book, so after the movie, I'm gonna read
it doesn't show. I never would have guessed.
Why do you want me to hate you?
That's kind of what I was talking about earlier. I'm so tired of that shit. I'm also tired. This came up. We were talking about the whole Spider-Man panel debacle earlier at the start of the stream, and that always leads to the discourse of fans don't know what they want.
Yeah.
The level to which I agree with that drops progressively over time. I understand it in spirit because the idea is supposed to be that like storytelling is a skill that you build up over time. Not everybody has it. Not everybody has put in the time to cultivate it. So a fan might they just think like, oh, this would be really cool to see, but they might not have the tools to consider like the ramifications of what would spin out of that, and like what that might do to a story. That's kind of what's meant when we talk about like fans don't know what they want. You shouldn't ask fans what they want because they're fucking dumb. That's what that means, because a fan is just like, man, it'd be really cool to see this dumb shit right here. And it's like, I agree. Have you given any thought to what that's going to do to the story? No, you haven't, because you have two brain cells to rub together, and
it's easy to say anything. It's harder to actually implement it.
However, we have seen it borne out time and again what happens when you get these people who have no love, no appreciation for the source material. Exactly, Star. You want big boom,
please.
And I'm just real tired of it. I do think you can have both, is my point.
Yeah.
Because it's a question of understanding good storytelling, and I just reject this concept that you can't have a master craftsman who also loves this source material.
Yeah.
It's just
it can happen. It can also happen the opposite way, and sometimes it's also just impossible to happen depending on how obscure the character you get to. Like it was fun when you start earlier on and stuff like the MCU with like Iron Man and Captain America, where it's like, yeah, it's probably likely you could find a few directors and writers who know who these people are. But then you get to people like the Eternals, and it's like, yes, I'll find that masterful director who knows what they are.
Out there somewhere.
Sure.
I'll get this director who's directed very few movies, but she has a vision.
Well, so the counter argument to that, though, it's not even a counter argument. It's more just like, I don't feel like it's super germane to my point, because in that scenario, that also means there's not that many people who are going to be there to be disappointed.
Yeah, that's true. So you can sort of throw caution to the wind because it's not going to like.
Yeah. Who cares if you fucking reinvent this character and go way off book?
Yeah.
10 people, they don't matter. Like, oh well, you're gonna piss off those 10 fans. The rest of the movie going audiences are gonna be like, oh my fucking god, that was fucking rad.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna go out and they're gonna buy the books or whatever, and they're gonna be like, this is. Well, no, I'm sorry. I'm making shit up. That implies the movie-going audience buys comic books. But, hypothetically.
It depends on who, but yeah, it's not an often occurrence. Like,
you have to remember, they're normies. They don't
it's not expected.
We do.
Hold on, Ricardo
That's
Ramos.
fine. Like, there's different audiences for that.
Or worse, they do unnecessary retcons for the sake of trying to dig themselves out of the hole they make. Yeah,
Yeah.
that happens to any long enough running franchise,
Yeah.
though. I feel like that's not unique to superhero fiction.
Yeah,
Not
it's
that that's what
true.
you were saying. Not that you were saying it was, but it's just like that's a problem that happens anytime we go on with shit for long
Yeah.
enough, and in any medium, you know.
Yeah.
TV, radio, comics, like
Yeah.
all these
Yeah.
things have that happen eventually.
I feel like comics, though, it's like the actual comics. I feel like that's like a very special problem with comics because both publishing lines have been going on for so long.
Indeed, it's become part of the charm at this point.
Oh, I agree. I agree. Well, that's why the argument that when we've heard this many times from the Spider Office, like part of the reason they won't undo One More Day is because it's like a sunk cost fallacy. Like somebody, I forget who it was, but somebody higher up like admitted this. They were like, we've put so much time and effort into this, it would be like disrespectful to the people that have put. There's so many reasons, it's dumb as fuck, but it's like it would be disrespectful to all the creatives that have come out post OMT for us to like undo their work. We've put too much time into it. It's like I don't know, deal with it.
Right? Like,
oh well.
And what about all the people that set up the marriage? Right?
It is sort of a fair point on
no,
like
it's not. No, it's not. It's dumb. It's because it's inherently not a fair
partially
point.
on the intention of other writers.
I'm sorry. In another context, I would agree with you. In this instance, it's the dumbest fucking point they could make because they already did it.
It's their
from the defense of those previous writers that did put in their ideas attached to One More Day, except for the fact that like post One More Day today, they've also done a lot more retcons now of stories even older than One More Day, and like retcon those ones, and that's suddenly okay. Like Craven's Last Hunt now, and like a whole bunch of other tales that are arguably more iconic than that infamous story, and that is okay to retcon. Just because the writers are a few decades older, like
right, the recency.
No, it's
they've reached their senior citizen status, so therefore they can have their work painted over.
It's a point that defeats itself, and it's so frustrating because these are supposed to be smart, creative people.
Put them into retirement homes.
You would think
it's all right.
Well, and they're surrounded because, like, okay, we talk about them being old white men, but like, for example, Zeb Wells is not that old. I think Zeb Wells is like maybe a little older than me. He's not that.
I literally just made an argument, for the white men here, and the old ones in this case, of going you're the younger ones painting over the ones that are older than you.
No, I'm jumping back over, and I'm like, it's not all like the old women, but it's more the fact that like these guys are supposed to be like talented creatives, and they are surrounded by elder statesmen like J.M. DeMatteis, right? J. Michael Straczynski, like I know there's more, but those are the two that I think of because they got J's in their name. Represent. Like, people that obviously understand Spider-Man to his core, and they're right there, and that there have been conversations, usually with a drink in hand, and they're like, have you considered?
A few at this point have, and frankly, the older ones have even recognized now today of just like no, I'm not going on to that book. That's cursed.
Yeah, we were talking
about end your career.
We were talking about that earlier about how it's so wild how they keep having to obviously scrape the bottom of the barrel, or they keep having to rotate the same stable of writers because nobody wants it. Nobody wants it. It's like the most popular comic in the world, except maybe for Batman, and nobody wants it.
It is internal pressure as well. There,
yeah. I don't know.
I think Batman will eventually reach that point too, of just like, where they're just like, the stagnation effort that the DC editorial wants us to put him in. I'm just tired of it. I can't actually write any new stories this year because I'll instantly be denied.
It's funny because I was reading a comparison the other day about the current state of Batman as compared to Spider-Man, and somebody was pointing out how like, Batman is not being like yoked the same way that Spider-Man is, and they're like even when Batman gets bad, like a lot of people don't like the Zdarsky run right now. I bounced
There
off
is
it.
some stuff to stuck. That sucks there.
I enjoyed it for a while, but I jumped off too. I'm waiting for
Ah.
everyone's favorite racist Jeff Loeb and fucking
Yeah, I
Jim
won't
Lee
get
to
the.
take over.
Yeah, it's not it.
Yeah, he didn't have it for Batman. The first few arcs I thought were good. I
Yeah.
enjoyed Failsafe. I enjoyed
Mm.
Batman of Gotham.
Mm.
And then everything it kind of went downhill from there. But there was a comparison being made the other day that like Batman is still allowed to take big swings. Batman is still
Yeah.
allowed to like really shake things up and get crazy and get weird and get
Occasionally.
wild.
Yeah.
You know, Spider-Man, they're so fucking stupid because they're over here like, this book is too big to fail as long as we keep it in the safe zone. You know, we have to keep the fans mad enough and we have to keep the book milquetoast enough. And it's a guaranteed sale. My thing is like, it's fucking Spider-Man. It will never not sell. So with that in mind, you should be swinging for the fences.
Yeah, right?
I think the big difference with Batman is that when he stays in place, it's always through some big stubborn move that rocks the world.
It is
of
built
him
into his
trying to
character.
do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like when he rejects his family and DC goes, he can't be happy, so he'll abuse his relatives. Like, that is something that grabs readers' attentions while being annoyingly stupid.
Yeah, I mean, you have to balance it out, but yeah, I think you're right.
While,
really.
while Spider-Man's stagnant, it's just boring as hell.
Well, the problem with Spider-Man is we had 20 years of character. Like, actually, we had an entire comic book of progression. The problem with Spider-Man is that if you are a psychopath like me and you've read every issue of Mainline Amazing from the 60s till now, you can. I don't remember them all. I'm not that special, but I have read them all. Except for that time I jumped off a slots run. I stopped writing. I stopped reading plot.
So.
Yeah, but other than that, when you go through in sequential order, you're like more or less with a couple of deviations. There's consistent character writing here.
Yeah. Right.
The Spider-Man rants are eternal. Like, you can jump in any minute. It's like Joe's gonna start losing his goddamn mind about Spider-Man any minute now.
Still there.
But no, like if you follow it from beginning to end with a couple of minor exceptions, like the character growth is consistent. Sometimes there's an inevitable return to status quo, but the character is always growing, even in some small way. It's a story. It goes on for decades, but it is a story that you can like follow and kind of chart the progress. Peter is even drawn progressively older, even if we can't really openly acknowledge his chronological age because of the sliding timescale. But he's like progressively drawn older and older and older.
Yeah, that won't change, even if, personality-wise, he can't.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, and then one more day happens, and now it's like, oh, and now we've been stuck in hell for 20 years. And I think that's what makes it uniquely frustrating, is because we had a proper story for, 50 years.
It's a very long build-up, and if you have a very disappointing outcome to it, like, what do you expect? And what bothers me about that so much is that a lot of people are saying the same thing. This is bullshit. Like, Peter Parker is reverting back to basically like square one when he didn't have to. And the fact that you're going into this route is like, it's very anticlimactic for this, especially for this character, when you've already established that he's smarter, he's more experienced to actually make proper decisions. It's like you have him make one stupid decision, which he knows better than to do. How else are you gonna take that kind of feedback? And to mention like what you were talking about earlier, to like where like they're saying, oh, we can't take the story down because we put so much time and effort in it, like these artists, and like we just be discrediting them. That's their bullshit way of saying, I don't want to admit that I was wrong. So shut up and take it.
Which it also is like, not all the stories had to do with that storyline. Just as, you can keep all the canon that has been going on for decades, just have it so Spider-Man and Mary Jane weren't married. You can do the opposite, where all the stuff that has happened since still happened, but Spider-Man and Mary Jane were married.
Well, here's the
ironically.
thing. This is the other piece. It's a little disingenuous when they say that. I mean, it's a lot disingenuous, but it's disingenuous on multiple levels when they say that, because the reality is that, well, yeah, a lot of us would be really happy if it was like, oh shit, he punched Mephisto in the face a few times and time resets and now we're on a different timeline again. Admittedly, that might like actually upset some fans, like even people that want OMD undone, because it might shake up the timeline and it might fuck up some stories that people have enjoyed over the last 20 years, because there have been many.
Yeah.
Indeed, there have been a few.
Um,
I've enjoyed a lot of them. Like I've literally grown up in that time.
Oh yeah, I loved a lot of the Spencer run, and not
Yeah.
just because he was clearly trying to do undo one more day.
Yeah,
Spencer,
there's other interesting ideas. Like that wasn't just the only thing.
after well, and also it helps that we were coming off of 10+ years of slot, and then we had Spencer. It's like but anyway, the thing is, you can undoing one more day doesn't have to involve a magical universal time reset. Undoing one more day can just be they're made aware of this horrible thing that was done to their lives. Peter like hits up like Doctor Strange and fucking, I don't know, Doctor Doom probably owes him a boon after 8 deaths or whatever, right? Get Doctor Doom in here, get like some other peeps, and then just go in there and fucking be like, I need to be able to, I can't have this hanging over my life. I have to get this piece of my soul back. I have to fix whatever's broken. Like, blah. So he gets like all his magical friends that he's made over the years. They go to fucking Mephisto's dimension and they kick him in the dick.
Listen, buddy.
And it's like, I can't change what's happened, but I can give you back the opportunity for happiness. And that would be enough. Like,
Easy.
OMD doesn't have to be undone in so much as we need to go back in time. It's just like, let Peter and Mary Jane move forward again. Like, keep the timeline moving and just like rectify the bullshit,
That was a raw line, Joe.
Oh, thank you.
That's how the original run went too. Like how Spencer's run started, which was Mary Jane and Peter just reconciling here.
Yep.
I nearly did like 2 different terrible pronunciations of reconcile, but anyway, basically, it did not need to be a cosmic event or anything. It just needed to be 2 people moving forward as a relatable situation.
Yeah,
you gotta remember that's them admitting that they're, and we can't have that, can we?
I know you're half doing a bit, but I gotta be honest, I don't even think that's necessarily. I feel like you could still undo one more day without admitting that you fucked up.
Yeah.
You could just, I mean, the fans will know that it's because you think you fucked up, especially in a post Ultimate Spider-Man 2024 world. But I
just generally online where people, want to have the "I was right" moment every single minute.
But they could just be as stubborn as they've always been in a different way, and they could just be like, no,
winning with fans. Like, come on, people. Like, they're constantly be self-conscious. Like,
there's fucking con footage of CB Sapolsky. I'm sorry, I mean Akira Yoshida. Sorry, fucking the head honcho at Marvel. For those who don't know, pretended to be a Japanese man for years. So
what?
Oh yeah,
beg pardon.
Yeah,
that's a different tangent, right?
Yeah.
That's a whole different event.
It's super simple.
I'm just imagining like somebody's walking in. He's like,
he hired a body double to go to conventions for him.
Oh wow. Yeah, I can just imagine like somebody walking in and he's like,
Marvel was, so this is in the mid 2000s, I think, early to mid 2000s, when fucking manga was really getting big in the West, and so Marvel was doing
Japanese
this push to they were making this push to do like a manga verse where they were doing manga versions of established characters, like still published like regular Western comics, but with like reimaginings with a manga influence. They were also doing like new series set in the current day Marvel universe, but clearly with a more manga, influence to the art. And so they were looking for writers for these books. I believe it was, and I believe CB Sapolsky was working as an editor at the time, and there was this rule at Marvel that you couldn't be a writer and an editor at the same time. So he wanted to write for this new manga-ish initiative. So he adopted a pseudonym. And they were doing manga shit. So he's like, I'm going to be Akira Yoshida. He was the weebiest weeb who ever weebed.
I mean, I don't blame Marvel overall for making this
He
movie.
was patient zero.
One of their most successful Spider-Man shows was literally in Japan, but like,
the manga shit's not the problem. I'm pretending to be a Japanese man is the problem.
That's the weirdness right there. The extreme move right there. Like, if it's a success, why change your name? Like, goddamn it.
Yeah.
Someone walks into his office like, oh, konnichiwa. It's like, cut the shit. I know you're American. God damn it.
Yeah, right. But so the whole thing is there's literally con footage of a fan asked. This was like last year, I think, or a year and a half ago. A fan point blank asked if there was an editorial mandate preventing Peter and Mary Jane getting back together, and Sobolski says there's not a mandate. It's just it's what we think is best for the storytelling or something like that. Like we think this is what has the most dramatic potential for storytelling. Nobody liked that, obviously, because it's dumb and wrong. But that's what the line was, and that's my point. That's what the line is from the editor-in-chief. So they could fucking do what I'm talking about now, and they could just like stomp their feet and be like, "No, we're not admitting we were wrong. We just think this is the best way to move forward for dramatic purposes. We're storytellers. We're telling a story."
Maybe they're not smart enough to actually think about that idea.
I know, because they haven't hired me. I'm writing this audio drama. It's the best resume I'll ever have. I know I've called Nicola a lot of names, but I haven't made a death threat.
I know you're half joking about that, but I kid you not. Almost every time I see like something that like pisses me off when it comes to like inconsistent storytelling, it's like, oh gee, if only they hired me, they would actually be making money.
Yeah,
honestly, it feels like nowadays
I'm nowhere near that confident.
You're setting such a low bar. If normal people feel like that they can do your job for a lot of people, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, either that person is really talented and you should take a look at them, or you guys are really fucking up because you have driven the bar into the fucking floor. I will say that every time Christopher gets a comment that's something to the effect of, holy shit, I'm just discovering this audio drama. Why can't the comic book be like this? I just run to the bathroom and I just like furiously masturbate. Like every time. No. Like, yes,
great minds must think alike.
This is like that. Yes, this is what makes life worth living.
We've just been doing that like all stream.
Masturbation.
I've heard it twice.
That's a long time. We've been going for like almost 1.5 hours, man.
Shit. Oh, sorry about that. But okay, that's it for. Oh, go ahead.
I remember you. It wasn't. No, so there was somebody who commented on one of Audio Anomaly's projects for Marvel. I don't remember which one, but they said pretty much like what you said is like, man, I wish that like Marvel Studios had like more care and more passion into taking care of these characters. And it's like, oh my God, they're not wrong. Like, I gotta go find it, but like it like struck a nerve. It's like, Jesus Christ, they're absolutely right. Like, and not to like suck our own dicks here, but like we actually take the time to bring these characters alive in the sense of a proper, not proper. Maybe there's a better. Maybe it's just a subjective way of looking at it. But heartfelt adaptation.
Yep.
Because I wouldn't be doing like what I'm doing like with Wolverine right now if I didn't absolutely. Unlike Stan Lee. But yeah.
He didn't create Wolverine either, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would not be doing like the fucking Weapon X thing if I did not love that story. And then you got like some Joe Schmo is like, oh, look, I made some movies. Like, get him on there just because he's popular with Hollywood. Is like, go fuck yourself. Like, seriously, just because I fucking hate when I have to make this comparison, like with the Harry Potter movies. Are they the best adaptations? No, but they're pretty good considering how close to the books that they actually follow when they're actually adapting the story. And that's what they're focusing on. Like the boy who goes up to fight the big dark wizard and building his family as he's doing that. They got that across like right on the dot. And then if you get like a whole bunch of people that just don't care about like the source material, or they're just trying to make a profit because that's what their goal is, you get something like Rings of Power on Amazon to where, oh, we want to adapt Lord of the Rings for a section that we don't own the rights to, so we're just making shit up as we go.
My favorite.
You get that fucking garbage.
Mhm.
All of it is even legal. All that matters, and just them wanting to mess with things just to tell their version of the story, but far more basic than Tolkien.
I'm not a big Tolkien guy, but didn't one of the Tolkien dynasty come forward about the Rings of Power and was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah,
yeah, some of them did. Some of them have actually been writing on the Rings of Power.
Then why isn't it better?
Yeah, so it's I forgot his name, but it's J.R.R. Tolkien's grandson, Christopher Tolkien's son.
Yeah.
So he tried. I forgot his name, but he attempted to do his own book series, and they didn't really pick up. So because of that, he went back to his grandfather's works, and he was one of the main people responsible for giving certain rights over to Amazon. And the reason why then they get the appendices or the Silmarillion, the stories before the Hobbit, is because other family members they're very protective of J.R.R. Tolkien's work. So they're like, no, we own this part of Lord of the Rings. You cannot have it. And that's when you get fucking video games like Gollum, because they can't get their hands on any other cool characters. But yeah, it's a whole hodgepodge, a family drama when it comes to J.R.R. Tolkien. But because of that, their goal was to do Silmarillion. They couldn't get it, so now we just use what we got by throwing Gandalf, throwing
Gandalf.
Oh yeah, and they finally say that he's Gandalf at the end of season 2, so they can actually say that he's Gandalf.
He gets the name by one of the hobbits saying Grand Elf.
It's Grand Elf.
Oh Gandalf. No, so it's some fucking Game of Thrones Hodor type shit. Oh no.
Yes,
oh no.
They make a joke in it to where they go, so they legally can't say hobbits because
no, it's not about that. They were called the Arfoots before they were the
they were, but
they also made a mistake where they called them the Brandy Bucks as well in terms of the particular tribe of them. And really, they were the Brandywines until they settled down in Bree, the book. Mm-hmm. But they ignored that part.
Oh my god, this is so fucking stupid. Okay, so they're sections of Harfoot, and they're traveling. The Shire hasn't been invented yet, so they go there's these characters that are Harfoots that are hobbits, essentially, right? They find Gandalf.
Type deal.
Yeah, and they're actually not really part of the story as of yet. I'm pretty sure they're going to intersect with Galadriel, since she's the main protagonist of the story. But eventually, they end up finding these desert Hardfoots, and I kid you not, they have, and they're also the ones that are coming up with is he an elf? It's no, oh, he must be a big grand elf then, and that's where they come up with that stupid thing. But I kid you not, they have a prophecy for the Shire coming alive one day, just because they couldn't resist the urge of throwing in.
They gotta tease it soon enough, even though that wasn't really how that worked. They just settled down like any other nomadic race. It's would.
One day we're going to find some land, and we're the Shire. Oh!
Behold.
Yes, are you okay, Hatter?
I barely have any attachment to Lord of the Rings at all, and you're making me angry. What the fuck?
It's working.
Wonder how I feel.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I've been attached to this thing for quite some time, and it's just exhausting to get through.
Yeah.
No, throughout the show, they repeat lines from the Peter Jackson movie, and they
often do that.
They rip it off. It is so dumb and at times disrespectful. It's I get it. You want me to remember like what I saw before, but you're basically making me want to go watch the movies and not actually want to watch your product, which you're technically not attached to.
Now, a funny situation that I noticed even in the first season, but it continues partially to the second, is that Isildur is like constantly distracted in the show.
Oh
Like he has like full on ADHD, basically just to replicate that moment of like Elrond calling out for Isildur in the start of the movie. Like it wasn't about the ring; it was just his ADHD for years.
Isildur!
Yeah. What were you saying, Star?
Yeah, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, so.
It wasn't important, but it was like something along the lines of my dad, big Tolkien head. Like part of his master's thesis was about world building related to Tolkien and a bunch of other things. So my dad, huge Tolkien head. He has not watched Rings of Power.
Spare him.
And
Spare him.
I will advise him not to.
Save him, please.
Everything I've heard about it is just like a crime against fantasy. Like
it's got the good world design, but only in season 1 because they still had the original New Zealand rights there on that one. But then they immediately go to the UK for season 2 because they ran out of rights for those.
Well, once you add the British to things,
once again,
the only good Brit is Lee.
It's true.
Oh man, isn't it funny that it's that, and then there's like the terrible, by all accounts, like Wheel of Time adaptation. I've tried.
Amazon's just keeping on failing.
Hold on, there were like two or three of you talking at once. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anybody. What were we saying?
Oh, I said I haven't seen it, but I have only heard bad things about it, and I've even been told do not watch it. I haven't seen Wheel of Time. It's don't. You will absolutely hate it if you actually ever go.
Yeah, I've tried to get into the books 3 separate times. I don't have the head for epic fantasy like I used to. I think that's part of the problem. I don't. The big long fucking tirades, describing I went at a convention on Sunday and someone said Rings of Power was great, so I've considered watching it as background noise while I write. I think that's valid. I mean, I think that if you want to watch something, even if other people say it's terrible, you should watch it.
Yeah.
Although it sounds like it might actually kill your dad, so maybe he should watch it.
No.
Yeah, it sounds like Wheel of Time. They either didn't understand Wheel of Time, is my understanding, or they understood it and they just went, "Nah, we're gonna go in a different direction with the themes and the messaging and whatever."
Oh my god, that drives me up the fucking wall when it you can tell it's they know what you want and they purposely subvert the direction of where it's going for their artistic vision.
Well, oh god, Hatter's gonna have a field day with this one. I hate using this phrase because it's usually used by people I would like to punch in the face, but it really sounds like they tried too hard to push Rings of Power, Wheel of Time into a place where it would appeal to modern audiences.
That one's so cheap and vague, really. But
no, I hate that term used in that way. But I tell you that to say that if I'm using it now, it really means something. Because it sounds like they took a lot of the themes and the ideas, a lot of the concepts that were meant to be kind of feminist, at least for the time in which the Wheel of Time was written, and they were we have to fix this, and it sounds like they tripped on their shoelaces, in trying to fix it.
I mean, that's the thing. I can't speak in terms of Wheel of Time, but in terms of Rings of Power, that accusation has always been bull. because the Rings of Power honestly achieves the opposite effect. Like, people are going like, oh, there's female dwarves, and oh, there's black people in OTR, despite the fact that they're sort of mentioned as existing within the actual books, just not in the movies.
Yeah.
But even with like all that,
Yeah.
like those basic comments, they're just like ignore them and torch them with fire. Even with that, go into the actual story of the characters, and it is the opposite. It is the most sexist, demeaning stuff you will find, disguising itself as independent here. Galadriel is just tossed around multiple dudes before they even introduce her in-universe husband. And it's like, yep, she's both into Sauron and into Elrond at the same time. It's like a high school love triangle going on with these immortals.
What the
I
fuck?
kid you not. It seems like they're going for Galadriel to be shipped with Sauron, just because they picked an actor for Sauron who looks like a model, like for Men's Health.
He is
right?
hot, so.
Yeah, no, he's
So I
purposely
imagine
made
him.
to look like a pretty man, especially like when I mean, he looks ridiculous when he takes like his elf form because of the wig that they put him in. But like they purposely make him look like a very attractive man, and Galadriel at times stays her blade because it almost seems like they're trying to make it into intimate scenes. It's like, what are you doing?
I mean, he is
Which just, again, making your main female character like this is just, kind of giving the opposite message of the show is too woke. It is Amazon's, wokeness of Lord of the Rings here. It's like,
I don't know.
No, it isn't.
I mean, I suppose if they wanted to, the steel man of it, right, would be like, there's nothing inherently wrong with like showing a woman to be a sexual creature, right? Who knows what she wants.
There's nothing wrong with that, but when that is your sole reason for your character going out and doing things, then
yeah. I mean, I'm kind of limited to like what I can contribute to this discourse because, like I said, I haven't seen either show and I don't have much of an attachment to either franchise. I'm just kind of like I've observed the discourse, you know what I mean? So I'm like, oh boy.
I'm just saying the discourse is full, basically.
Yeah. I mean, well, it sounds like it's bad for a myriad of other reasons aside from supposed wokeness, So there is that. Like, it's just whenever
it's just terrible in that way.
Yeah. It's just a bad show. Plenty of those.
I mean, yeah, it's a bad show, but I think when it comes to like the actual like discourse of it, like people are just so easy to jump on, like say like the easy stuff, like, oh, this isn't accurate because blank, or just because of a simple detail, when they should be looking into like say like character, especially like when it comes to adaptations, and
indeed
how not just for the characters themselves, but also how the story goes. And if too much of that is messed up, not only are you not going to get invested into these characters, like from a person who's actually read the book, or if you're familiar with the source material at all, you're just going to shut them off.
Even if you're watching the movies.
And if you try to diverting a character so far from where they originally are described as, like say like Galadriel, for example, like in the books, she's described to be like very fair. She's very kind and very thoughtful. In the show, they try making her like a badass that wears armor and just swings around a sword instead of like using magic. And it's a complete departure from what was set up in the story already. And maybe they could go along down the line of saying like, oh, I need to be like less angry, and then I need to be more thoughtful like with my actions. But it doesn't seem like they're doing that like whatsoever. It just it almost seems like they're trying to make her. Yeah, there's no progression in her character, and it's so bad to the point in season 2. Pretty much the entire story of like Sauron like coming back and like with like the orcs like fighting like with the elves is basically her fault because she doesn't talk to any of her allies about like who she met and like who she found out who he is. She for some reason keeps it a secret. It's like that's not what the character would do. It's
they kind of also ridden themselves into a corner, basically, to
not spoil
the fact that Sauron, is hiding amongst the elves, because then that would kind of screw up the canon of Lord of the Rings entirely if the elves were on top of this right from the get-go,
I think
before the rings were even forged.
I think I just kind of had this thought. I feel like every major piece of fiction and media, everything that we hold dear. I just had this horrible thought. I think I've always considered this on some level, but it just kind of overwhelmed me all of a sudden, because I don't, like I said, I'm very limited in what I can contribute to the meat of this discourse. So I'm kind of half tuned out for a little bit, but I'm realizing that eventually, here it is, Rings of Power. I know Amazon doesn't have all the rights to Tolkien's work, right?
Yeah,
but
it's kind of a partial adaptation deal.
Yeah, they have a piece of it, and that's one piece too many. Disney, Disney has Star Wars, and I think the consensus has kind of grown as to what a fucking mistake that was.
Oh my God.
We were talking about Marvel before, and I know Marvel originated most of these characters, but they've owned these characters as a big conglomerate. They're under Disney, which is bad enough, but Marvel itself has had full custodianship of these characters for fucking 100 years. Which funnily enough, we can thank Disney for that. Totally fucking copyright law.
That was always going to be the case even for their own characters.
And it just kind of occurs to me that eventually, everything we love is going to be owned by corporations at one point or another. It's all just going to be fucking swallowed up.
I coming.
I will do a terrorism. That's not going to happen. I remember getting into
the company's life has expired.
one of the shows I used to get paid to be on before we went on indefinite hiatus. October's Children. One day the final episode of season 1 will come out, I'm sure. One day. I love those guys, but they gotta work some shit out. But anyway, I remember getting into a conversation with the writer at one point, because it was when I first started my show, and yep, sorry, I just noticed the chat. That Spider-Man 2099 timeline is terrifyingly close to becoming an actual reality. It's why I love the first 20 issues of Spider-Man 2099. After those 20 issues, the series gets real bad. But I do love those books.
Basically, any of your corpo-owned futures. Pretty much.
Oh, body
everything's gonna be Alchemex.
Yep. Well, geez, it's just wild to think that everything that we hold dear is going to. So I was having this conversation, and we'd been, this was after the pilot, and I think the second episode of Apex Shadow had come out. So a bunch of the cast, I think Star was part of this conversation that I had been having on our server, and we were all talking about man, wouldn't it be crazy if this podcast got super popular and it got adapted into a Netflix show or something, an animation? That'd be super cool. And I was talking about that with one of the two head honchos on October's Children, and he was like, "Yeah, that'd be really cool, but they would make you sign over the rights." And I was like, "Well, then I guess there's not gonna be a fucking Apex Shadow animation then, because it's never gonna happen." And I started doing the fucking the math in my head of what number, what it led to this interesting place, because I'm at what point would I almost feel morally obligated for the sake of my wife and my, hopefully we end up being parents someday, for the sake of my children, and at what point, at what point am I morally obligated to be if they're we'll give you X millions of dollars, at what point would
you have to make a deal with Mephisto?
Yeah, right? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, unironically, yeah. It's because I feel like I'd be disingenuous if I'm there's no number. There's no number. I don't know if I'm strong enough, because nobody
could offer me $1 billion and I'd never sign this away.
Nobody's ever offered me $5 million.
You can't pay me off.
I don't know what I would do if someone, I don't know what I would be capable of as a as a creative if someone came to me and said like, I will literally change your life for the better. I will literally give you money to quit your job and do whatever you want to do and make a bunch of investments and, congratulations. Like, if I was offered that, I don't know if I'd have the strength to say no. Like, like shit.
It's like that thought scenario to where like you can say like, oh, put me like in the woods, like with like nothing but an axe, and I'll like come out in 10 days, like skinning a bear. Is like, but like if that challenge ever is actually presented to you, what do you do? It's a scary thought.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna go like 10 feet underwater with, or one day you could go 10 feet underwater with like just a scuba pack, and it was like, oh yeah, that's no big deal. I was like, all right, here it is.
Here you go.
Fun.
Have fun.
Down we go.
You know what I would do? I would take those millions and I would use part of it to set ourselves up for the foreseeable future. But then I would also take a chunk of that and I would try to commission like a short pilot of a legally distinct show that does some of the themes of Apex Shadow, but like under a new IP.
Yes.
And I would
There you
throw
go.
together a Kickstarter. And I would be like, hi, I'm Joseph Boslinski, creator of your new favorite Netflix sensation, Apex Shadow. Finance this new animated series featuring the original cast from the audio drama. And then people would do like a critical role and throw us gajillions of dollars, and I'd get to make a whole new show and tell Netflix to suck my dick.
Easy.
Or
That's
just
good
raise up a bunch of money to buy the rights back.
I could do that too.
Yeah,
that is a good
that's
point.
true.
That is a good point.
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
a good point. Be like, hey, Netflix. I'll even put a
taking
clause
it
in there.
back.
You can leave the show. You can even leave the show up on Netflix. I don't even want you to take the show off Netflix. It just can't be a Netflix original anymore. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me my property back.
It's like what Universal did. Like after they bought pretty much DreamWorks, if you notice on every time that like a DreamWorks animation appears, now it always has the Universal logo.
Oh, jeez.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's wild.
Man.
Because like with like the first few like Avengers or pre-Avengers like movies, like say like in Phase 1, they have like Marvel Studios like up on there, but the advertisements for like Paramount, they stay
Paramount,
there, right?
Mhm.
But they don't mention like owned by like Disney, but Universal, they drive the knife in. This is
Trying to make sure they know.
Disney.
this is
Disney
my
doesn't
swamp.
showcase themselves as much there with that one, at least in terms of their action franchise, because they want to be like distanced from it, of being like, hey, this is the happy, family-friendly Disney. We're not exactly going to associate with Alien or Predator.
Don't think
Yeah,
about that.
No,
just
God.
plays the Castle Disney logo over Predator.
Yeah, like that doesn't entirely work when you're doing like all this action
That's
stuff.
good stuff.
Don't think about that good Hulk movie we made with Edward Norton. We don't talk about that anymore.
True.
Because that wasn't that under.
That's Universal. You're right.
Yeah, that was under.
Universal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good old days.
But yeah, I wouldn't have included the Disney logo anyway. I'm still not a fan of that one personally, but yeah.
Okay, you're wrong again. You do that a lot. You should stop. No, I'm sorry. I think that's up there with another one of those really good movies from the early days of the MCU.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That is a
I love
good
Incredible Hulk.
movie.
It is.
And also I understand that Edward Norton's a douche nozzle, but
There's a lot of that going around, and I don't know. I just don't like his performance. And,
I'm
like,
sorry. He's infinitely closer to who Bruce Banner is than whatever the fuck they've been doing for the last 10 years with Mark Ruffalo. Edward, that's
Absolutely.
Bruce Banner.
Yeah.
That's Bruce Banner. Like, not maybe 1-to-1, but that's infinitely more believable to me. He looks like him. He talks like him. He acts like him. Like, yeah, like it's what? That's literally the character. I
just found funny like how Edward Norton, he was like so skinny for the Incredible Hulk, and then they get Mark Ruffalo, and he's like a tad bit beefier. It's like, when did that happen?
He's working out up there.
I don't know, it's just the way he carried himself. I felt like there was more of that energy of the cautious like doctor there.
It's so funny. No.
Edward Norton, because like I just felt I don't know, he just felt too confident in the role for me.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought Edward Norton to me came across as exactly like the neurotic, terrified man on the run who could never get a moment's rest, you know? And like at the end of the film, he's like made peace with his monster to a certain extent, which is.
Yeah, I agree with with you in terms of the the current stuff. Like, yeah, obviously, as a Professor Hulk, he's far more confident there. I just mean like early on with like Avengers and stuff where he was like still dealing with the monster. But
yeah, that was one movie. I guess two movies. Like and then never again. Like
yeah, which was sort of the problem of like Universal having the rights in there.
Like
that was always going to be an issue, even if they kept Edward Norton and he just continued being obnoxious on sets all day.
I know that he's supposedly really difficult to work with, but God, can you imagine imagine a world where we had the MCU with Robert Downey Jr. and fucking Edward Norton in like several crazy blockbuster action movies. Like,
what?
Fucking what?
My brother and I, we actually talked about once, and we were talking about like, what if like Edward Norton's like version of the Hulk actually stayed? And the thing is, as many movies as Mark Ruffalo has made as Bruce Banner, I'm still more terrified of Edward Norton's Hulk because of just how savage they made that version of the Hulk. And if you saw that Hulk in the first Avengers movie and
it's over.
like Hulk's out in the carrier, I would have been hugging my seat. Like, I probably would have pissed myself because I kid you not, like the way that they portrayed that version of Hulk, like that's exactly like the direction that they should have been going in, especially like with the Hulk comics that I was reading, like the newer updated version, to where they just make him an absolute savage.
It's talking like a mortal Hulk, which is a whole different beast, but than either of them combined.
Well, so it's funny because elements of the Universal Edward Norton Hulk movie are actually adapted straight from the comics. There's huge swaths of the Bruce Jones run, which is the one that I particularly enjoy. Actually, it's kind of a niche run of the Hulk, but there's huge swaths of that are lifted and put like directly into the film. Like, for example, the whole Mr. Blue, Mr. Green thing, where Bruce is like communicating with some like secretive, other party, about his condition. That's lifted like straight out of that run. There's a whole bunch of like villain plots that are kind of like alluded to and like stuffed into like the Universal film and shit like that. Like there's all kinds of references. There's all kinds of cool moments that are like homaged. It's really fun. I mean, it's not like a 1-to-1 adaptation, not even like a fucking like 6-to-1, but there's lots of cool stuff in there. And I don't know, that performance is infinitely more like Bruce Banner to me, and I guess that just for me is why it's really jarring to me, because you go to fucking Avengers, and I'm just like, who the fuck is this guy? Where did he come from? Also, the character progression is so horribly inconsistent. The end of
but that was always going to be the case. Like, without Hulk movies in between, he was always going to be the one who just time skips away in between Avengers movies, just sort of chilling in the tower while everyone has their own solo progression as characters.
No, I think it's.
I have to play devil's advocate for Victor here, because when it comes to Bruce Banner, like in the Incredible Hulk, like he already is experienced about like running from the government, right? Like, so he's already confident of like having to like run into a different country, how to hide in plain sight. And then in Avengers, he's a little more timid, which may seem inconsistent, but considering he's getting into Shield at this point, that is like completely unfamiliar to him. Like, I can actually buy that he's going back to square one, to where like I had the Hulk.
I was talking about something completely different. I understand what you mean, but like I'm talking about like his psyche, where it's like we go from the big heroic climactic character evolution at the end of his standalone film to. I tried to kill myself, and the other guy spit it out. Now, listen, I understand. You can fucking make. I'm sorry. I feel like you're both guilty of this right now, but it's okay. I understand why. You're bending over backwards to try to fill in gaps and justify a jumping character. But it's not actually
bending
there.
over backwards
It's
when it
no,
was there.
No, it's not there. It's not there. We go
Deleted
from A
scene
to B.
did exist.
No, it's the problem is, yes, you're
That's the
right.
thing,
It would have
though.
been
They are
better
the
if we
same
saw
character.
connected. I fundamentally disagree. I understand that they're supposed to be the same character. I feel like
I
I'm
know
gonna
people
actually
headcanon it to go like, these performances are different and we should have had this one when we did have this one. It's like, no, they are the same story overall. Like,
yeah, it's just the characters like infinitely regressed, and I guess we're supposed to just go like, yeah, whatever. I don't know. I don't fuck with that. I understand that at the end of the day, we have to eat
That's always
what's on
gonna
our
be the
plate.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't. I just disagree with that framing. I don't like that because I feel like it's. No, it didn't have to be. There's like a way to do it. There's any number of ways. Your job as a creative is to fill in those gaps. Your job as a creative is to fix it. It's not your fault, but I just hate that mentality in general. Like, oh, it was always going to be a problem. No, it wasn't. That's the same shit there with Spider-Man. Oh, it was always, if we undid OMD, it would be so and so, like, what would we do with all the wonderful stories that all these, like, creatives did before? I don't know, dumbass, figure it out! That's your job! Be a professional storyteller! Holy shit!
About to say that. It's like, I completely agree with it when it comes to like saying like, oh, it was always going to be a problem. Your job is to make sure that when it comes to the writing, that it doesn't become a problem.
You can't write around the structure that like Universal owns the Hulk, and they did not want to pay them to make more Hulk movies. Like,
No, it doesn't matter. You literally could just write his character a little different in Avengers, and you could patch those holes. It sounds like it'd be so complicated. I literally can envision dialogue in my head right now. Like, I'm sorry, it's not complicated. Like, it's just so irksome to me because it's like you could do that. Like, all these things, like, oh, but Universal owns the rights. Okay, just write the movie you're writing now. Just like write the connective tissue. You don't even have to deliberately acknowledge like actual events in that other movie, and you just have to be like fucking like, you have to be cognizant of who Bruce Banner is. You could literally just have some dialogue that's like, for a while, I really, I was on the run, but I thought I'd made peace with myself, and then I lost control, and I don't know, like killed a bunch of kids, whatever, fuck them kids. But like, it's something, and it's like, oh, that's how we got from. We don't get that. We get
like, hey.
Big, scary, like in control of my power. Had my big superheroic fight in the Bronx, and I know who I am now. And then we get to Avengers. And it's, I tried to kill myself and my alter like spat it out, and it's like big and sad, and it's great acting from Mark Ruffalo, even if it doesn't feel like Bruce Banner. But it's like, where's my connective tissue? It's a different character,
No,
it doesn't feel like Bruce Banner. It just feels like Bruce Banner at different moments than like.
Well, yes,
truly at accepting periods.
I think it's jarring if we don't establish how we got there. Is my point. That's all.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly right.
It is only an acceptance period if one is viewed definitively that way. But like the only reason that Bruce Banner, accepted his other half in the first place was to stop the Abomination. Like, let's stop the other guy.
No, that's what the end of the first movie is. Like, literally the epilogue scene is him like taking control.
Here, what I think Joseph's trying to explain is like, it's like having a character like build up like an arc, right? And say that they're like a secondary character, and then off screen they die and they don't show up in like the next movie. It's like, well, where's the consistency in that? And it's like, when did all of this information, like, where's all of this information? You can present that information that's needed for the narrative to go along, but like for some reason they just leave it out. It's like, oh, Universal's making the movie, so that means that we don't have to talk to them.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you just don't have to directly acknowledge the events of that film, but you still need to like be aware
connect the dots.
Yeah, Yeah, that's all. I'm
Yeah.
not saying like there needed to be a whole fucking movie in between. I just think that it feels like a fundamentally different character to me, and I feel like that issue could have been assuaged a little bit if there was a little bit more care put into spackling the holes in the wall.
Yeah.
But we also know that I'm autistic as fuck about these things. So like, what does it
So
matter?
am I,
Like maybe,
but, like-
maybe I'm wrong.
What, you think
but,
you're the only one?
no, I'm in a room full of fucking autists, and we love ourselves for it. We shall inherit the earth.
Right.
It's I can say that, by the way. It's not a slur. Okay, I can talk about myself.
He's an Aussie.
My God, can you imagine? That's fucking what? Oh, you blew my mind. That's funny as fuck. Oh no.
Oh no, I'm becoming Aussie.
It's like, oh, why are you calling me an Australian? Because you're really preoccupied with trains. What?
So much.
Boy.
That would be so
Nothing
funny
trains, though.
if people were actually more offended of being associated as an Australian instead of being associated as an autistic person.
It's true though. People are.
I know
It's
that
facts
New
of life.
Zealanders definitely don't want to be called Aussies.
That's true.
All the more reason to call them.
Oh man.
But you just fucking cited me, boy.
I guess the question is though, when you guys are writing, what do you got in the background? Do you guys listen to any music? Put on any movies or shows or anything?
Oh yeah, so we're
Yeah,
neglecting the
Star's
chat.
question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, we get a question?
That's a good point,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, I asked a question like a half hour ago.
Sorry.
What'd you tell us?
we got him the whole
We're like
train.
Kevin Smith. You gotta tell us when
we
to
were
shut
having
up.
important film discussion here. Okay, I'm sorry.
Very important.
It's like
Cinematic
when you get
I just
film
muted
nerds.
myself. I was like, I have nothing to contribute to this conversation. I'm just going to
Oh,
listen.
I'm sorry, Star.
When you get film nerds and comic book nerds mixed in the same pot, it's a shit show. You can't like. I think everyone here is both, so it's kind of like, oh
Oh
no.
boy.
Except me. I'm here.
Oh.
I listen to a lot of breakcore music, honestly, when I'm writing. Like for those who don't know, just think of like 90s, 2000s PlayStation type music. Okay, yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Perfect.
And also, I listen to also a lot. This pretty niche genre called dungeon synth.
Ooh. That
Which
sounds
is
cool.
like, yeah, it's kind of like fantasy inspired electronic music, and it's wild.
Is this like sound like a 8-bit fantasy music, kind of like a Legend of Zelda?
No, it's not. It's not. It's not like some. It's not like lo-fi. It's not like lo-fi music in that way. It's just regular synthesizers and other things, and like some orchestral stuff thrown in, usually whatever. If you just look it up, just like dungeon synth, you'll get like a whole bunch of fucking compilations. You'll see what I mean.
Okay.
But it's usually a lot more low key, a little bit more dark and brooding, and I just find it really works well for writing. So yeah, that's kind of what I.
Of course, you would like the dark and brooding music, Joe.
I don't know, man. Like come on.
Love it.
Fucking Man in Black.
Yeah. I don't know. Like the thing is, like I don't really like particularly find like a genre of music per se. It's like sort of across the board, kind of at random places. The point where even Spotify just makes garbage up every year. I just summarize it. I'm just like, okay, today you're into anti-rival pop. What even is that? Like,
it's perfect.
I'm listening to pop while I'm like fighting the rival from DC. Like,
Of course.
is that my mood?
Yeah, that's
I'm
why
just
I
really into
hardly.
punching Edward Claris today. Like,
That's why I hardly let Spotify have control. I'm like, I like if sometimes I'll get like a little experimental. While I'll just like do like the recommended like mix to where it's like, oh, because you heard this, like we're gonna play this. But like once I hear something I don't like, like you're done. Your leash is back on.
You're just
that's why
your mother.
That's why I gather like my own curated playlist type deal. Because yeah, that randomization is annoying.
Yeah.
Um,
I've heard that the algorithm's gotten worse. I don't really
Oh
use
my god,
Spotify, but that's
yeah,
what I've
it has
heard.
to be.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it has. That's why again, curate playlist, only way to go.
Yeah. That's
I just like
Yeah,
hearing what other people's writing process is.
Yeah, it's sort of mainly been by like music to sort of guide me through. I have a whole writing playlist for like songs that
Oh.
I don't know, just make me think of writing. I guess I don't know, or just like cool narratives or whatever.
Mm.
And it sort of worked because I finished a script after a ton of stress on my life. So yeah, one of the scripts for you guys is indeed complete
Hey,
after 4 years.
I'm so
What?
excited. Woo!
Yeah.
It's real.
Yes.
It is real. It is
I'm
real.
sorry, that sounded dismissive. I'm sorry. I just meant like, oh
It's-
shit, it's happening. It's happening. It's happening.
Yes. Congratulations.
Like that's awesome.
Everybody calm down, it's happening!
Yep.
Long live the X-Men.
I know what a nightmare that is when you're like, I'm not even having fun anymore. I'm just trying to get this done.
And
Oh my god, that's
Definitely
that's
feels that energy on a few occasional moments, like especially during the last portion of it, where it's just like I just need to fix this one damn line, and then I'll be done. And it's like, god damn.
And then 6 months go by, and you're like, oh, I've rewritten it again. Fuck.
Yeah, it's an annoying order of things, and it's just like, I'm glad to finally be finished at least one of them.
That's exactly how I felt when I was editing the podcast recently. I still have like one more to go. Like I'm caught up, but I put it off for so long. I kid you not. Like I've been like finishing them like week by week. It's like, god damn it, just be done. And like when you're like processing a video, it's like saying like you need like this amount of like minutes until it's like finished, and then I try to like put it in a Google Doc. It's like, oh, it didn't go in there. Like, god fucking just get in the fucking file.
Yeah, the god damn it. Nonsense right there.
I
know.
I know. That's so good. Yeah.
Both of us are kind of in the series basket there, yeah.
Those,
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Those series are such massive undertakings.
Meanwhile, my mind cannot make series. I've tried so many times, I just can't. The one and done is where my mind goes.
I'm really hoping like hell, especially as I'm writing 2 series right now, and it's going to be 3 starting sometime this year. Right? Hey, here we go. Or sometime 2025. But yeah, no, like I'm banking. Like I still need to get properly evaluated for my ADHD, so I'm hoping that if I can get medicated, I am hoping that I will be able to write faster. That's my hope. I am hoping that I will be able to self-motivate better, and I'll be able to knock through stuff because at this rate, Spider-Man and Apex Shadow will both never be. They'll be completed in 10 years' time if we're lucky. Like,
yeah, I kind of don't think about that perspective because it just fills me with dread of just like, oh god, it's gonna be like a decade before I'm done at this rate.
I've tried taking the approach of like I'd love to complete the series, but maybe it'll just be what it'll be ultimately. ADHD medication, let's go. Yeah, I'm hoping. I only realize. Go ahead.
Okay, do you guys think that your writing process would be much, I don't want to say like much better, but like say like more productive if Audio Anomaly decided to like set up a Patreon, or is it just like for
I don't think I am getting paid for it would suddenly improve my efforts.
I have been pushing Christopher for a while, telling him that we really should be doing some crowdfunding. He has reasons he doesn't want to do it. I understand them.
I definitely get them entirely.
Yeah, I wish
That's fine, Victor. I'll take your money. It's okay. You don't need it. Give it to me.
That's what every scammer that's ever tried to get at me has said.
I'm not scamming you. I'm telling you. I'm going to take your money, Victor. Like, there's no scam here.
It's straightforward.
I'm being very honest. Like, fine. You don't want crowdfund money? Give them to me. I will take them from you. Thank you for your contribution.
It's not that I don't want it. It's just the fact that, the possibilities given, our subject matter is kind of the deal.
Well, that's not a thing. that's not something we have to worry about. Scyther Audio Dramas is out here fucking making a chunk of money doing Power Rangers, fucking
Yeah.
Avengers, and
my.
I think they're doing a Spider-Man audio drama.
I think it's like, I think right now it's like sort of like, I don't know, like quote unquote sponsored by them. I know, like I don't know the person that runs it, but
Well, it's
I've
like
talked
how
to
you
them
and I
before, but-
kind of hype each other up. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
rally each other up.
yeah, exactly. It's like,
And Audio Anomaly are separate entities, but we do a
Yeah.
lot of stuff together. I think it's like
Yeah.
that. Like, oh,
yeah, basically,
you know?
yeah, like it's not part of their universe yet, but it has potential to be. I guess is sort of that's sort of where they're at right now. Yeah.
No, yeah, it's you know, like fucking.
Is the risk basically?
So then the Patreon just gets shut down. That's it. There is no risk. The risk is Marvel comes in and says, "Hey, bitches, stop," and then we go, "Okay, we
All right.
just stop collecting the money."
Not bad,
That's
not
it. They're not gonna come to
Or-
this man's house, kicking his door, and be like, "Fucking like, we're gonna kill your dog." Like they're just gonna.
Not that, but like shut down the channel and stuff like that. You know?
That will not happen.
Yeah.
I promise you that will not happen.
No.
You can monetize these videos, and that will not happen.
Or you can be very tricky with your work, saying like, we're doing like another Iron Man. Oh, but if I have this Kickstarter here to make sure that I focus all of my time on my computer, wink, wink, and make sure that certain projects, wink, wink, are completed. So I'm going to need like X amount of money to make sure that I stay at home and I don't have to leave, and make sure that a certain project, wink, wink, gets done.
Let me put it to you this way, Hatter. We live in a world where Chris and I, at one point, were attached to a Spider-Man project that raised something like, what was it, Chris? Like $40,000 or something?
Yeah,
It's
something like that. Yeah. oh my
Like,
God.
and there have been many other fan films that have raised even more than that, and which is way more than our fucking, no offense to Chris, myself, or anybody else here, our rinky-dink audio dramas are likely to ever raise in the crowdfunding arena. If Marvel is not going to come in and shoot the dogs of the people who are fucking, doing crowdfunding for that, like,
Yeah.
They're doing
Spider-Man
excellent.
once as well. Yeah.
yeah, Spider-Man
That
one
raised like
exists,
so much
Tanner.
money.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We're fine. Holy shit.
That's
That one arguably should have.
that was the example I was gonna use. Spider-Man loaded.
Like, well,
I
if
forgot
Marvel's
about
okay with
racist
this, they're okay
Spider-Man.
with anything.
Yeah, I forgot about racist Spider-Man.
I kind of
Like-
forgot about that too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
Racist
forgot about
Spider-Man
racist
got
though,
away.
because of how fucking boring it was.
Oh, it's so terrible.
Harry
It's so
walking
boring.
along for like 5 hours. Just...
5 hour
Like going up to
walking
a little
simulator.
kid, Spider-Man going up to a little kid and just dumping all of his
It's
problems
like,
on this little
freaking sucks.
boy
Why
who's
do you
dying.
like me, you freaking idiot?
Yeah, why you look up to me? Yeah, I'm not a hero.
So here's
Not
my
interesting at all.
my thing about the crowdfunding. It's kind of the same way I look about eventually. I've been dragging my feet about crowdfunding for like Valiant Shadow Productions for a myriad of reasons that are purely logistical. Not I have a problem with taking people's money. I love people's money, especially when it's given to me. But
That's
I
Oh,
there-
makes sense, yeah.
no, it's not greed. It's just I like not starving. I like having alternate sources of income for my art. But I like, or at the very least, like the money I invest in stuff like equipment and subscriptions and things like that, like multiple Epidemic Sound subscriptions and like fucking all this like shit I have to buy periodically. Like, oh, I'd like to upgrade a mic, or like what I'd love to do, like if we were to ever do like a crowdfunding for Audio Anomaly. I'd love to, like, for example, like, okay, we pay like an Epidemic Sound subscription, we throw maybe some other libraries, whatever, maybe some software licenses so we can unify things among like some of our editors and whatever. And then we do things like, hey, we throw a war chest together. So anytime you have a situation like, poor Eve, who I think is still operating on a Blue Yeti in a subpar recording environment, like, I'd love to fucking like just buy her a new mic, buy her a fucking XLR setup or whatever the fuck, like that's what I envision would be a great use of something like Patreon funds. It's like getting our, more front facing, like major cast members and other members of the crew, like up to a certain standard of quality, for example. That's a great use of funds, and that's not like going to our individual pockets, and making us rich. Like that would ever fucking happen. It's just like, oh, we get to directly like, offload some of the expense, and we get to fucking, God, here's another great example. Chris and I have talked a lot about getting over onto Spotify because we've gotten a lot of comments from people about putting Spider-Man on Spotify. The problem is that, we use a lot of Epidemic Sound and they're like one Epidemic Sound subscription gets you one RSS feed. And one subscription to something like Podbean gives you one podcast.
Yup.
Yeah.
So, you could
That's what
fucking
I
yeah. So if you had a regular stream of income, you could theoretically go, hey, we can open up another slot for a podcast instead of what I've been floating to Chris, which is maybe just biting the bullet and putting like the whole like Marvel audio drama universe in chronological order on Spotify.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I mean, one day maybe we could fucking do, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we have enough money, we can open up multiple channels and, support shows separately, Comic Crisis could get its own feed. Fucking Jessica Jones could get its own feed. Spider-Man can get its own feed. Is X-Men going to be a series or is it going to be a standalone? I'm sorry, I forgot.
It is sort of both.
I hate you. Why can't you just give me a simple answer, Victor? God damn it. Are you British by any chance?
Actually, I'll show you through my ancestors. Yes.
I knew it.
Mostly Canuck.
Oh God. All right. So, but still.
But yeah, it is basically like a continuous series of projects that I'm doing. But yeah, it is. Yeah. In sort of the elongated form of each one of Audio Anomaly, depending on how long each one needs to be. But yeah.
Right. No, sure, yeah. So it's like the way we have like a couple.
I'd say it's more like Fantastic Four.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. But yeah, you get my point. So it's like, that would be another great way to use like channel funds, like if we could get them, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm
awkwardly
totally
the one using a blue Yeti for this very podcast.
there you go.
True,
yeah, give fucking Victor. Hey, look, Victor, here. Here's a mic that doesn't suck. For the love of God.
I mean, I do have a pop filter at least, and also like my computer's as I upgrade is far better at noise canceling.
Oh, that's good. Yeah,
I was afraid to say this for the longest time, but that was actually one of my biggest goals. If we were to make the podcast financially stable, that would be my first thing, is getting Victor a better microphone.
It was just about me. It wasn't about Eve or anyone else.
No. But it is a thing. Like I love Victor and I love Eve, but both of them have mics that give me cancer. So like but it's like I would love to help them. That would be great to be like, hey, we love what you do. Like, let us help you help us. Here's a fucking microphone. Like. Enjoy. May you make many Gotcha Club series with it or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Finally.
That's literally what I've done, actually. I am in a Gotcha series.
There we go.
Yeah.
The Gods Immortals, check it out.
They got you.
I've never taken the plunge, man. I see those all the time, and I'm like, I'll do Sims Machinima, but Gotcha Club too far. I can't. So I don't know.
Coming on to like an episode. All right, you guys ready to do an episode? Yeah. You're using that? It's like, yeah, no, you're using this. And it's just like a big blue Yeti.
A man-sized blue Yeti.
Yeah.
It's like a fucking, like a...
It's what a man uses.
Ah, shit.
It's got to do what a man.
The question is, what about the bear-sized blue Yeti? You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking...
Hey.
Which would you rather encounter in the woods?
A bear-sized blue Yeti or a woman-sized blue Yeti?
Sorry.
Oh man.
Okay.
You're getting canceled.
Damn fucking. Oh, God damn it. No, I don't know. I understand. I applaud to a certain extent, like Chris being like, I don't want to take money from people. When they're literally asking to give it to us, Chris, take it from them. They're holding their outstretched hands. You're not even begging. They're begging to give it to you, Chris. Because the masses yearn for more Weapon X. They yearn for more Spider-Man. And they're like, maybe
Take it, Gandalf. Take it. You must take it. I'm giving it to you.
If we throw money at them, maybe the episodes will come faster.
I mean, to answer the earlier question, that would not speed me along. I'm just terrible.
You're supposed to lie, Victor. This is where the grifting comes in. You gotta be like,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
Give it
Yeah, if you toss me $100, I'll totally,
course.
stop having mental health issues.
Yeah, exactly.
Great, Victor. Now we have to fly you out to America.
Yeah.
The reward chemicals in my brain will start functioning properly if you give me a few $100. Like it's sure to happen. Like,
Oh,
Is this
gonna work.
I actually need to pretend I'll get money, and suddenly that'll work.
Oh, man.
As somebody with a Patreon, it doesn't help me.
well, you also don't push it nearly as aggressively as you should, Star. And your tiers are also. Don't you only have the $1 tier, or am I misremembering?
Correct. I have the $5 tier that allows you to get commissions.
Oh, okay. Well, when I resubscribe, because I was broke as shit for a couple weeks there. When I resubscribe, I might have to jump on that.
Hey.
And I won't demand commissions. I'm just gonna give you money.
Hell
No, that's sweet.
I have my moments, but sorry, I lost my train of thought. I can stay on for a little bit longer, but it is getting a little late over here, and I'm gonna do some things before I turn in tonight. We still have to do a Ghost Rider preview, Chris.
Ooh, yeah.
Ew.
Ooh.
I doubt Robin is even in the chat anymore, but I feel so bad.
I'm so sorry.
Considering how long we were going on, just yapping about things that made us angry, I don't blame him.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, that's what the live streams are for. Like,
Yeah,
that's
exactly. Yeah, just having fun.
It's our own little film club, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just in case you aren't, Robin, check it out.
Mm.
Well,
All right.
are we gonna? I didn't mean to be like, do it now, Chris, but maybe you should do it
I
now.
guess so. Yeah.
Wait,
we can
what
hit
now?
that. All right. Let's see. Oh.
I got the popcorn. I got the
I don't know
popcorn
what the
ready
man
in
had
one hand.
selected.
Oh,
I got my
yeah.
dick in the other. Come on, man.
Oh,
This
man.
is
Sadly,
this is a surprise for me too.
yeah, sadly not a Zeke scene. Sadly, I was thinking of doing that intro. If that's all right, not the that intro, but the Danny, the start of the Danny.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, let's do
All
it.
right, yeah. Zeke will be coming soon. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
All right, so
Here we go.
all right, is everyone ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So I'm going to deafen and get this going. I almost hit the end call button. That's not it. All right, let's see here. So here we have a preview for Ghost Rider: Knights on Fire.
Hey, Barb. It's me, Danny. Sorry, I know it's... I haven't been here in a while. Not since the night... Well, the night you got hurt. You deserve better than that. Pretty lousy fucking brother, right? I mean, I couldn't protect you from those weirdos at the cemetery. I can't figure out how to use that thing to get you out of this coma. And now I can't even manage to show up and say hi. I mean, yeesh. No wonder you're Mom's favorite, huh? I wouldn't blame you for being at least a little disappointed. I get it. That night, it was the scariest thing I ever... I mean, I know I'm scared all the time. I get it. You've spent my whole life breaking my balls about it. And now I just wish you were awake to keep teasing me about it. I don't know. But we went to that cemetery to get B-roll for your show, and then those fucking freaky assholes jumped us, and I found that motorcycle. I thought, man, Barb, I was just trying to get us out of there, you know? I thought if I could just get the stupid thing to get us out of there, maybe at least get us onto the highway or something, we could... I don't know, maybe just outrun them or something. It was a stupid plan. I know that, but you were bleeding everywhere. I wasn't thinking straight. And then the gas cap started glowing. when I touched it, it was... It was more pain than I ever thought possible. Barb, it smelled like... I smelled like... I think that must be what it's like to burn in hell. Vengeance is mine. Turning into that thing was terrifying, Barb. It hurt so fucking much, and the things it did, that I did.
What the hell is that? It doesn't matter. Kill it for Mother.
Barb, you know this spooky shit is your thing. This is your world. I bet you'd know just what to do. Me, I'm just kind of bumbling my way through all this. That's why I'm here, rambling to you, you know? I really wish you'd just wake up. I miss you.
Ta-da! There we have it. Ghost Rider Nights on Fire. That'll be coming up on Halloween, yes, for I believe it's 5 Central Standard Time. If you look on the channel, you'll find it. It'll have your time zone and everything. But yes, that was Brian C. Sundin as Danny himself. We have Farron Holland. Holland as and Victor as the 2 cultists in the background. We've got quite the all-star cast here, of course, written by the fabulous Joseph Boswinski. So it's going to be a great one. I'm very excited for all of you to hear it. It's quite the wonder to behold. Let's go ahead and hop back in, shall we? All right.
Well done.
Thank you.
I'm so excited for you guys to hear this, man. It's crazy. I think this is the first time I've actually like gone back and listened to like one of the episodes I've like directed just multiple times just because I love the final product so much.
Oh,
Like,
Don't worry, you're not the only narcissist here.
No, I love everybody else who contributed to it. Like,
oh my god, everybody is like so brilliant. Yeah.
The performances in this, holy shit! I feel so blessed because the performances that you guys are gonna hear is like next level shit.
I heard the person that plays Stacy is really cool too. So yeah.
Oh yeah. She's something special.
Yeah.
Real great performance. Real great actress. Real great character. It's
some great scenes.
What's not to love? Yeah.
Stacy.
But
I guess we'll be part of these.
Yeah. Everybody
you,
did great.
Victor, yeah.
Oh yeah, you were great.
Yeah, that was so cool having you there.
The fact that all the extras just kind of like showed up and like did work,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
just freaking gave us all crazy.
It was fucking insane.
Oh.
I will also say for those of you watching in chat, just make sure you watch past the credits for this one.
There's some stuff in there.
Yeah. We went full Marvel movie with this one. Not that there's a big light in the sky.
Obligatory Marvel end credit scene.
Yep.
There might be multiple. And for those of you that are continuity nerds in this universe,
okay, ease down, James Gunn.
there might be some fun stuff going. Like, as we were able to get some actors to come back that you might not have heard in a while, and a lot of discussions had with Chris. Like, I was prepping backup material in case we couldn't get them. I was like, if we can't do this, maybe we'll do this over here. Like, it came out so good.
Like, loved when Angela did that. Like, this is definitely that was definitely cool.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta make this universe feel lived in, man. We gotta connect these dots.
Darn right.
You know? Oh, it's so God! I'm getting all chills. Like, I'm so excited, man. This was such a fucking massive script. It was a hell to write. It's hell to write, and then everybody showed up for it and just did like that's all you, Chris, man. I love it.
Thank you.
Everybody just did incredible with the performances. I can't. I love you all. I'm so blessed. I cannot believe that
Stalking.
So many people like showed up for our fucking free fan project and just went like, "Oh, let me just give you the best fucking performance you've ever fucking heard. Here you go."
Insane. Oh, I'm so
Our
excited.
man Brian, who plays Danny and Ghost Rider, both.
Oh,
Ooh.
Uh,
I couldn't even tell.
That guy's
Oh, yeah.
How impressive it was.
oh my god, yeah, he
He-
plays Wolverine too.
he's
He
a
does.
workhorse. I'm in awe of that man.
And Foggy
I-
Nelson.
I told him when we started working on Weapon X, like, dude, if I could have you as every single character, because he does his own cold reads too. I would have, but I also want to be sure I'm like giving people the chance. But like that guy has some fucking range on it, and I am so proud of what he's delivered so far on not just Wolverine, but everything he's already been a part of on Audio Anomaly. I cannot wait.
There is a few I want poached from yours there, Hatter. I won't say who, but I do. I do want to grab them.
Oh god, it's I know it's a little biased obviously because I wrote and directed the fucking thing, but I genuinely I really hope that people show up on Halloween because I think you're gonna be just knocked on your ass. I'm not even talking about my writing. I'm just talking about the actors and the way they fucking showed up. I cannot believe it. I just there's lines in here. The way they're delivered, I literally get chills. I'm like, let's go! And then even like, so many, everybody. There's not like a bad performance in here. Like it's just.
I've only seen it from the script level, but yeah, I do definitely wish to see it in its full completion.
God, it's surreal that we're done. Well, it's not out yet, but we are done with the production.
Yeah, no, it was a nightmare. We had 2 fucking editors working on it too, because Brian does it too. Because I don't.
That guy's a man of many talents.
Yes,
he truly is.
He really is.
Oh, and did you know that he does voice acting full time? Did you know that this is like his whole thing? Yeah, like he's just like, I'll be in your fucking Ghost Rider unpaid fan project. I'll read like 100 fucking lines. It is, ladies and gentlemen, I can say this much. The script for Ghost Rider Knights on Fire was about 90 pages long.
That's true.
And so much of it was Brian.
Oh my god.
Because not only is he the main character, he's also the narrator.
That's true.
Yeah.
I felt so bad. And like when he said that he wanted to start editing for Weapon X, because like I saw his resume. Oh my god, why is he doing this when he's already like getting like levels of like say like Nolan North and like Jesus Christ, like this guy is like he loves this stuff.
Yep. He just genuinely loves the craft and he loves helping people. And like even in my personal voice acting server, he's talked about like eventually like helping people craft demos and stuff. He's like just such a giving, just genuine person. It is humbling. I don't have a lot of like people in this business that I like would say I look up to, but I unequivocally like look up to Brian. I think he's an incredible human and just aspirational. Dude is fucking awesome. So
true. So Nate, welcome too.
Hi, I wanted to. I know I said I was in the core, couldn't join. Wanted to say real quick, like hop on, say that was fucking phenomenal. Anyways, bye.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
So
bye.
I love the commitment to the bit. I literally just wanted to hop on, be like, "Hey, you guys rule," and then bounce. Let's go.
Ultimate commitment right there.
Yes, absolutely.
Love to see it.
Yep. No. We, I will say this audio drama also opens the door to maybe some other Ghost Rider projects. We'll see what happens.
And the Morbius trilogy. It's coming.
Yep. It's more than time.
This is where I quit. Goodbye, everybody. Good luck on Spider-Man without me.
Well, that's the more $1 billion are we making.
Yeah, right? This time, Morbius is going to become Carnage. It's not Eddie this time. It's Morbius.
Joe, it's not about Morbi you. It's about Morbi.
It's Morbi.
Listen, we all know that the instant I leave Spider-Man the audio drama,
It's Morbius.
it's going to be a multiversal nightmare, okay? Whoever the next person is going to be somebody who's only seen the fucking Spider-Verse movies and maybe the Raimi trilogy, and they're going to fucking come to Chris and they're going like, is there an
So the
opening now to
multiverse.
write Spider-Man? I'm gonna fucking
Give me free
okay.
Spider-Man right now.
So it's about and I'm gonna just like fucking hear about it later and I'll be like, all right, need to go drown myself in the bathtub. Let's go.
It's over.
Oh. I do apropos of nothing. I had a thought because I said like over almost like 2 years ago now that like or whenever it was that Spider-Man first came out, I was like, it hasn't been that long, like a year ago. Somebody, I think it was Hatter actually, like asked me like how I felt about like including like Spider-Verse stuff, and I think I said like I don't really want to do Spider-Verse stuff, but I do want to, as much as I don't really enjoy Miles that much, I would like to find a way to include him in a small way because I recognize his importance to other people, even though I really don't like a lot of things about the character. Mainly that he's black and I'm racist. That is a joke because it's not true. No,
All aboard the race train.
Most, if not all, of my problems with Miles actually have nothing to do with Miles. That's the sad thing about it. I think there's nothing wrong with the character inherently. I just hate what he represents about where Marvel is as a company.
Exaggerated swagger.
You're right. But even though I'm not a huge fan of the character, I know that he means a lot to a lot of different people. So it's like he's never going to be like a main character, but I'm like, it'd be cool to do like an episode that does some cool Miles stuff for people. And I have like half of an idea for like a later season, like something that involves. I don't want to give anything away about it, but I will say that I was thinking about it and I got like really fucking excited. Because I think it'd be really fun and I think it would make a lot of people really happy. So we'll have to see. But I did have an idea for the character just like last night while I was cooking dinner, by which I mean ordering DoorDash.
Cooking
yeah. No, wait, last night was when Vicky cooked for me. I was eating dinner that someone else cooked for me. That's what it was. And I was like, oh, I know what to do. So there will, if this goes on for long enough, there will be a cool Miles bit in the future as well. And one other Spider-Man character that I can't talk about.
Oh.
Yeah. New Goblin.
Finally.
Although, man, I could tell you this. Harry's going through it in this universe.
Oh yeah.
I can't wait to hear about him just walking in the middle of New York City.
Entire episode.
The entire time. That's the entire episode.
Oh yeah, no, and it's an audio drama, so it's literally just gonna be like silent.
It's a walking ASMR.
It's gonna be ambient city noises and hoomst.
Jack, hello, how's it going?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
We're talking about how Spider-Man Episode 5 is going to have nothing but Harry walking through the city.
It's already
nothing
written.
else.
You got to read it.
You know what? That's all we need.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
It's true. It's going to tie it all together.
Spider-Man being racist.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that?
No, it's not
elaboration.
Spider-Man being racist. It's Harry Osborn being racist.
Well, he is a rich white kid, so I mean, he's halfway there.
Is that canon now?
No, the fucking what is it? What's the panel where it's during Spider-Verse and it's like, hey, a black Spider-Man, isn't that weird? And then the other one's like, why is it weird?
It was about all the Spider-Man from Japan.
Oh, is that okay? Okay.
It's like, isn't it weird that there's that many Japanese Spider-Man? Why would it be? Oh god, I hope I'm not the racist Spider-Man.
Now we know who the racist Spider-Man is, buddy. You're in the clear.
Yep, we know. We exposed them.
Oh my god. Chris, I feel like, I don't know if maybe this would be too mean-spirited. Maybe you wouldn't want to do something like this. But I almost feel like it'd be a fun stream to like watch and heckle Spider-Man.
I did actually do that with a bunch of Australians once, and it was an exexhausting day. I do not recommend it.
Take care.
Thank you for
Have a good
by.
night.
Yes.
Thanks for participating.
Good night.
I can't wait
What
for you
were
to
they
get
thinking making that?
I don't know.
How much they hate black people. That's telling all the leaks Twitter DMs. What are you talking about?
What a mess. Did you guys talk about
boy.
Blade or no?
You mean Jeremy John's fucking review?
Oh, yeah.
No, no. I mean
Hmm?
the like how it's been like indefinitely. The movie's
yeah.
been like indefinitely delayed.
Oh yeah, because they keep wanting to
Yo.
overcomplicate
Thanks
it.
for reminding me of that. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me of Jeremy John's doing blackface.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, boy.
I didn't find out about that until a couple weeks ago, and I
Really? Oh.
I just found out about that now.
Wait.
oh no! Oh, hold on!
Damn.
Hold on! No, Victor, you have to see this.
Oh, God.
Hold on, Jeremy John.
Yeah, he did it
He
before
put
Robert
this out
Downey
there.
Jr. did.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
really did?
Yeah. He
and
just,
for,
yeah.
for was it?
Hold
which
on.
one
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a joke to where like he did like the full
Well, they all
costume.
say it's a
He went
joke.
all out on the costume.
They all say it. It's not like one's going, no, I'm doing this because it's a secret mission. Or like,
Here,
you know,
check your
I'm
DM.
trying to be cool.
Check your
Like,
DM,
no.
Victor.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah, you gotta hit play.
It's worse than my imagination.
No.
Hmm. Jeremy.
But yeah, he
Bunny.
thought that was a good idea. I don't know why.
That wasn't it.
Oh,
Jeremy.
God.
That
Why is
wasn't
this guy pulling his poor man Tropic Thunder? Like, God damn.
Yep.
it.
And with that, the live stream comes full circle.
It
Oh my
does.
god.
Ugh.
You feel
Yeah.
enriched now that you've seen that, Victor? Do you feel culturally enlightened?
No, I really don't. Like,
Oh.
it's
Oh
painful.
no. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's not like I was his biggest fan or whatever. It's like, man, it's just another one of the brand reviewers out there for films and stuff. And it's like,
I'm sorry, my cat keeps
still never thought he could do this.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I don't want to carry water for him. I'll just say it was like 10 years ago. God
Yeah.
only knows where his head is at now.
Yeah.
Here's what's worse, I feel. Do you know why this came back into the public zeitgeist? Because nobody
Oh,
really
yeah,
fucking
because
knew
of
about this.
Blade news.
Yeah. It's like a
So
skeleton.
it had nothing to do with the Blade news.
Oh, I thought it was about the
Oh
Blade
no,
news.
no, that was like
No.
that got revealed a while ago. Yeah.
No. The reason that this came up back into more public consciousness a couple of weeks ago was Matt fucking Walsh came out with his new conservative comedy film, and I use comedy very loosely. Am I Racist? And Jeremy Johns
Oh yeah, he
gave a
reviewed, yeah.
very
I feel like I don't need a whole movie to find out what the answer is.
right. Unless you're presumably enlightened centrist Jeremy Johns, who gave it a very nuanced and charitable review and talked about how he really enjoyed the movie and thought it was thought provoking. And yeah. So now,
Yeah, he kind of deserved that.
yeah, exactly. So that's when people were like, those in the know were like making big puns about the whole like, you know, the "Am I Racist" title, you know, because the video is titled like "Am I Racist?" like movie review. And
Well,
then people were
obviously
going,
it's a coincidence, you know.
yeah.
It's like other times people just go like, you know, okay, yeah, we need to take down this guy through something completely unrelated that he did, and I have like a personal, you know, vendetta against this one person, so I need to unearth something that he did like years ago, kind of deal, depending on the situation.
Oh yeah.
So it is valid of like, you know, a sexual assault story, you know, things like that.
Yeah, no, I think there's legitimate quote unquote.
Yeah, in this case,
it
was fully legitimate. Like, you know,
you did the thing. Like, you
hide
know,
his motives and, you know, tried to, you know, play coy with this damn video title and like, no, you were pulling a full on unironic Tropic Thunder.
I could see if you're less politically aware and you don't fully know who Matt Walsh is.
I do know who he is, sadly.
I know you do. I'm saying like if you're a normie who's not plugged in and doesn't know who these people are, I could see you looking at the situation and being like, oh, he's just some conservative guy and Jeremy like fucking liked his movie. What's the problem with that? And then you realize that Matt Walsh like advocates for like gay conversion and like the not so subtle genocide of trans people and all sorts of other things, and you're like,
it's some sick BS.
No, Matt Walsh needs to
Wow.
What? What?
Oh.
I'm sorry, FBI. No, I wasn't saying
Family
anything.
friendly? No, I'm kidding.
Fed posting, Fed posting, Fed posting, Fed posting.
The feds are here now, which means I'm using satire. See? See?
Imagine the feds are like rolling up, and then you just turn around in your chair like, ah! It was a joke.
I have my
They're like,
satire hat on.
They lower their guns, and they fucking slump their shoulders, and they just file out of the apartment.
After all, you're wrecking everything.
He said he was a joke. I don't, fuck. Like, I can't, what can I do?
Do anything.
Bro, Joe's just out here writing stories on the fly. Like,
Exactly, yeah.
I literally, you missed it. I was telling everybody about this actually earlier. At one point before you came on the team, Jack, Chris had floated this idea about doing a collection of Deadpool shorts, and this was like 2 years ago now, I think. And like, I was asking Chris about it recently, and I was going like, "Hey, like, whatever happened to that whole plan to do a bunch of Deadpool shorts?" Because I had floated the idea to him that I would write one, and then we just never talked about it again. So I was like, "Hey, what happened with that?" And I think he said like, "Oh yeah, we just haven't gotten enough like concrete stories. It just hasn't like coalesced yet." And I was like, "Yeah, I'll write one too, like still, even though I fucking hate Deadpool, whatever, like, I'll figure it out. I'm a team player. I'll throw something together." And then I just went, wait, never mind. I changed my mind. I have an idea. And then I just started rattling off this idea for a Deadpool short to Chris. Like literally 2 seconds after saying I didn't have an idea. And
on stream?
I like Deadpool personally, but like I'm also not really good at like comedy writing and stuff like that. But I also want to involve him in like some X-Men narrative stuff that I have later on down the pipeline.
I also I like helping out the channel. So like if Chris could ask me to write, Chris could ask me to write like pretty much anything, and I'd be like, I'm probably,
Well, maybe not everything, but yeah.
Yeah. Hey, right.
So you were like straight up spoiling this unmade project like on stream, or?
No, I wasn't like I didn't talk about what my this was a meeting, right? This is a meeting we were having.
I'm like that would be kind of funny though. Like he's like, hey, I have this idea for a project. Oh wait, we're still streaming.
Jack, I hate to tell you this. This stream here is going to get 10 more views.
Like, oh no!
Like, we do these streams like for the people who like show up to the streams. That's what these streams are for. Like
now there's going to be a ton of people now that you said Deadpool.
Well, there you go. And now that's what we call a Xanatos Gambit, my friends. Like no matter what happens, I win.
True.
And that's a spoiler for the fact that eventually the Marvel audio drama universe is going to feature Greg Wiseman's Gargoyles.
I knew
it. Hey, it's all Disney, baby. What do you want?
I mean, how many years we got left? Like at least 60. We'll make it happen.
Yeah,
they're just gonna change copyright law again anyway. You think they're ever giving this shit up? I don't think so. Like. Once they stand to lose.
When has that ever stopped Audio Anomaly?
This is also true. Yeah, you missed my big rant about crowdfunding and like telling Victor why it's like, no, we need to just take their money. I don't care. Marvel's not gonna do shit to us. Spider-Man Lotus exists.
If anyone's supporting
Chris,
Marvel,
unfortunately,
we
still has morals.
Oh man,
I
can get rid of those.
I can write any amount of numbers on here. Just tell me. Just give me a number.
It's just like basically Chris's symbiote.
Oh my god, you're gonna start triggering a bunch of people who are like, the symbiote doesn't make you evil.
Yeah,
I'm people.
Okay. Now, even though some complicated measure kind of does, but
no, it doesn't. God damn it!
So what is the story behind
its own emotions? But yes.
Wait. So like Venom wasn't just like in a pissy mood when he took over Peter, or did I miss something?
I mean, Venom was no. Venom never Venom literally just went like, oh shit, host. Cool, I gotta get out of this hiding place. Literally, that's it. He's
paranoia kind of deal, and then Peter's own.
Wait, so and he enhances.
No, he gives him infinite. He gives him infinite web fluid, and it can change. It can appear like another piece of black clothing.
Well, I mean, like personality wise, like does he enhance his anger?
No.
Or
Originally,
nope.
no.
Yeah.
That was more popular through like the
The 90s animated series is what started it.
Yeah, because they were using
Yeah.
Venom more as like a metaphor, like drug abuse kind of.
Yep, and that's also where they got the idea that it enhances his powers. Originally,
right,
the symbiote literally all it had was infinite webbing. It could go on and off at command, and
mainly because it was a Secret Wars Ultimate suit.
Yeah,
I think they're both equally cool.
And the reason why the reason why Peter ends up getting rid of it is because like once Reed Richards figures out that it's an alien, it starts like using Peter's body to like basically like play around the city. He's like, I'm tired. This thing's making me tired. I don't want this thing anymore.
No, it's worse than that. That would actually make Peter more sympathetic in that situation. That's not what happened actually. The Peter actually in the original Peter in the original comics never actually became aware of the fact that the suit was puppeting him at night. Peter literally just was like, it's weird that I still haven't gotten Reed to check out this new suit that I got from Battle World. I should take him up on that and go check this suit out. Like, it's not even like some urgent thing. It's literally just like, I said I was going to check it out. I guess I should go check it out. And Reed Richards goes, hey, man, do you realize this is alive? It's like trying to bond with you. And then Peter goes, what the fuck? Get it off! And then the symbiote starts freaking out because it's afraid. And,
AKA Todd McFarlane didn't like the suit.
I don't think Todd was involved at that point, actually.
That's what I heard. Hands up, that's what I heard.
No, he came in to do more of the Venom stuff. Like, this was when...
Well, Todd created Venom, or co-created Venom. He had nothing to do with the original alien costume arc. This is in the 80s.
Well, I think what I'm saying is like he wanted to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And that, or like I remember, I don't know if this is true or he's just like saying bullshit, but basically, as far as what he
has changed his mind on things like me.
Yeah, I know. But as far as he said, this is how he prefaced it: is that he didn't like the black suit, so he wanted to like make a way to get rid of it, and that's like how Venom was born, or like a reason to.
Oh, so
that's what he said. I don't know.
I don't. I think that's a lot of revisionist history. Like, there's actually like
a very
there's actually like another writer had a much more fucked up idea for who Venom was going to be. What would eventually become the Venom character. The Venom character was originally going to be a woman who like blamed Spider-Man for her miscarriage.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
canon.
Yep. Yep. It was going to be an original character who I don't remember all the details. I heard about it on a Comic Pop episode.
Joe, put it in Spider-Man.
Yeah, no. No, we've already got. You know, wouldn't it be funny if I've already got Eddie Brock bopping around? It'd be really funny if he never got the suit at all.
As long as Eddie doesn't get pregnant, I think we're good.
Like the viewership would fucking crater. All the fucking the Insomniac the Insomniac verse fans who are jilted by Spider-Man 2 would be like, bro, what the fuck? Like, they come to my house. Like,
it's actually one of the things that the games got right there on that one exactly was the whole Peter doesn't remember things after he blacks out in the suit.
Did they do that in the games? I actually can't remember.
Yeah, they did.
Me neither.
It took him over. Well, yeah, it took him over in that horror sequence. Yeah, towards the end with Mary Jane.
Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly.
That's right. Yeah.
He just woke up, just didn't remember anything except for the fact that he was tired.
Yeah. And he's like, "Wow, jeez, what the fuck?" No, we got
a really weird dream.
We got fun plans for the Black in our. Awesome. Now, I will say, I am planning to do a bit more of like the '90s, the popular interpretation of the the symbiote, but with a little bit of alteration, of course, to put our own spin on it. But
Good.
I am doing because I'll admit, even though I get annoyed at people who don't know the history, I will actually admit that I like the changes better. I like the '90s interpretation where it's like a power enhancing,
that show.
like
Kinda cool.
fucking like pseudo drug metaphor. Like I actually like that. I think it's better. I think you can.
So you're gonna
do
lean
more.
into the drugs, or
I haven't decided yet.
Do
There's
it.
There's room in my plans for the story that I could do it or not do it. I think if it's going to happen, I think if it's going to happen, it's going to be like incidental to the story, where like you can get that out of it. I just don't know if that's necessarily something I want to beat the listener over the
I
head
see.
with. If that makes sense. Like
Yeah.
Joe, do the drugs. Do the drugs.
um,
Man, this symbiote's like cocaine, man. I love
have you
this
tried
shit.
this, man? Harry, try
I
this.
just need
Get
one
this
more
black
hit.
group over here.
I will say, you guys will be learning a bit more about the symbiote pretty soon. No, we got a couple projects in work. Yeah.
Ooh, Chris, ban him.
But
Ban him.
you guys will be learning a bit more soon. But
Yep.
I think we're doing definitely more of like exploring some mental health ideas.
That's good.
Our interpretation. I mean, not to say that addiction is not like tantamount to mental health, but you know what I mean. Like, I think we're definitely going more from like a pure like psychology angle with the interpretation that Chris and I kind of like.
Yeah. Because that's more of a natural, and I guess maybe this is more like a. Well, obviously it's like extraterrestrial.
Yep.
So, without saying too much, because I don't know either, but I don't want to like push you towards like a this is the answer to whatever.
No, you'll find out. You'll find out. We borrowed from. I say.
All right, let's switch the subject before he leaves.
No,
like
shut
Tom
up.
Holland.
I'm not Tom Holland. I can control myself.
Maybe Mark
We have
Ruffalo.
not signed any NDAs, so I mean.
Yeah, I'm saying like we borrowed from a couple different sources, so I think that's you guys will be
That's awesome.
Definitely do relate there. Like it is hard to like figure out where to put like certain traits and story elements for your character into like a long form story and like have so much
that's true.
Yeah,
it's easy to say it, but like it's harder to.
Yeah.
Because that's like the issues. Like you're directly translating from a story that already exists, and it's
exactly.
what's the purpose unless you're gonna like? I guess like you have to bring something to the table, obviously.
Well,
you gotta put your own spin on it.
Spider-Man, I think, is a unique challenge because of the state of the comic books right now. Like, Chris, right now, like Daredevil's coming up, right? X-Men, Victor was just talking about. He just finished the scripts, so like that's going to be coming eventually. But like, and there's definitely some expectations attached to projects like that, and they have their diehard fans. But neither of those properties are really mired in a mountain of shit. Neither of their fan bases are like perpetually living in a cycle of abuse, quite like fans of Spider-Man. So
I don't know if you heard about the Nick Lowe stuff.
Of course, I heard about the Nick Lowe stuff. I opened the stream talking about that actually.
How could you not?
I hopped on the stream and I said, "Hi everybody, I want to start by dropping my favorite slur," and then I said Nick Lowe's name, or no, I'm sorry, Zeb Wells' name, and it was great. I think with Spider-Man, it's interesting because I know that like any change I make has to be done so. People want our own take. I think that's like very clear. Like people want to see like our own reimagining, but I feel like I have to operate within a certain amount, like certain invisible boundaries. Like I can only, I'm like not a ping pong ball, a pinball, right? They're bumpers, and I have to like kind of operate inside those bumpers. I can bounce around and get crazy, but I have to respect the borders there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah.
Yeah, and
that's definitely how pinball works.
Well, no, I know if you spin out of control, you'll go off into the gutters. And
you see, Marvel's like pinball simply because The balls are Mr. Fantastic. Okay.
Mr. Fantastic's what? Hold on.
You know,
Some little philosophy for you.
both
Yeah, well, you figured out the trick. That I've also been.
Don't worry. Every story we write from now on is going to be amazing because we know the secret.
We got the pinball codes.
Yeah, right. Listen, we just no, if we're ever really strapped for viewership, we just go full scandalous and we talk about all the ways that Peter and Reed both use their superpowers in the bedroom.
Oh,
there's
well,
literally
I can't imagine Peter's would be too interesting. Actually,
Mr. Fantastic can turn into many dildos while Spider-Man gives people cancer.
Jack, let me explain to you why you're wrong. There's a comic in the 90s.
Silk.
I forget which issue it was.
Please tell me it's not Silk.
No.
Okay, good.
It didn't exist back then.
Yeah,
good.
For 5 minutes. But no, Spider-Man. It's a recounting of his origin. Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man explaining his powers to his then wife. The setup, I think, is like she goes to jokingly like attack him with a pillow in the middle of the night, and his spider sense kicks in, and he dodges the attack, and it starts this cutesy conversation between husband and wife, and she's like, "Oh boy, Tiger, your powers sure are neat," and wait. He just starts explaining like all the ways that his stuff works, and he starts talking about his wall climbing ability, and he says to her, every part of my body seems to have this ability. And she goes,
"Oh no."
That leads to some interesting areas for investigation. And he goes, "Maybe, but now is not the time to get into it."
I am very scared right now.
People who didn't read like stuff in especially the 90s with those two have no idea. They fucked all the time. Peter and Mary Jane were like 40 people in Marvel. It's ridiculous.
On the bed, on the floor, in the ground, on a towel behind the door.
But like, what about Paul though?
Yes.
Paul's obviously like way better.
Yes, like fucking yeah. I mean, look at his man bun.
Like it's really believable.
Do you remember that one time when for one panel they drew Paul like he was jacked as fuck?
It's not a self-insert, guys. It's not a self-insert.
Alright, so make him extremely jacked here, and then make him relatably skinny here.
Anytime I see a character, it's guys. He's like Peter, okay? He feels responsible for the genocide that he committed. They're practically the same character, guys.
What's a little genocide between friends?
Oh, God. That's topical. Oh, God. Yeah, no. Fuck Paul and his little man bun. I am so internet poisoned. Anytime I see a character with a man bun, I assume the worst.
Good. I mean, no one's gonna blame you.
Yeah,
he looks like that. He looks like that one drawing of, like Hulk, like hipster Hulk. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
God, I know exactly.
Yep. That one mainly came, I think, from like concept art for the movie on what Professor Hulk was going to look like.
Really?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that they had his hair in like a man bun for like one.
Yeah, they gave him a man bun and they gave him like 5 o'clock shadow.
I fucking love. I will say the way the Professor Hulk arc kind of went in the original comics in like the 80s, I think it was, or the early 90s. I really loved it because, because it's one of my favorite moments is, Hulk living it up like he's got it made. He's Bruce Banner, but he's in the body of the Hulk and he's got full control and he's like beloved. And he's been going on for a while. So he's feeling like secure. He's like fucking Betty all the time. I don't know how, but somehow they, like it happens.
Make it work,
Yeah, right. Yeah, sure.
He has to be very, very gentle.
Yeah, I guess.
Does Hulk consent?
Yeah, right.
No.
And well, they're at this point in the comics, they're like a unified
Hulk consent.
Except. So this is the thing. So at this point, the idea is that like, oh, now Bruce Banner is the dominant personality just in the Hulk's body, and it's like fucking rad. Yeah, and they're living it up for dozens of issues. This is the status quo. And then one day, Hulk supporting character Doc Samson with his fucking sexy green hair says to basically approaches Betty and is like, "Okay, Betty, we gotta get real here." And she's like, "What do you mean, Leonard? What's going on?" And it's like, "I'm gonna start talking because if I stop talking, you're gonna say something I'm not gonna like, and I don't want that." And he's like, "Betty, Bruce right now is all confident and awesome and suave, and he's dropping one-liners, and he's completely sure of himself, and da 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 da." Betty, when the fuck have you ever known Bruce Banner to act this way?
Mm.
And it's
so they had to like evolve him back.
No, you don't understand. It's a gigantic bombshell because the entire time for dozens and dozens of issues, it's like, it's Bruce Banner in the Hulk's body. And it's like, no, this has been a new personality the entire time.
Oh.
That's the
Which is who?
It's Professor Hulk. Professor Hulk is another Hulk. It
was never Green Scar. Like, he was gone the whole time.
Yeah, it's a horrifying moment during like a real fun-loving, like it's like that moment in Mark Waid's Daredevil where it's all swashbuckling fun, throwback to the '60s, beginnings of the comic thing, and if you're like me, you're like, Mark Waid's a good writer, but I need my Daredevil to have more angst. I don't know if I like this. And then after a dozen or more issues, Mark Waid goes, "Yeah, Matt's been lying to himself the entire fucking time. What are you talking about? It's Daredevil. He lives in misery. Surprise! I knew what book this was all along. I'm Mark Waid." So it's like that. It's horrifying, but it's such good writing because you, the reader, have like bought into it. You're like, "Oh yeah, Bruce is just in control of the Hulk now," and it's like, nah, that ain't Bruce, baby. He hasn't been here for a while, and it's like, oh no. Like,
apologies to anyone.
Dr. Banner isn't here right now, but if you'd like to make an appointment.
Yeah, God, nice. I love that line, by the way. Like Bruce shattered that man's
character that really was actually, non-grounded in the Nolan films, and it wasn't the immortal ninja.
Shit. Okay, here's my question. Do we forgive the somewhat racism inherent in Batman Begins because we took an originally I think Middle Eastern character and we made him Liam Neeson, but we used it for a misdirect by having Ken Watanabe appear as fake Ra's al Ghul?
No. I think anyone that knows me on a personal level will know. I never go soft on those movies, so that's definitely not one of those cases where I would either. So
it'd be one thing if it was without the surprise, because DC is generally racist with that in terms of how they draw Ra's al Ghul, how they cast Ra's al Ghul in animation, like all that stuff. Then the twist is basically that Bruce trusted the one white guy in this, monastery, and decided not to kill him.
Wait,
I don't kill white people.
Oh no!
He could have fooled me. I thought he was actually Arab.
Wait, you thought that Liam Neeson was Arab this whole time?
I know his acting is so good. It just convinced me.
He Tropic Thundered.
Yeah, it's too good.
Could also have other implications if they decided to get someone who actually is Arab or looks Arab enough, and he's the only person that Bruce Wayne actually trusts out of all of these Asian ninjas. That could also be an underlining tone too. Yeah. You never know.
Well, yeah, because it's all different. Yeah, there's not the same.
There's a reason why we never got
talks
Dark Knight
to him.
4.
He only keeps him alive.
There's a reason. It's because the execs saw the script and they're like, "You can't make this. It's super racist."
Watch me.
Well, I mean, if we know
Hold
that
my
Jeff,
beer.
I wonder if Jeff Loeb was in that room. If he was,
I like this too.
we know.
This is pretty good.
It's pretty good, guys. You read this yet?
Plus 2.
It needs more white people. My God, can you imagine if originally Ken Watanabe was actually Ra's al Ghul? And then
Yeah,
somebody like Jeff Loeb was like, "Hey,
No.
yeah, we need
Dude, we
white
need
in
a
here.
white guy. Hold on, what are you guys doing here?
Where's Liam Neeson?"
I mean, personally, Alexander Siddig is my favorite Ra's al Ghul. But,
and then
From
10,
Arrow?
15 years later, Liam Neeson admitted to going out and hunting for black people, which is
What?
oh, you didn't know about that?
Well, here's the context of the story.
Yeah, it's a little more sympathetic than I'm making it out to be for comedy purposes.
I really don't see how, but
Hold
yes,
on.
continue.
So
Oh my God.
the context of the story is that he had a friend who was sexually assaulted by a black person. And
I thought they were murdered. Okay, you could be right. I'm sorry.
I could have this wrong, but the point is
harmed in some way.
The point is his friend was harmed by a black person, and in a fit of rage, he was going to like just find like the nearest person just to take it out on, and then he stopped himself and he went back in and he talked to somebody about it, and then it's just a story that he kept away for a long time until he mentioned it for a movie that he did. I think it was
a Walk Among the Tombstones.
Walk Among the Tombstones, yeah. But it was like in a fit of rage that he once had.
I think it was actually. I think he said this is either better or worse depending on how you look at it. I think what he had said was actually that he was going out into the streets, like trying to use himself as bait for somebody to do a little.
Yeah.
That's what it
like
was.
He wanted something to happen.
Yeah, so he wasn't like specifically like I'm gonna just find the nearest black person and like kill the shit out of them, but it's more like I'm gonna make bait of myself for like hoodlum, who he is assuming is black, and so not
still wrong.
No. I'm saying it. There's a way you look at it. It's like kind of worse. But he's like
exactly.
he's trying to pull a death wish. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this is not your grandma's live stream.
Yeah, and this shit happens all the time. This is fine. He like outed this like in an interview, doing like the promo stuff for Walk Among the Tombstones, and the interviewer is like magnificently uncomfortable. She's like, "You're kind of
okay.
Liam. What about the movie?
Hey, you're kind of scaring, Liam.
Like you're kind of unpacking a lot right now."
Hey.
And he's like saying something about like, "Oh, I feel like I have to do like penance for it, or whatever." And it's like, well, I think you're going to. Miraculously, he faced like no backlash.
No,
for it,
yeah,
like,
I didn't
whatsoever.
really hear much about this.
None.
Well, it's because I don't know. Maybe they thought one POC to another. Like, okay, never mind. Bad joke.
Iconic actor Liam Neeson, according to Christopher Nolan. So.
Yeah.
It's okay when he does it,
Yeah.
God.
The only one that Bruce Wayne will save because of different complexions compared to others of his race. So.
He may not kill him, but he doesn't have to save him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, now I wouldn't save him either. Like,
oh shit!
That's the difference for him.
How far
give
down
him
is
one
your,
extra chance?
Chris? How far down has your subscriber count gone since we?
We're at 1 now.
Oh fuck! No,
We got it.
Time to rebuild.
Part 2.
Rebuild from the ashes.
Rebuild.
Aw,
New Iron Man #1 comes out tomorrow.
Jokes in this bag.
New Iron Man #1 comes out tomorrow, and it looks rad as
It
fuck.
does. Yes.
does it Wonder Woman come out too?
Yep.
Absolute Wonder Woman also comes out
so
tomorrow.
hyped.
Absolute Iron Man. Wonder Woman #1. Let's get it.
The only thing that I'm a little disappointed about with Absolute Wonder Woman is, from what I've seen, like all the fucking cover art looks so much better than the interiors to me. That's the only thing. I don't like what I've seen of the interior
Actually, I
art
haven't
that
looked
much.
at the interior. Let me see. Absolute.
It's
one
a
of
lot.
the really good ones, I guess.
Yeah, if it's
not a fan.
Absolute Woman. What is this?
Absolute woman.
Absolute
woman.
What?
Well,
It's not even Wonder Woman. It's just someone
Just some woman
like
they
Wonder
found.
Woman, and she just walks
That's
around.
the sequel. Yeah.
Absolute Woman.
That's the total evolution of DC's understanding of Diana. It just
yeah.
becomes Absolute Woman.
Did you find some other? Yeah, like
It's not becoming a wonder.
It's not bad in my opinion.
No, yeah.
it's not bad, but
It's
I
just
mean, like compare it
like
to
the cover, man. Like that's hard.
Yeah,
man.
that's all I'm
It's
saying.
good
Like,
stuff.
it's the interior art is so much flatter and duller
Are you
compared.
talking about the one with her on the like winged thing?
Yeah,
The cover. Yeah.
I guess that's for something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Absolute Wonder Woman. Yeah.
Kelly Thompson.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the writing's gonna be good.
Yeah.
There's only some books that are good. It's just some that are just really just I don't know, easily dated, at least, and straight up bad and edgy at the worst.
Wait, what are we talking about? I'm sorry.
Just the absolute universe overall there. Just, I don't know.
Batman was amazing. I don't know what you're talking about. That was it was great. One of the best comic books of the year. What are we talking about? Absolute Batman was awesome.
Absolutely.
Fucking love that book.
Was that sarcasm?
No, are you kidding me? Are we gonna fight? Oh, let's do it.
What are we doing here? What are we doing
No,
here?
I like it. I'm just wondering. Like,
Oh,
I didn't know what track we're on anymore.
No, I'm just on crack. It's fine. No, I love Absolute Batman.
Yeah.
Like, I thought it was amazing. I had.
Did you guys go on the live stream yesterday for Scott Snyder?
Oh,
no, I didn't see any of that. I didn't even know
on
he was doing it.
on the DC official Discord. He was on the thing.
Oh wow!
On the like Discord event stages.
Yeah.
So he had his. They're gonna do it for multiple creators. So
hey, we could
I guess
get him on,
if you're interested in that, maybe not.
Chris,
I mean, if we try really hard,
Chris,
maybe.
I'm actually I think you should reevaluate. Your channel is actually big. It does not take much size to get an
I know, like I've seen like there's like a Jed McKay interview from like somebody that's smaller than us. So yeah,
that's true.
We could.
I did watch like a lot of like 2,000 view Scott Snyder interviews.
Yeah, I mean,
I genuinely one of the things I've wanted to do. One of the things I've wanted to do in the future. I think we talked about this once, like with the Comic Crisis podcast. I'd like to actually try to maybe start small with like some really more approachable indie creaters, and then build up.
Good.
Don't go too fast, too quick, I guess.
But I fucking loved Absolute Batman. I thought it was.
That was nice. Yeah.
And I'm not a fan of what Zdarsky's doing right now, but in general, I like Batman the comic. Like I've read a lot of it. I think I actually.
Well, he's done now though.
Is it done? Is it done now, or is it about to be done?
Yeah, sure.
It is done now. Like they are moving on to a different concept.
I thought he was going.
I liked Warhead though. He was cool.
Like Bruce Wayne is now being criticized as a communist for being generous to the world, and
I'll be honest.
What?
There was a lot of things I didn't like a lot like the
well, in Blue Beetle, they did say that Batman was a fascist.
Fuck you, Frank Miller.
Frank.
I love so much of what Frank Miller has done, but he also has tainted Batman for the general public in so many ways, and it irritates me.
I just love Dark Knight too. It was like the best.
I know you're doing a bit. It's okay. No.
Jokes aside, I mean, I don't know what exactly happened with Frank Miller.
Dementia.
Yeah.
I personally don't like his new art.
He was
always nuts.
Oh, you don't like the super dick print? What are you talking about? You know,
no, it's no disrespect to him. It's just I like more of his work in the olden days.
Yeah,
I think there is I think style is one thing, but there's also just like a huge difference overall. Like you can look it up for yourself, like for the Daredevil stuff, and then compared to this. Or I guess his Wolverine cover. I'm sure some of you have seen it.
I mean, this is the thing. I've never given much of a fuck about Frank Miller's art. I've always been a huge fan of his writing.
Yeah.
Like that's Frank Miller is actually a huge It doesn't really show in Spider-Man because they're such different universes, but Frank Miller is actually a huge influence on me as a writer. It probably presents better in something like Ghost Rider, but I mean,
he's a genius. Like,
yeah. But I've never cared about his art. It's like the same, like, that's a little harsh. It's not that I don't care. I just don't like his art is not something I look at and go, oh my God. It's just like, it's functional. And then like some of his weirder, more abstract stuff where it's like shittier. Frank Miller's art at its worst to me looks like shittier JRJR art. Okay,
Yeah,
like
Yeah, that's
like
Not the best artist.
and I already can only do John Romita Jr. in certain contexts to begin with.
Yeah, I
I
like
mean, if you-
his stuff for freaking
His
Fanny
JMS run
Cocktail.
of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
His stuff in the '90s was fun.
Yeah.
I hate whenever he's done Superman. That's so jarring to me.
Oh boy.
His
Superman's just horrible. As a Superman fan, Superman never exists.
Yeah.
Superman
I think
aliens
maybe in
once
writing he
about-
just suffers more in terms of like sequels.
No, I think all of his writing after maybe Ronin.
Well, think
I
about
wanna say,
Dark,
when he,
there's
like,
Dark Knight
cratered.
2 and then there's Sin City 2.
Hmm.
Or I guess the sequel to Sin City.
There's actually like 7 Sin City books, funnily enough.
I know, but yeah,
or you
not
just haven't read the
good.
movie. Oh yeah.
I mean both, but yeah.
I mean the move. So the thing with Sin City, I feel, is even Sin City. Like I think the first volume of Sin City, which I guess is retroactively titled "The Dame to Kill For," and that's what the most of the first movie's based on. I think, which is really funny because I think then they called the second.
Yeah.
Just like the Alice in Wonderland movies, where they call the first movie Alice in Wonderland, and then the second one's called Looking Glass, even though the first movie was Looking Glass.
Exactly. But so like I think the
Iconic.
first volume of Sin City is dope as hell. I think it's really good, gritty street noir fiction. It's awesome. From what I remember of later books, that's when you can see the self-parody start to rear its head, you know.
I think maybe
Because All-Star Batman
is
and
also
Robin
an
was
issue.
early 2000s, was All-Star Batman and Robin. So it's like a very tight timetable, you know what I mean?
Thank you for reminding me of that. I completely forgot about it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, oh no.
But wait, what were you just saying? It reminded me of something.
I was just talking about how it's a very tight timetable between like
Oh, I was gonna say, I think another thing is like you can kind of see fan reaction, and then that kind of pressures you to write the story a certain way. And I think he does get a lot of that. Frank Miller is like he'll see how, because people responded to his books obviously, and I think that pressured him to like maybe go a completely different route in his following books, like because he didn't want to like box himself in. But that just only kind of made things worse, to be honest.
I thought it was, if anything, it's the opposite. I feel like part of the problem is that as Frank Miller's career went on, nobody wanted to tell Frankie no. And that's when
I think that's still almost true.
I feel like at a point it's like he's Frank Miller, he prints money, he shits gold. Like, let's just fucking let him do whatever he wants. If Frank shows up and says like, I want to write a book about, fucking Batman using batarangs to chop the heads off of terrorists or whatever, and screaming about how awesome America is.
Joe,
like,
take a look at the open chat.
Oh, hold on, let me pop it up. Sorry, I'm old and I forget how this works. That's beautiful. Oh God, dude, here's this panel. By the way, because we were talking earlier about like Batman and killing people and whatever in the fucking shitty ass Snyder movies. There's a panel that's got like Frank Miller, Tom King, I think Morrison was there. It's a bunch of Batman writers like on a panel, like sitting in a line. And they're asking shitty AI Punisher art is still in the pop-up chat that I shared months ago.
Oh my
God. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're at this panel and Frank Miller just starts talking about how like Batman could mean so many things to so many people. You could have him killing people, and it's still Batman. It's like,
well, I see how that impressed onto Snyder's version because he had said that inspired him.
He was like,
Yeah. He was harder than a diamond and an ice storm.
It's a fucking travesty, dude. I don't. But yeah. I don't know, man. But I am excited for Absolute Wonder Woman. I am
Yeah.
excited for
Oh yeah.
the new Iron Man book looks so cool. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I
shit?
do.
No.
I've read the previews. I've checked out everything.
Oh yeah,
I
you're
got
talking to the
prepared.
number one Iron Man fan here.
It looks.
Please elaborate.
Oh no! Hold on. I actually sometimes I think these are a bit cringe. I'm gonna put the fucking trailer they made in the pop-up chat because it's got the heavy metal music, and I feel like you
Yeah.
need
You need
the
the vibes.
Iron Man comic trailer. You
It
need
does
that.
look cool now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Here we go. When they dropped the previews for this, I went to Marvel.com and I got a print subscription immediately. Like I was so like. All right, check the pop-up chat. You got to see this shit. It's insane. I'm gonna watch it again because look at it. It's fucking beautiful.
Might as well.
Let
me tell you what went down. That was too.
Look at it. It's everything I love.
Whole barber.
So sick.
Oh, and you're saying this comes out tomorrow?
Yes.
Yep. Tomorrow.
And it's just titled Iron Man.
Yeah, it's the new run of Iron Man.
Yeah.
It's like some sort of fucking shit like seems to like happen to his armor and he has to go like really low tech but still Tony Stark.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Make this like pseudo medieval Iron Man armor.
Hell yeah.
God damn it. I wish that we put the podcast episode near this. I wish I was aware of it.
It was pretty close. Yeah.
Look at how cool this looks.
Yeah.
Wait for the end. Did you get to the end yet?
Not yet. I'm
okay,
I
wait for the
sped
end.
it up so I could see it faster. It does look sick.
Got the...
Wait for the money shot.
He's got a sword.
Yeah. Yup.
It's kind of a dumb premise, but it's awesome. So
Iron Man with a big ass sword.
exactly.
And this writer, Spencer.
Yeah.
So Spencer Ackerman. He is apparently, I didn't know who he was. So this Iron Man run is apparently about like Tony Stark versus Roxxon. It's Roxxon versus Stark Industries.
We love Roxxon here.
Oh yeah.
And Spencer Ackerman is like a renowned journalist known for fucking like writing about like corporate corruption and shit, I guess.
Why is that so many Marvel writers? Like also Nahisi Coates.
Maybe they're
as
trying
well.
to say something.
Right?
Maybe.
He might have some opinions.
Nulls of Liberty.
Bro, let's get Stone from Rolling Stone to write Marvel.
Right? Oh god. I can't lie. I'm so excited about this in a way like I rarely get excited about like new runs for comic books. I'm not even a huge Iron Man fan, and I'm like, I gotta see this.
Yeah,
so
right.
I'm definitely reading this.
I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. I have my digital edition pre-ordered, and my first issue should be in the mail any day now. I'm like, let's go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude, I think I'm gonna go get a copy of this like right afterward.
Yeah. Oh, hype, dude!
Yeah.
Iron Man with a big ass sword. Iron Man with a big ass sword. Like, it makes me go, why the fuck have we never done this,
Honestly,
man?
that's a great question.
Oh, we have, but yeah, not to this level.
Yeah, like, I mean, we've done like medieval Iron Man, right? But like,
Yeah.
this is like contemporary medieval Iron Man, if that makes sense. Like, it's
very steampunk vibes.
Yeah, it's modern day steampunk Iron Man. Like, and you know what I love? That none of the solicits give away any of the story.
It's true. Yeah.
It's literally just like
glad that they like
In the
Jesus
previews have kept it brief.
Christ,
But, yeah.
they did the opposite of what Terminator trailers do nowadays.
Sorry, I'm getting like really goofy about it. It really excites me. Like this just looks so cool. Like there's that scene in there where he's like facing off against like a gargantuan like mech suit, I think, or like I don't know if that's automated or if there's a guy in there, but there's like the one shot of him like facing down against like just a giant Iron Man villain guy, I guess. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? That looks awesome. Like, it looks so cool. I can't wait. I'm gonna get the first issue, and it's gonna be a bunch of people sitting around in boardrooms talking to each other. I'll be like, peace writing. Let's go.
Yeah. Some of that. Yeah.
Well, it's an Iron Man book. You need that. Yeah. If people aren't like sitting around in business meetings yelling at each other in my Iron Man book, I'm gonna be fucking mad. I'm gonna get mad.
Yeah.
Like a year ago, we had that conversation. Remember, Chris, where we were talking about like the dramatic potential of just Tony Stark in a boardroom. Yeah, we had a whole conversation about that. I think. The first podcast I tried to do, the Valiant voice casts. I think we talked about it on that one episode. Yeah. Now we're doing Comic Crisis instead.
Oh yeah.
Shit. Don't give away your thoughts, but like, just I take it you really like the bouts. I take it.
Oh
Chris.
yeah. That was sick, man. I was really into that, especially like the final like 3-ish issues are like really freaking good.
Well, that's because that's when the lid like blows off and you start to realize what the book is actually about, and you're like, oh my god.
Yes.
Who knew that the book about a stoner turned superhero would be like having a fucking a trip unto itself?
Right. Man, it's got some
Hey, what comics are you guys reading right now?
Currently, New Iron Man, Ultimate Spider-Man, Absolute Batman.
Real.
I'm gonna jump back on Batman, the mainline Batman, because I'm interested to see where it goes. I'm not picking up Spider-Man again until they fucking change the creative team.
Well, soon. Cross your fingers, you know.
Yeah, after that fucking panel, we'll see. Like, well, I don't count 8 deaths. I wanted to see who the new
transitional.
That's also if the new creator is Joe Kelly, I'm just gonna kill myself.
Kill him 2 more times while you're at it. Like, I need him dead.
I think House of Harkness is a big one I'm reading right now.
Oh, is it?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's a new story on Marvel Unlimited. Basically, a sort of Harry Potter teenage setup of like all the Marvel magic characters.
Let me get some Wiccans in
there.
there.
No, he's not in there because Wanda is also a teenager in the setup. So like,
oh, okay. I was wondering if they were like putting in Wiccan because he's like currently on Agatha.
Well, I mean, they obviously have Agatha Harkness herself because, like, that's the name of the school.
Yeah.
And like, why they made the book is because of her.
That's a good reason.
But, yeah, like, and she has like a rivalry there with Wanda, but like, I know there's no Wiccan because, like, that's kind of hard to do. Characters like Nico are there though, Nico Minoru from the Runaways,
Cool.
but no Wiccan, no Speed. Well, Speed isn't magic anyway, but yeah.
Is Ileana there by any chance?
Oh.
Not yet. I'll have to read further, but like hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I hear Nico now, and because of the Midnight Suns video game, I go like, oh
shit. Those two being a couple of more things.
Comic that like had pretty much everyone you guys are talking about. Or maybe not a tie-in comic, but like with like brand synergy. Pretty interesting.
Ooh.
What about you, Funny Hatter?
Oh yeah, Mr. Hatter, what do you got cooking over there?
He doesn't read. What are you talking about?
He just talks about hats.
Yeah, I just talk about things that I watch. No, I haven't been reading anything like in a while, but I'm definitely gonna go pick up Iron Man tomorrow.
Yeah. We got to convert.
That I was always planning on, but I haven't started yet. So
it works.
There's gonna be a podcast episode soon. Like, all right, guys, we need to talk about the new Iron Man.
Stop what you're doing. Get on the fucking computer right now.
New idea, yeah. And Chris.
Yeah, I've been really getting into some Bendis stuff. So I've been reading
really?
Avengers Assemble. Yeah, it's been fun.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I still need to read the original Ultimates.
Ah.
I don't know. I heard good stuff about it. I mean, I know people like hate it, but it's okay.
Oh well, there's good reason because I've read it.
Yeah, good work.
Well, can you try to elaborate? Because maybe I shouldn't read it.
It's very of its time.
Well, now's your time to tell me.
It's
before I go full Bendis head mode.
I don't normally tell people like don't read something. I just don't think it's very good. It's very cynical and it's very I don't know if shock value is the right term. You know what it is? I hate to use the term edgy because I feel like it has been abused well past the point of meaning anything. Nowadays, I think most of the time, if I hear edgy, it just means,
Shadow the Hedgehog.
a character is darker and gruffer and like has some edges to him. So like, we're calling it edgy, and it's like,
And to me, it's like if there's just really no substance to
and I think that's Ultimates. I think Ultimates, especially the sequels, has what
I just love your description of you're talking about like in the Ultimate Universe, like Ultimate Spider-Man, right? Like the Ultimates instead of the Avengers.
Yeah.
Dude, oh my god, because with like Ultimate X-Men and like especially the way that they Wolverine.
I think I have actually, funnily enough, the entire 100-something issue collection of Ultimate X-Men. That is a run that is edgy as fuck.
Oh yeah.
But there are moments in it that I really enjoy. I think Ultimates by and large is almost completely fucking edgy trash. Like
the new one, however, though, you got to check that one out.
The new one is
that
something
one is great.
Amazing. It's incredible, and Denise Camp is the patron saint of comic book.
Yes,
getting like fucking
Martian Manhunter.
I love what they're doing just in general. It's good.
Yeah, no, it's great.
I love the
it's great. They're all the books that I've only read Ultimate Spider-Man and Ultimates, to be fair, but from what I'm drawing also from what I've heard of Ultimate X-Men. Eventually I want to read new Ultimate X-Men. But
and there's Black Panther as well.
Oh yeah, and Black Panther. I read the first issue of Black Panther and I found it boring as fuck because it just looked like more Black Panther to me. Like, I don't think it's bad. I just wasn't that interested in it because it just read like it could just be another Black Panther book, and I'm like, I don't really understand what's being
No,
said
but
here.
like Moon Knight's the villain, so like it's different.
Yeah,
it's different there. It's also different in like the fact that he previously was not like Black Panther too often.
Yeah,
like,
I get it. I guess that's just not enough to hook me. But I'm also not like a huge Black Panther fan, so that's part of it too. I'm not like lining up to like
I found some intrigue there.
I think that's fair. I don't think it's a bad book. It just wasn't enough where I'm like, I'll come back to this later. You know what I mean? I'll circle back. Maybe once the first year is up and there's a good meaty collection of like 12 issues for me to like dive into. You know what I mean? Like 2 trades. But so what I love is that all the books from what I've seen and heard are dealing with like very like specific themes and ideas. Like they are all about something, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I don't think a theme is what makes or breaks a story. I just really appreciate when a story very clearly has an idea that it wants to talk about. And,
it is a subversion, obviously.
Well, like,
but yeah, I've been reading the newest World's Finest. And I'm like 13 issues in.
Yeah,
pretty good.
That's about where I fell off, and I've been meaning to get back on. I
like Metamorpho. He's cool.
Yeah, Dan Mora's art slaps. Like
I know, like every like page, I just want to like look at it, but like I also know I'm never gonna finish it if I do. So,
thank you for
like especially this issue. Like it's just the most random. Like it could be the most random thing, and it will look so good. Like Batman could be like sitting on a couch, and you're like, "This is the best Batman's ever looked sitting on a couch."
Hold on, farewell.
It's great though.
Man, Star was a trooper, like listening to a bunch of nerds, hours left. He had like no reference for. You knew what this was, my dear.
Thank you for joining this story.
No, it was cool to have her here. I think it's cool that she like sat around and vibed with us for as long as she did.
That was nice.
But yeah, no. It's got to be intimidating. Like, fuck, we're all like such like fucking super passionate nerds, and it's like,
what are they talking about?
Yeah, it's like listening to people talk in a different language. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
It's weird sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, not for us, but like for them. Like,
I mean, sometimes it can be weird. Like, but yeah.
If you're a coward, are you a
if you enjoy Zeb Wells, right? Okay.
Oh man, fucking.
We can only talk about the man so much before he breaks. So
apparently he was like malfunctioning up on stage. So like
he was on stage.
The cracks are getting larger.
Yeah, fucking like that was the. Wait, am I
You're thinking of low. You're thinking of low.
Was it low? Was it? Yeah, low was.
Yeah,
on.
it was low.
My bad. Yeah, no. Oh, that's right. He literally told Zeb Wells not to go to conventions for fear of his own safety.
Yup.
It's like,
Yup.
yeah. God, I'll tell you. This is something I've been wanting to rant about for a minute, so I'm actually gonna grab the soapbox and talk about this shit because it bugs the fuck out of me.
Oh yeah.
The death threats discourse.
Oh.
What?
So okay, you've all seen this. Every time. Okay, hold on. Let me be super clear because this is the internet. We are live, and I just want to cover my bases here. Death threats are horrible. Don't do them. I hate them. Okay, like I don't think you're cool if you're doing genuine death threats, or I don't even think it's cool to like fucking like joke about death threats. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill your family. I'm gonna kill your baby. You're being trashy. Don't do it. You don't help yourself. You don't help others. You're just being an asshole. It's all bad.
I mean, I do think it depends on the severity of who the person is, but yes, I agree.
No, I also agree with that. Yes, I don't think all death threats are created equal. I think like if I'm like fucking like just sitting here, and I also think tone matters.
Like if we're talking about Adolf Hitler versus like the Teletubbies,
I think that's fine. Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah, I think it's fine to say like I'm gonna fucking take this time machine and go kill Hitler. Like I think that's fine.
Yeah.
So, and Matt, I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Well, FBI, that was a joke. If you're listening.
Well, Teletubbies is almost there, but not quite. So
satire hat's back on.
So
yeah.
FBI's coming in with their guns, and I'm like, ah. Satire.
Look at the hat. Look at the hat. Yep, there you go. Get out.
So
get out of here.
So, but every time there's like spirited online discourse, and it's like, oh, the death threats have to stop, and I'm gonna be real. I feel like it's so disingenuous, like 90% of the time, because I feel what happens is a lot of public figures use death threats as a shield against criticism, and I don't mean that death threats are cool. I want to reiterate that because again, this is the internet and we're live. This is like recorded for posterity. I
think I may know who you are speaking of, and yeah.
I'm speaking of multiple instances, but yeah. There's been many
initials TT.
Say who? Tom Taylor? Is that what you're talking about? That wasn't what I was thinking. No, Tom Taylor's done it. There's been other characters that have done. There's been discourse about
I'm not gonna go out and say that, but I mean, I'm not gonna rule it out.
Threaten the man's life. Who gives a fuck? I'm saying you shouldn't do it, but I'm also
no. I mean, like, I wouldn't go out and say that they're using it as a shield per se, but I wouldn't rule that out specifically.
I'm generally. I think there is this tendency to, when I say using it as a shield. Here's the thing. I grew up in the age of the internet. People have been telling me to kill myself since I was a wee lad. People have been saying they're gonna fuck my mom and shoot my dog as long as I have been online. So the idea of being so gripped by genuine terror. Oh my god, these crazy nerds are going to kill me. Like in the annals of comic book history.
No chance.
How many times has that actually fucking happened? It has happened, I think, once or twice. In like
hundreds of years.
Yeah,
that's probably the only organized effort.
Yeah. And it just, there's a point where you look at it and you just go like, I'm sorry, shut the fuck up. Like it's
I have absolutely no comment on this.
Good, that's fine. I'm talking. It's like you can be quiet and I'll take the heat because I need to get this off my chest. It's fine. You can disavow. But I don't think it's cool to like harass people or like threaten their lives. I think you're scum if you do that. But I also think it's just really disingenuous and frustrating when, you'll look at the Spider Office. The situation with Spider-Man is completely fucked. The fans are being treated like shit, and there's so much rhetoric. Oh, Spider-Man fans will never be happy. Meanwhile, Ultimate Spider-Man is selling like it's fucking made of gold. So happy. And it like it's so objectively provably false. That's the funny thing. It's like and then tied in with that, it's anytime you start criticizing editorial, you'll have the fucking people who want jobs at Marvel coming out in droves being like, they're threatening these people the death none of those are real. Okay.
No way.
Well, if they're real, show receipts. Show the people who are like
there
call them
never
out.
is. There
Certainly
never
should
is.
not keep people from getting jobs at Marvel. That definitely is disingenuous on the workforce.
Wait, what? What are we talking about? I'm sorry, what?
Unlike the whole thing on earlier on the keeping new people from getting into Marvel.
Oh yeah, like if you've because I was talking about how I've been very critical of Marvel, so I genuinely don't think I'd ever get. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I agree.
That should not be a reason for why people don't get in.
No, I agree, but I also am not naive. I know how it actually works, so I'm kind of like,
they're not getting in because they're a future sniper of our operations.
Oh, you want to be a writer here? Well, you said this about 5 years ago, so
yeah.
Sorry,
I mean, to be fair, if you want
to kill one of us,
I mean, I think. Listen, I didn't try to kill Nick Lowe. I thought about it a lot. Okay?
Listen, you dumb fuck. Yeah, bye. You're not working here.
Yeah. Well, it's also, and again, there's no level where it's like death threats are justified. But again, using the Spider-Man example, it's like you literally are antagonizing fans. And you're literally opening 2 years ago, opened up with jokes about how after they read your story, I wouldn't go to cons, man. I'd worry about your safety. It's so to then be they're being so mean to me, they're bullying me, they're threatening my life.
I mean, I just think Nick Lowe's in his own universe at this point. I don't know. There's just a different level of deflection. I don't think I've seen in a human being, or I guess denial.
Yes,
maybe.
Yeah. No, it's petulance. He's being a little man baby because he's being sullen is what it is. He knows that it's fucked. I think they genuinely. So here's the thing. I don't agree with the people that say we're guaranteed changes and that the better times are coming soon. I don't know if I want to go that far, but I do believe that they know that they fucked up.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean they're going to change shit, but I definitely think that they've been actually. I believe 100% there've been conversations guys. I think fuck Jesus Christ,
so. Can't tell that to the audience,
especially with Ultimate Spider. That's the thing. I don't think Ultimate Spider-Man is going to save the status quo of the Spider books, but I think
it's unrelated, frankly, at its own universe with its own conditions, No, it's not the actual reset point there.
Oh yeah, no, but I mean, but
as far as sales and stuff, it's what 6
sales
printings or
and
whatever?
and a conversation about fandom and what sells and what they want, and creative direction.
Shows a Spider-Man that is under a completely different story with none of the baggage, and its own pre-established continuity. Itself that doesn't exist.
But that's not why.
So that doesn't really prove anything.
I disagree. We're gonna fight again. That's not why the book sold like crazy, Victor. The book sold like crazy because it was a married Peter Parker who was middle-aged and had children. There it is. That's why it sold like crazy. And I know this because that was a shitload of discourse when it came out. Other people tried to say what you said, and resoundingly, it was, no, that's not why.
I'm not saying that was the reason that it was successful. I'm saying that's the reason it doesn't translate to, just copy-paste this to this, and suddenly...
But I never said
the Amazing Book would work.
Yeah, but I never said copy and paste. I'm saying if you're a creative and you can't look at Ultimate Spider-Man and then look at what people have been saying about the mainline book for the last 20 fucking years, if you look at those and you as a creative person in the position to make decisions are going these are completely unrelated entities, you need to leave the office immediately.
It's very much
those are completely intertwined. These very much have everything to do with one another.
Yep.
They are absolutely tied.
Some jabs in there too.
It's an incredibly meta book. By its very conception, it's Amazing Spider-Man. I'm sorry. They know everything that's going on in that book. I know that it's edited by Will Moss and everything. That's great. Will Moss for president. Okay.
Hey.
You fucking cannot. I will never believe that they're not like fucking looking at that book and like fucking sweating bullets and like, Jesus fucking Christ.
What do we
fucking
do?
goddamn it. Because it stands in contrast to everything they've been saying for years. Like,
and the thing is that there's no response to it. There's no way to respond.
mm-hmm.
Other than be like, yeah, they're doing great over there.
Yep. Even Dan Slott, by the way, has shut the fuck up on the message board. Anybody notice that?
Impossible.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. No, he hasn't said shit in weeks. None of
well,
it.
now we're getting old. Now we're gonna get
Now-
Ultimate Spider Boy.
Well, then I'm gonna kill myself for the fifth.
Now you know it's getting really serious if Dan Slott shuts up.
Oh yeah, no, all his bullshit on CBR has dried up. It's unless I missed a whole shitload of it, which is unlikely because it's usually all over my fucking timeline. He's shut the fuck up. All his alts that he claims are not his alts, they've all shut the fuck up.
How much lore is there to Dan Slott, man?
Too much. He's too fat and too loud and too awful.
Oh no.
Fucking, I'm fat myself, so I can call him fat. He's an awful human being. I genuinely think Dan Slott's like a really bad person who like harasses people and doxes people.
It's so interesting though. He had like this. I know you guys probably heard like not Amazing Spider-Man, but just this run called Spider-Man.
Yeah,
like only called Spider-Man. Like I never heard anyone talk about that. I'm like, guys, this is like Detective Comics and Batman, but like if no one read Detective Comics.
Wait, did you say Spider-Man or Spider-Men?
No, it's just called Spider-Man.
Yeah, no, that's been around for a while. I mean, well, and then it was recently relaunched with Dan Slott at the helm.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like his run in specific.
It was pretty ass. Like I don't think anyone liked it very much. Like,
well, I think if you're a headliner as well as Spider-Man and you're going concurrently with that, it can't be any much better. Maybe. I mean, if it's Slott.
Yeah. Well, this goes back to what I was saying. I don't think you were here, but I was talking about this at the beginning of the stream tonight. That like it's very obvious that like they have to do this continual revolving door of talent because nobody wants to touch Amazing.
Yeah.
It's
I get that.
Yeah, because it's and they try to say it's because of fan pressure, and it's like no, it's because they can't have freedom on it. Like, editorial will only let the. I was talking about being the pinball in the machine. They're the bowling ball going down the fucking the bowling alley at the
straight into the pinball machine.
They went to the snack bar, motherfucker. Like well, that was the Nick Spencer run, right? He was he was swinging for the snack bar, and they went, "What the fuck?" And they put the bumpers on at the very end.
Get back in there.
They didn't just police him; they put the bumpers down and they held the gun.
Locked him in.
So many analogies today. We could like make a whole movie of just about that.
Right? The pinball analogy movie.
Dude, it's so crazy that at the end of Spencer's run, he literally was like, "Yeah, Mayday is gonna fucking fuck up Mephisto someday," and that's why he had to like marriage Peter Parker and Mary Jane. And it's like, that's insane. I love it. We're never gonna see that. Though.
Yeah.
I don't know. If I get my job at Marvel in 20 years, I'll make it happen.
Oh, he is. Save us, Joe.
There's a. I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Going back on your comment, like with how. Oh, okay. So going back on your comment with like people talking back to their customers, I don't know what the hell it is, but for some reason it's not just like comic book writers. It almost seems like anybody that's like working in any form of entertainment that lets this. Recently, now this isn't like death threats related, but it did.
Hatter, you're cutting in and out, but I'm sorry, we're losing
catch
a lot
my
of
interest. If you heard about this, like last. Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, and there we go.
Is that better?
Well, talk for a little bit. Let's see.
Now.
So start your pitch over again.
Okay. So going back to people in entertainment, how they talk back to their customers. I
Oh.
okay,
Oh, no.
is it still bad?
Wait a little bit.
A little
I want to
bit.
hear what you have to say. I'm
no,
intrigued.
please.
Keep trying. Keep trying.
Maybe give it another go.
Yep. Oh.
Nothing, nada.
Oh,
If you're
no.
trying to talk, we can't hear you. So
Wait. He was talking. Okay, hold on.
How about now? How's it sound?
So, we'll give it another try. We'll see. Just like talk your shit, King.
Okay, so stop me if it starts sounding bad again. But going back onto what you were saying about people in entertainment talking back to their customers,
Right.
I don't know what it is, why they think that they can just talk to their customers in such a negative way and then antagonistic way. So like last week, I don't know if you guys heard about like the story of like the actor who is starring in the Wicked movie, who is like the Wicked Witch of the West.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Someone made okay, so you guys can hear me. Great. So someone made a fan made like edit of the poster that they're doing for the movie to make it look like the Broadway poster on like the playbill, right?
Okay.
And the actor she lost her fucking shit, like saying this is the most offensive thing that I've ever seen, and you're covering my eyes means that you're erasing me, and this is an attack on me. Blah blah blah. In it, I don't know what's going through her head, but like, congratulations, you just lost a good portion of like your returns for this movie, and I honestly don't understand like why aren't like their PR agents like talking to these people? Like what gives them the idea? Like who is not teaching these people the very simple rule in business? Do not bite the hand that feeds you. How has this gotten lost in translation?
Yeah, no, I think I agree with that. That doesn't mean like give the audience whatever they want. It doesn't mean put up with abuse or mistreatment.
One thing, as someone who does work in Photoshop and stuff like that, it isn't the best poster, really, even like as a tribute.
Okay, but does
it's
it
not really the actual melding of both worlds?
Does it warrant the fucking meltdown?
Yeah, it isn't warranting like actually responding to it. It's just like any other terrible Photoshop stuff. You just ignore it. Like,
and I think to say it was worse than
like
AI is kind of crazy.
Yeah,
or like a fake AI fight. I'm like, that's honestly low key disrespectful. Like,
yeah. Well, it also sounds like maybe this does matter too, at least to me. Was this meant to be like, oh, I fixed it, or was this meant to be cool fan art?
I mean, the creator had come out and said that
they're trying because the artist was trying to make it look like the Broadway poster, like just taking the likeness and then just moving it around to like make like the red lipstick.
Right.
And
No,
then,
but
like,
so it was meant to be fan art, not the actress doesn't look like she's
right.
I'm going to fix it. Okay. Because we've seen some of that too, and that would have been a little bit more cringe. I feel if it was like, oh yeah, okay. So no, this was like someone who just like, oh, I'm gonna do a fun edit to call back to the Wicked poster.
Exactly. It was a fan of the Broadway musical and said, I wanted to make it look like the Broadway poster. It was like no negativity. There was no intention for like ill will. It was just, I'm a fan of this and I wanted to do this. And then like the actor just had like a fucking meltdown over this. And it was just completely unwarranted. And for some reason I see this in like a lot of actors, writers, directors like bring up like what you were saying, like excuses to either avoid criticism or just kind of just boost their own ego. And I don't understand like who are not talking to these people. Like how's Bob Iger not like bringing down like the wrath of God onto like anybody that's like talking back like on Twitter, like say like when like the fucking Acolyte show got canceled. There was like, it showed that there wasn't as much like of a big viewership as like compared to the other Star Wars shows. But then when like people like that were working on the Acolyte were lashing out the fans saying, oh, they're racist and sexist if they didn't like the show, or like Amanda Stenberg, the lead in the show, to where she made a diss track towards fans of Star Wars who didn't like the Acolyte. It's like, how was she not fired? how are these people like going with impunity, is saying whatever they want, as if it almost seems like they think themselves gods amongst men.
I think that maybe is a little hyperbolic, but I get what you mean.
Yeah, that's overboard, and frankly, the fan base has gone overboard too.
I mean, so speaking as an actor who takes the voice acting shit like pretty seriously, the first thing I'll say is, you kind of have to be an egotistical maniac to a point to like do this shit. You have to have an ego.
Well,
you have to have like a certain like like real. It doesn't mean you have to be like a bad person, but like I know, like for example, there's some things I'm pretty vain about. Like I don't normally audition for like anything below like a super important like supporting character. For instance, I'm like, nah, I don't audition to play actor, and that's like a small...
maybe don't group us in, but yes.
No, I know people that are worse than me. I'm copping to a thing where I'm like, I don't waste my time on small shit. You know, it's not that I don't respect those roles. It's just not what I want to play. I want to be a star, baby. So I go for stuff that's a little bit meatier. I know people that are 10 times worse than what I just said. You know what I mean? Like,
oh boy.
So I can understand to a point that, like, of course, some of these people have very big reactions and they can have a really inflated sense of importance because their entire job is being the center of attention. It's kind of like an egocentric lifestyle almost by design. I also know, like, using the Star Wars thing as an example, right? Because Star Wars has been at the center of this discourse for the last 10 years. So fuck the new Star Wars stuff, to be honest. Like, except for the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian, you're not gonna fucking hear much argument from me, okay? As somebody who, when I was more moderate, somewhat conservative in some ways, I cringe thinking about it now. I was in those circles. I know some of the shit that was said because I was there. I do know that there was a lot of racism and sexism abound, even from people that said they weren't being racist and sexist. But I also know what I thought then, and I still think now, I think it's a huge fucking problem when you latch on to those racist, sexist, problematic voices, and you go, that's all my critics. Star Wars fans are a bunch of racist assholes. Spider-Man fans are a bunch of school shooters in wait. People criticizing me for shit talking this artist who worked on the Wicked poster, like you're all fucking erasing me and you're bad. I think there's a world where you could and should be able to, and should generally do both. You can be like, hey, if you're racist and sexist, you can fuck right off. I don't want your money. We don't want your money. I think that is a principled stance to take. I don't think that is a problem. I think that's based and cool. I think the problem I have is when you use that brush to wipe away all criticism, that's when I lose my mind. Where if you're like, I don't like what this is going on. I use the example all the time. I will talk at length about some of the problems I have with what Miles has done to the cultural zeitgeist to Spider-Man, and I will not mention race at all. And I remember this one pundit. I had this conversation with a few months ago on Twitter where I was talking about how, like, I'm not a huge Miles fan, even though I respect his importance and understand what he's done for a lot of other people that I've met and spoken to, and I think that's cool. But, like, I have a lot of problems for what he's done to the brands and how he's impacted Peter and all this other stuff. And I also don't like when legacy characters generally operate in the same space as the originals. It bothers me. I've never liked it. And I'm like dropping all these fucking examples of like white characters, I'm like, I fucking hate when multiple Flashes exist in the same city. It gives me an aneurysm,
I'm sure you were jazzed during Secret Wars.
What's up?
I'm sure you were jazzed during like Ultimatum and Secret Wars.
Yeah, fuck. Well, Secret Wars is a little different because Secret Wars is like an event about that kind of. It's about like slamming. But I want to finish my point. I don't want to get too lost in the sauce on a tangent. But like, I went into this whole thing where I was explaining like one of my main pet peeves is I didn't like Batman Incorporated when all of them would be fucking running around. I never wanted Batman and Dick being Batman in Gotham City at the same time. I hate that shit. Weird. I never want to see the meme where you call the superhero's name and then multiple people turn their heads. It just bugs me. I find it hokey and annoying. I don't like it. I never have. I grew up with Ben Reilly as Spider-Man the first time I saw
But Hawkeye,
Fuck. I don't like Kate and Clint in the same room either. Okay, I want to fuck with one of them. I don't care which one it is. I don't want them both there. But like, I grew up with Ben Reilly. I love Ben Reilly. I hate what they've done to him recently, but I love Ben Reilly. When the Beyond era started, I was like, oh, cool. Let Peter recuperate doing this. I'm so glad that they're not both running around in the book together at the same time now. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, so I feel like I couldn't have been more clear. It's not a race thing. And the guy like just turned on me and was like, I think you're just racist. I'm like, I don't know how much more I could prove to you. Okay, that's the epitome of bad faith. And that's what I feel like a lot of that discourse happens. I'm not saying that bad actors don't exist, because they absolutely do. And I really feel like we do ourselves a disservice when we act like there aren't, like, you know, especially when we're talking about Star Wars fans. That fan base is like, I don't think the whole fan base is awful by any stretch. I don't even think it's the majority. I would say there is a loud contingent. It's probably a minority, but there is a loud contingent of toxic Star Wars fans on the internet, and I can't imagine what it feels like to have them coming after you.
That's pretty terrifying.
I'm sorry, but they receive like constant death threats every time any one of them gets announced for a project. Like,
I don't think that's the majority of Star Wars fans, though, is my point. I don't have a problem calling that shit out. I'm agreeing with Hatter in so much as I think it's annoying as fuck when, you know, you take those things. Yeah, oh, they receive constant death threats. Yeah, Star Wars fans are in the millions, okay? Like, this goes back to my thing about death threats, where I'm like, all right, but let's take this all in context. Let's measure this out and be sensible. We get so emotional about it, understandably, that I feel like we lose all sense. And it creates this environment where you can't engage. Any criticism gets quickly swept up under this idea of like, racist, sexist people who want to kill me and eat my baby. So I think I agree with Hatter up to a point. I think it's a nuanced issue. But
that's a problem when they take over review spaces in general. Mm-hmm. Like, they prove that right, and they literally seek it out. It's not like they're going like, you know, oh, well, we're actually small and we're going to admit that. It's like, no, they want to be seen as this majority power. And
wait, of course they do. This is not some grand reveal. The Fandom Menace took pride in calling themselves the Fandom Menace and being like, we are a legion. What do you... That's... yeah, obviously. Of course they want to be known and seen as this big Goliath. Like, but it's also...
It's reviewing any sort of space of actual discussion of any of these projects. Like, anything. Any piece of media, basically.
Yeah, because any substantially... large enough fan base is going to have a toxic component, and they're going. And by the way, like, the only people that talk about media online, by and large, are people that are passionate about it. That's the other component. I don't know if enough people realize this. Normies don't talk about media that they consume; they just consume it. The vast majority of people that go to watch movies...
that's why when you watch Nerdrotic, you'll see he has like 50 million action figures of all the characters he says he hates.
Yeah, right? Yeah, no, actually, that's a great fucking point. That racist fucking piece of shit has like a shrine in back of him. Like, that's not a normal consumer of this media. Normal people do not talk... Do you know how normal people talk about media they consume?
What
did you think of that? What did you think of that movie? Yeah, it was pretty
good.
We're all a bunch of fucking neurodivergent lunatics. We'll sit here and we'll fucking... Oh, and Jack is normal, okay? Whatever. He's like, we're all all the cool ones here are neurodivergent lunatics who will speak...
Except for the critical drinker. Screw him.
Yeah, right? Like, well, yeah, he's off. He also has nothing substantive to say anyway. He's such a loser. But
he does not actually watch the material that he reviews and hates on. Like,
yeah, but like, that's my point. You got to remember, the vast majority of any fan base has nothing to say about the shit they watch. They just go, yeah, it's cool. If you are looking at any response of any fucking passion, of course it's going to seem like, oh my god, there's this overwhelming amount of toxicity. Because you're looking at a subset of a subset within a massive fucking group. So you're dealing with percentages, you know? Also, what fucking articles are going to get written online about, like, reviewer goes online and says the new Star Wars movies are great.
True.
Click here to see more.
Nobody's gonna write that fucking article, Victor. Nobody cares about that. They will write this article though about some fucking idiot in a fucking shitty Doctor Doom mask calling himself Doomcock, going like fucking. I heard a rumor that fucking Kathleen Kennedy has a collection of men's.
Well, she's
testicles.
gonna get fired this time.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, like no, that's article worthy because that's what sells. So we create this fucking chamber of like, oh, there's so many horrible people out there. There are and there aren't. There are, but like it's
these are not real people. Like
you're never going to get away from them. So at a certain point, I think that when we're bitching about it, it's not that they should be allowed to do their nonsense. They should be held accountable. But I have a problem when we operate like we can't have nice things because these terrible people exist. And they're never going to go away. That is a world that will never exist. So you need to shit or get off the pot. I don't mean put up with abuse. I don't mean fucking allow yourself to be mistreated. Tell them to kill themselves. That's great. Do it. I encourage you. That's amazing. You should beat the fuck out of them in a video game.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Yeah. But don't like fucking just be like, ah, my life. And there are people that, you know, we look at the Rose Tico situation. I'm blanking on the woman's real name. I feel so bad. What was the actress's name?
Kelly Marie Tran.
Kelly Marie Tran. That poor woman.
Never mind.
Holy shit. That's disgusting.
Jar Jar treatment.
Yeah, she got the Jar Jar treatment. That's another thing. Jar Jar Binks. Fucking Anakin Skywalker. And actually, I feel like that like further proves my point. This is not about like racist, sexist generally. It's about like a certain subset of overly passionate fans that have always been here who need to go outside, who are so just such high-strung losers. They lose their fucking minds. They have no empathy. They're so disconnected and they attack children, you know? Like
it's a general thing, but it also like has been combined with topics of like sexism and racism too.
Well, no, I said those things exist. It's not a new phenomenon. It's always been here, and it will always be here in any fandom that is large enough. You know, that behavior is not okay. I just get annoyed when we pearl clutch and we have to go, oh my god, I can't believe these fans. Like, Star Wars is one of the fucking largest fucking fan bases on the planet. What do you expect? What do you think? Everyone's going to be...
There's another side to it as well. Like, because... I'm always going to be the last person to defend Disney, but if you look at, I guess a good example, this is Obi-Wan Kenobi, the show. Like, obviously there was a lot of racism towards that actor.
Sure.
So here's the thing is that typically you're not ever going to see a company talking about criticism of the show. Right. You're not going to hear them say, well, sorry, our show was bad, because then people aren't going to want to buy your product. Okay.
Right.
Sorry. But the thing is that it's easy to misconstrue that as them saying that that's the only criticism, because obviously that's the only thing they're going to call out, because that's the only thing that's like, I mean, you know what I mean? They're not going to call out actual criticism. They're going to call that out because it's horrible and they should. And they're not going to call it criticism because it makes their product look bad.
I made a mistake in how I was framing my argument, and dang it, you've actually just like pointed it out. So I wasn't quite as clear as I could have been. I don't even necessarily just mean like companies, because obviously, right, they're not going to like come out and be like, I'm sorry, we made Luke Skywalker a shadow of his former self. We're gonna go. I'm gonna go have my PA. I'm gonna go have my PA punch me in the balls until I feel sorry. So I think I messed up, and I could have framed this slightly better in that regard. Yeah. I was speaking generally in like how like the masses will respond to people making criticism. I meant a general response, not just like studio execs or whatever, because obviously they're not going to openly be like, "You're right, we're sorry, we fucked up."
Yeah.
But I meant like the discourse, the flow of the discourse in general. And then I do feel like a lot of creatives will come online and fucking like take that on board. You know what I mean? Like I feel like they get emboldened by that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I just don't think that anyone's even like. Well, actually, no, that's wrong. I'm absolutely sure people are doing this, but I just think, I guess in this specific case, maybe that's not entirely on the mark, just because they're just calling out like those racist comments. You know what I mean? Am I making sense? Like,
yeah,
no, I get.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Go ahead, Anna. I've been talking a lot. I'm sorry. I was trying to kind of like jump on your point. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. It was like the actor who was playing Riva in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
Yeah.
And the thing is like it don't seem like they were ready to like because the announcement of saying like, this actor Mogus Ingram, I think that's her name. She was getting like racist comments and like death threats and whatnot. But like the announcement of that was like so fast, like after just like the 2-episode release, and then Ewan McGregor coming out.
Okay, devil's advocate though.
And saying,
if this is the reputation,
like, you're racist and blah blah blah. It just came out. Continue.
I was just gonna say,
McGregor was far better about it because he was far more personal about just defending your friend in the industry here.
But like,
I just think also like if right or wrong, if you have this perception that Star Wars is filled with racist, sexist, misogynists or whatever, could you not, to play devil's advocate, you can't tell me you don't. Like, I don't even think if you genuinely believe that, if you've like prepped your actors, like, hey, these motherfuckers are gonna come out of their basements and they're gonna come for you. Like, I could totally see that they've already had like the PR like package like prepared, right? Because we're living in a post Kelly Marie Tran world. So like, I don't even think that's necessarily unreasonable if you are living in a world where you're prepared for that kind of assault. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like what I was going to get to is that it almost seemed a little too prepared for where I was looking at. And you could be absolutely right, like saying like, okay, this is what's going to happen. This is what you need to expect. But the thing is for me is like what I mentioned earlier is like, well, if this is the case, show your receipts. Because like the majority of Star Wars fans, they don't give a fuck who is going to be starring as who. As long as you got a character that people can relate to and that they like, enjoy watching, and they can wield around a lightsaber, they're going to eat that shit up. But if you get something boring or you get something that's inconsistent, yeah, they're going to say something, especially if it's something like stupidly annoying that like Jar Jar or like the writing for Rose Tico. The slightest little things. It doesn't matter if it's like a racist thing, if it's a sexist thing, if the fandom doesn't like it because it's so big, as you mentioned before, they're going to express their voices about it. But like when Obi-Wan came out, it just seemed like they were so prepared to get this out that they were going to. This may have been a great way to avoid any form of criticism. Wait, what?
It's not really much of a conspiracy as much as just Ewan was in the prequels. He knows how it works.
Well, no, devil's advocate the other way. I think Hatter is not just speaking like to Ewan McGregor's reaction. I think he means like the general reaction, like from. Like what, Lucasfilm in general? Like
he did it a bit later. Like it wasn't really the exact same time.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak too much to that because I was checked the fuck out by that point. I kind of long ago stopped paying attention to Star Wars. I heard a bit about like what was going on, obviously, but I wasn't like following the timeline really of the drama. I barely consume any Star Wars stuff anymore. I love the prequels. I love the original trilogy, and I love the first 2 seasons of Boba Fett. That's pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, there's not. You mean Mandalorian?
One season of Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah, excuse me, Mandalorian. Book of Boba Fett.
Well, it's hard when
Mandalorian 2.3.
It is hard when there haven't been movies in like so long, and I don't know why that is, but there's not much to latch on to, I guess, for the average casual Star Wars fan.
They've been struggling to get solo films out, but yeah.
I almost feel like that's the thing. I do think that's another problem with the discourse too. Whoever you want to say is at fault and how valid you want to say some of these reactions are. I feel like I know, Jesus Christ, I know. For the millionth time, everybody at home, death threats are uncool. You should not mistreat people, okay? And those people do exist, and they're awful. I just think I do think there's a more salient discussion to be had about like I think there's a point where the pearl clutching just doesn't do any good. And I don't think you're ever going to get rid of these people. So I'm saying I think we need to reframe like how we approach the issue, because I past a certain point, I think it's just going to be an Ouroboros situation where it's a snake eating its own tail. Anyway, the point I was trying to make now is like I feel like what sucks is it poisons the well of making new stuff going forward. Also, I think that like these large fandoms, right? Like I feel like the toxicity that is there in the fandom, like I'm not even going to say perceived, obviously the toxicity exists. I think Victor and I just kind of disagree on like percentages here mostly, and like, you know, the validity and the current response to these things. But I don't think either of us disagrees that the fucking toxicity exists, because it absolutely does. I think the toxicity
chaotic of where and like how it is taken out, like it's a chaotic world of the internet that everyone has to like learn to be exposed to and stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's a point I think we can agree on. Yeah, I think that's So, I think that's a large part of my issue with it. It is like, Jesus Christ, okay, but like at past a point, like at what point do we stop acting shocked and outraged? Outraged is fine in the fact that it's like people are acting like assholes and they shouldn't be allowed to do that with impunity. But outraged in so much as like stop acting surprised. You know, like, so I think it's obvious that like that's kind of affected like how we create these things going forward. Like they're already talking about getting these focus groups, right? You guys remember that story from a couple months ago?
Yep.
It's really unfortunate, and they're really getting the wrong.
Wait, enlighten.
Yeah, Oh, you didn't hear about that? Yeah. No. Long story short, there was like a report. I forget if it was official or not. I think it was like a reputable leak. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a talk of Lucasfilm, I think it was, or Disney, going.
Oh no, I remember now. Okay,
going to passionate fans and like collecting, and all it said was
so far the only input that has happened so far is that like,
that's so awful. I cannot believe that they would do that
for like 5 seconds. So now, Inside Out 2 had to be less gay.
Wait, did that? I thought that was something separate. That's the thing. I thought that had something to do with.
That was a part of it, yeah.
Pressure from China. Wait, what? I didn't even think the focus group thing had started yet.
Yeah, apparently it did with that one.
I thought that it was I thought the Inside Out thing was them kowtowing to pressure. I did not think though that it was they had started the focus group thing yet. I could be way wrong, but I thought that those two things were separate. They both suck. I'm gonna look that up. It's not that I think you're wrong. I just want to get a picture of the timeline in my head because I don't remember it that way. I don't care about it that much. I'll look it up later. I'll just assume you're right. Sorry, fucking goddamn it, Victor, you distracted me. The thing, like, there's a world where I could see.
There is a world
where I could see some merit to this idea of like involving fans. Because I'll tell you, as somebody who writes a shitload of stuff and has put like several things out on the internet for consumption, I do actually like value fan feedback. I think
Star Wars is like not exactly the best one to pick though.
Well, so let me finish my point.
All right.
Because I do think Star Wars has largely been shit for a while, and I don't think it's because it has too many black people and women in it. Okay. I know, Hatter. I know you disagree. Calm down. I did, but I do think that Star Wars has been in trouble for a very long time. I do think they've shown, by and large, like a distinct lack of care for what came before. And I do think that has had some effects on the fan base. And like it or not, the reality is you wouldn't be here without them. So I feel like there's a certain like component there where it's like, okay, I think that passionate fans, I think there's merit in hearing them out. And before anybody starts talking over me and losing their goddamn mind, I don't mean that you should take what they say and go, that's what we're doing. That's what I'm afraid of.
It's different between an advisory group and a focus group, which is the latter is what they're doing.
I know, that does not work. I get, my concern is like, how much are they going to listen to the focus group? And who is going to be on the focus group? I guess that's the thing. If we're saying passionate I think the problem is people are hearing passionate fans and we're all imagining a bunch of like Star Wars theory and Doomcock and that Star Wars girl getting put into a room.
Oh boy.
What's up?
I'll bring them all on. The big council.
You're on the panel now.
Yeah, right? Yeah. But if it's just like I hope it's not personalities is my point. I think that's what
Just
the issue is. Yeah, we're like just like really passionate fans. I think the issue is we're all afraid of it being like generally conservative pundits who have been really like, if it's a room full of Ryan Kinnells, that's a problem.
Yeah.
If it's fucking like people like I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a passionate Star Wars fan I know who's not a pundit. If it's a room full of people like my friend Lauren, I think there's something to that. I think you should have some people in your focus groups who fucking know Star Wars. I also think you should have people in your focus groups who don't know a fucking thing about Star Wars.
Well,
and I think you should gauge the reactions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I was going to say.
Level where you're basically just creating a million Andors, but still.
Well, supposedly Andor was great.
Yes,
so I guess that sounds like a great idea, Victor. Good job. Maybe there you go. We'll do exactly that. That sounds great because I haven't watched Andor because I'm not interested in that story because I know how it fucking ends. It's not. I have a problem with consuming media that I know is going to end tragically.
It's the same. It's the same kind of zone as people who said that like Christopher Nolan should have run the DC universe.
No,
because he made the Dark
Knight. What kind
trilogy,
of stupid garbage is that? People say that.
Now you know how I feel when people say that the Andor team should be like making Star Wars. Like, it doesn't work.
Well, if we said the Andor team, but it's just I said like, okay, you should get like a smart group, and then you're like, oh, get a million Andors, and I'm like, I don't know. It sounds like that's a great idea because Andor was the thing that everybody liked.
I meant like in the style of that show where it's like mostly like grounded and away from all the fantasy.
Oh no, if I don't have my space wizards with laser swords, I'm out. Actually, that's another reason I'm not big. Yeah, that's what I come to Star Wars for. I don't,
there's a fine line to walk in terms of suggestions from people, no matter what.
But that's what I'm saying. I actually like the idea of getting fan input, but I also think you have to have a certain amount of wisdom and grace, to onboard it. But I don't.
Not your dictators. They just
exactly
board to the side.
I think people are afraid, and I understand where the fear comes from. This is like what I was talking about when it came up like a few months ago for the first time. I understand why some people are afraid because they're picturing like a room full of like Ryan Kinnells and fucking nerdrotics, right? And I think that's a valid concern. I'm not discrediting those fears. I'm just saying that if we do it smarter than that, if it's like, just sane people who just really love Star Wars, and you run the gamut a little bit and you get into a room and you take those things on board and you throw things at a wall and go, this is what the data shows about our fucking consumer base. Because this is the other thing too, right? This is a larger problem. We get precious about art. And speaking as somebody who writes, movies and web series and like fucking video games and all kinds of other things, novels, like I get being precious about art. I'm precious about my art. Don't tell me how to fucking write my books. I get it. But the problem with how we talk about art is like it is a product though. I am, among other things, a self-published novelist. I'm working on another book right now.
Oh yeah.
A couple of things actually. Eventually I will self-publish it. I will put it out. I'll get 10 people to buy it, whatever. Like, hell yeah, brother. I actually have a platform now as a voice actor, so I'm kind of interested to see how my sales do this time. Shit. It might be different this time, but anyway, I'm very precious about my art. I'm going to write my books my way, But I'd also be a fucking moron if I look at like the reviews of my books. If I get like this like fucking response from a bunch of people and I keep seeing the same criticisms again and again and again. At a certain point, I feel like I'm a fucking arrogant asshole if I go, well, I just disagree. Or more to the point, I feel like I'm Zeb Wells. I feel like I'm Nick Lowe.
True.
That's literally what that motherfucker was saying up on that panel.
Mind.
Yep. Yeah. Like that's what we've been talking about all night. Like, so I'm not advocating for empowering a bunch of racist, sexist pieces of shit. I think they should be at the bottom of the ocean.
Or they can supervise.
Yeah, right. But the idea of like getting groups together and hearing what they have to say about the franchise, especially with the state the franchise is in, because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the brand is in trouble. I don't think that's debatable. I think it's like very tarnished from where it was even 5 years ago. Okay, I'm not saying it's dying, but I feel like we missed some steps.
There was an article. There was an article that came out that said that at this year of 2024, that Lucasfilm has only made $1.2 billion out of the $4 billion that they used to buy Lucasfilm. So they hardly even got half of what they used to buy Lucasfilm. So yeah.
So they technically haven't made any money.
Yeah. I think so. That's what that sounds like to me. Yeah. I'm not very business minded, but that's what it sounds like. That sucks. Like,
I mean, if you want to go back to,
like,
go ahead.
They're spending like god amounts of money on projects that people are not asking for, or that they think that customers want, because like they recently just came out like with the numbers, like for like the budget for the Acolyte. It originally was at like $180 million for the budget of the show, but now with taxes coming out, they're estimating that it got up to like 230 million. And depending on where they were shooting, because I believe they were also shooting like in Europe.
They're doing the Andor move of like physical locations and stuff.
Right. But they're also investigating to see like if Kathleen Kennedy was allowing for parts of the budgets of other projects such as Andor and Obi-Wan to be transferred to the Acolyte. So they're checking to see if like it may even get up to like 300 million for the budget of the show. And if that's the case, were they moving money from other budgets for other projects to this show? If so, why? Why are they spending all this money on these projects and they're not testing it with audiences? Like, why are they going out on their way? It's just a lack of direction. And I don't know how they're not seeing that. And now the public media has caught up with the numbers, like showing like they didn't make money back. Like they didn't make they hardly made any money. The only thing that really made money was the movies, but even like the box office returns were diminishing by each movie. So like with Force Awakens, that made like $2 billion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
one of the biggest
was it Rogue One made nearly $2 billion. But if you're just talking about like the 30 movies alone, like 7, 8, 9, Last Jedi made $1.4 billion after like word of mouth got out about it. And then Rise of Skywalker made $1 billion. Those are significant drops in your box office returns.
Right.
And that led me to a hypothesis that that's why they decided to just stay on TV to hide their numbers on like their returns.
For the most part, because they've been slowly trying to get back into movies with some solo projects.
Right.
I just really quick want to interject that The Mandalorian and Grogu is the stupidest fucking movie title I've heard in the like forever.
It's because they're desperate. They were so originally they were gonna go.
Oh man, I got him started.
Yeah. The next movie was supposed to be a Rey movie, but they panicked and they're like, "Oh, we're moving Mandalorian and Grogu up to the next movie." And they took season 4 and they're just making a movie out of that.
Well, hold on. So I want to make sure that I'm being fair though. Like what's the source on that? This idea that they panicked and they're shifting up the release.
Yeah, it's not actually any form of validity.
Didn't he say it was a theory?
Yeah, that's my hypothesis.
Like that's still going forward. So
yeah, so that was my hypothesis because they're still doing the Rey movie.
Okay,
but the thing was, they announced that Rey was going to come first, and then out of nowhere, they're like, "Oh, it's actually we're going to be doing Mandalorian first, and then we're going to continue on with Rey." But like the fact that they announced that, excuse me, announced Mandalorian was coming in with Grogu, after they said that they weren't going to do a season 4, even though they said they wanted to.
Yeah.
it was very weird timing. So that's what led me to that hypothesis. Did they
Sure.
panic and they
know.
wanted to?
There's other factors there too.
I think. Well, you also got to remember too. Like since they took on the license, though, Hatter, they've been talking about releasing movies that we still haven't seen like 10 years later.
Oh yeah,
my God, yeah.
Dwayne Johnson
Rogue
was
I
getting
mean, there's been like
Taika Waititi's Star Wars.
there's been
Yeah.
like five canceled movies or something. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, Patty
Kevin
Jenkins
Feige's
was supposed to
Star
do.
Wars movie. The
Yeah,
guys that
Kevin
did,
Feige wanted to do a
Game
fucking
of
Star Wars movie.
Thrones, Star Wars series.
Oh my god! That's the reason why season 8 was rushed for Game of Thrones?
Oh yeah,
because the creators,
yeah.
Kathleen Kennedy came up to them.
Hey, Star Wars. Like, oh
yeah,
God.
we want you to work on Star Wars, and they're like, okay, we'll get. Sorry, excuse me.
Hatter, why don't you go get a beverage, my dude, before you die?
But they're like, okay, we'll see you ASAP, and so they did Game of Thrones. Like, okay, when can we start Star Wars? Yeah,
just kidding.
About that.
We
We're
got
gonna
you.
have to get back.
That's horrible though. Really quick, I just wanted to go back to like the focus test group thing, and just like say it might be interesting to get people that actually aren't fans, because I think the thing with fans is that everyone's gonna have like a very like maybe not a strong viewpoint, but they're gonna have like this kind of implicit bias if they like know. You know what I mean? Like I think it would probably be good to like get like a non-fan or someone that's like. Maybe,
like separate groups.
It's gonna have it's gonna have clashing biases constantly. I feel like.
I just feel I agree. I mean, originally I had said I think like maybe a mixed group, but even like groups, like a non-fan group and like a fan group. But I do think like fans are important, especially with large groups like Star Wars, because like that's your base.
Yeah,
you know, like you wouldn't have a gajillion-dollar franchise without them. Like they're the ones that are gonna. Casual people who are just going to show up and buy movie tickets. Star Wars does not make a gajillion dollars because of its fucking movie tickets. Star Wars makes a gajillion dollars because of toys for children, you know, or like, grown ass men buying $1,000 lightsabers to put on a stand and stick in the back of their fucking YouTube videos. Okay,
in Galaxy's Edge,
Legos.
Yeah. Oh god, fucking. I thought Galaxy's Edge successful because is it? Or
blue milk. People like the blue milk, you know.
The blue milk.
The convention locations and the hotels, not really. But Galaxy Edge itself did. Yeah.
There was a moving hotel, not moving, but it was a hotel experience, like an interactive hotel experience.
Oh, Jenny Nicholson did a video on this, didn't she? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
I forgot it was the Intergalactic Star Cruiser, something like that.
Yeah,
but it only lasted for. It was going on for like about 2 years, but it received very low diminishing returns, and it was just a very expensive process for like people that were wanting to go, and they were charging like up the ass for like almost everything there, and it just did not work out, and so eventually they had to shut it down.
Disney for you.
Oh, I think also that's kind of an inherent problem in any kind of Star Wars experience. I feel like it's inherently going to be an expensive endeavor.
Oh yeah.
That's the thing with anything Star Wars related, TV, theme parks, movies. It's always going to be a lot of money to get going. Like, I think that's a direct evidence of a particular decline based on financial risk, because there's always going to be financial risk with this franchise. It's
this is personally from what I've seen, you know, like my personal experience. I just feel like the writing has declined definitely, but I understand that's a personal experience, you know. But like I'm
all in agreement with you, man. There's like some serious lack in writing.
I want to find everyone that was responsible for season 3 of The Mandalorian, and I just want to talk.
Nice call.
Like you sit down, don't move.
What are you talking about?
Oh god, my wife.
Whose idea was it to bring in Lizzo?
I don't even care about that. That's dumb stunt casting. That's whatever. Jack Black is in there too. I don't give a fuck. I don't find it appealing, but I also don't think that's like a mark of like the downfall of The Mandalorian. What I think is the downfall of The Mandalorian is like all these plot lines and themes that we set up in the first 2 seasons, and then we went, psych! Like that whole
Yeah.
thing with the Darksaber is the dumbest shit imaginable.
The not just dark, just literally how they handled like every main element of the show was so ass.
Yeah.
Like this is obviously okay. That's a little rude, but I didn't like it. Is what I'll say.
No, you fuck it. Stop. Don't be a coward. Don't run from it.
I do respect creators, but
I
just
respect
don't
creators
agree.
too. I respect
I don't
them enough to
agree
tell them
with-
when their shit sucks. You
I
know?
don't agree with like I guess yeah, obviously what happened with Bo-Katan and the Darksaber.
I was
but,
I was gonna say like I never watched the Clone Wars really, so I don't have this huge connection to. It's been on my list of things to do forever and ever and ever.
I mean, Grogu as well. Basically,
One of
just
the
like
legendary
every
shows
main
ever.
element of the show, they kind of just shat on, like Grogu, Bo-Katan, the Darksaber. I guess, in a way, Mendo and like his helmet, like how he's like really like thinking of taking back his helmet, but no, all of a sudden he's like back in the Creed or whatever. Like okay. Everything was undone. Everything was undone.
He took a bath, so you can come back.
Everything that was set up was just knocked down, and not in the way like, oh, the dominoes are falling, but more like fucking like they set up the
Never
pins,
mind.
and then you went to bowl, and then they brought the thing down and pulled them back up.
Where are the pins?
What the?
Oh
fuck?
yeah, we had to do those.
There's another metaphor. Jack's gonna be happy now.
And there's another pinball machine that crashes. Okay.
Wait, actually, I said like, so technically it's a simile. But yeah, I what I was saying before is I never got into Clone Wars, but I have huge empathy for people who are big fucking Bo-Katan stans, because I can imagine like, oh my god, we got her in live action. We got an awesome actress like Katie Sackhoff playing her, and then you got to see
She was
her.
always played by Katie Sackhoff.
Oh, was she always? Oh, see, I don't know that. Okay, there you go. Even better.
She
Oh my god.
did the role of, like,
we got her.
That's badass. Yeah.
That was
and then
the
fucking
thing behind like the excitement. It was that they were finally getting like the voice actor to portray the live action.
Yeah, like
unlike
Dave Filoni was
some
telling her for years, like,
characters
we'll
that
do it
Season
Dave
2
Filoni created.
And season
actually,
2,
X-Time is not a stunt actress, but yeah.
I knew nothing about her, but season 2, I'm like, oh, this lady's cool, and I'm like, oh, her and Mando are gonna fight. Holy shit! The whole setup at the end of season 2, you know, fucking Gideon over here, like, ho ho ho, yes, she has to take it from you in combat. You can't just give it to her. Oh, this is delicious, kids. This is what we call a Xanatos Gambit right here. And the fucking like, I'm sorry, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You're what? So, again, Chris and I worked on this Spider-Man fan project that we can't name. And it went bad, and the less said about it, the better. But we were attached to this fan film that had a lot of money behind it. And it was our first experience. Oh, I shouldn't speak for Chris, but I know it was my first experience, like being part of any sort of writer's room.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny. The one thing that taught me is after that experience, I can look at things like Mandalorian season 3, and I go, oh, I know exactly how this happened. Like not exactly, but I can do it. This, you know what I mean, Chris? Like, doesn't it feel like, okay.
It does, actually,
There was a whole bunch of scripts that were written with a whole bunch of storylines, and then a bunch of people kept looking at the budgets and juggling things around, and different actors wanted different things, and they were their agents screaming and yelling and shitting on the floors, and by the end of it, we had this, and it's like, what was that show? Like, I am so upset because I loved that show so much. I thought season 1 and 2 both had their amazing moments, and then season 3, what?
It had some like good reach too, because like I have like friends that like don't care about Star Wars at all, and they even watched it. They're like, "Yeah, this is great." So like it reached
my
past
cousin
into the
too.
casual and beyond.
How you never see anybody going around saying this is the way anymore?
No, it's true.
I know, it's so disappointing.
Yeah, now they're all saying this is not the way.
I don't even see that anymore, man. I wish I did. I wish I did.
Cooked. They burned
Apathy is death.
That's in the Acolyte, isn't it?
You know what? No,
No,
Mandalorian and Grogu's gonna save Star Wars, guys. I'm marking my calendar right now.
Put it on there. Put it on there.
You know, the thing that really lost me when it came to The Mandalorian, because it had so much promise to it, was the setup of two things. it kind of forms into one thing, but they foreshadow, or to me, it seemed like they were foreshadowing that Grogu was going to be the Jedi that was going to be the Mandalorian Jedi, like how there was tales
Right.
of one who had the Darksaber, that he was a Mandalorian that could use the Force.
But yeah, the idea of a reincarnation of Tar Vizsla.
Right. And it was going to be in the form of this little baby alien that he was going to grow up and he was going to bring the Jedi and the Mandalorians together. And it seemed like it was going in that direction when you have Luke Skywalker, who was correctly portrayed in the season finale of Mandalorian 2. But then in fucking Boba Fett, he's like, oh no, you can just go back to the Mandalorian. I guess you're just going to be a Mandalorian who just knows the Force.
Oh my gosh.
Frankly, that was actually the better interpretation of like how to actually set up Luke, going, into the Jedi ways, in terms of like how he set himself up. Like
it's so
far
funny to
better
me.
than the Last Jedi ever did.
If you go back, it's so tragic though, especially if you've read the books from back in the day before the canon reset. It's so funny to go from a Luke who was like, I don't really know how to be a Jedi, and he like studied the texts from like the first book in the cycle and went, some of this shit's a little whack, man. And he goes, I'm gonna do my own thing, like he took inspiration, but he like fucking like many a Christian before him, he looked at the book, went, I like this, I don't like that, and then he fucking and for a time he seemed to kind of make a better Jedi Order because of it, whereas this Luke in new trilogy, in new canon, is just like,
is a pussy.
Yeah, this is the Jedi way. It's so gross.
It's so interesting that
Jedi made
like
Darth
how
Vader,
much
therefore cringe.
True, but it is interesting like how rushed, like people like always complain about how rushed it is, but like I guess to put it into perspective, the entire arc of Grogu maybe becoming a Jedi and Luke's appearance within that arc was like less than 4 minutes.
Yep. Oh yeah,
that's insane. That's insane.
The world together.
How much of that was down to limitations of the CGI, though? That's the other piece. You gotta wonder.
No, they limited themselves, by not just having an actual actor.
Well, no. Okay, that's my point, though. You agree with me then? That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not saying that like, oh, they should have fucking, they had no choice. I think they should have recast. I think they should have recast from
even
the
if they did, this is just horrible writing, regardless of how rushed it is. Like,
no, I agree.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, like, I wonder how much of that decision in the plotting and the scripting and whatever was made because of like, oh well, we're only gonna have like fucking Mark Hamill with a bunch of dots on his face for X amount of time. You know what I mean?
So dumb. I can't believe it. Okay.
Yeah, like dude, I remember back in the day when people were like, oh man, if they like fucking like, when we just knew they were making new movies and we had no idea what they were going to be, and people were like, I wonder if they're going to bring in like Sebastian Stan,
yeah, right,
Luke Skywalker, and it's like, oh, that's a cool idea. I'm like, who are they going to get to play? I remember going like, I really hope they're not going to bring back the old actors, because that means they're not touching any of the old canon, and that would be a dumb fucking mistake. And then Chewie were home, and I went, oh, everybody else was like, ah, yay! And I'm like, oh no.
Here we go again.
Like,
sadly, I fell under the spell.
I when I watched the movie, it's funny, I've had to get a new Facebook account since, because my old one got hacked by a terrorist organization and I lost like,
wow.
Yeah, no,
Thank you, Mark Zuckerberg.
A bunch of my social media accounts were hacked by actual terrorists, so I got my account nuked for like violent extremism and stuff. It was actually pretty freaky.
Jesus.
But on that old account before it got co-opted and then nuked, I remember it's funny because Facebook does the memories thing, and it was throwing memories up from the night that my wife and I went to see Force Awakens on opening night. And I was coming back. It was so funny, dude. My status update was coming out of the movie was, holy shit, best Star Wars movie. Yeah, it was so awesome. Fuck yeah, so cool. My wife is very sensitive to when characters die, right? She had Han Solo's
she was sobbing.
She had Han Solo's death spoiled for her ahead of time. So it was a bit of an ordeal for her going into the movie, but I think ultimately it did let her enjoy the movie a little bit better than she would have otherwise, because even she was like, wow, I think it's bullshit that Han died, but even I can admit I had a great time. Wow, so fun. And then in the months which followed, we kept talking about the movie with each other. And we kept talking about it, and we kept talking about it, and we kept talking about it. And so 6-7 months later, we looked at each other and went, fuck that movie. So I know what you mean about like falling
That's
under
just
that.
A New Hope.
Yeah, right. Like, yeah, except shittier. Like,
Yeah. J.J. Abrams
like,
said that he always wanted to direct a Star Wars movie, and he did. The same thing over again.
very,
He did it.
It's so wild to me that they played it so safe, because it's like, motherfucker, it's Star Wars. Why did you say you wouldn't have spent
It's fine as an introduction. It was just like, following it up with the rest of the trilogy being that exact same
I disagree.
environment.
I know.
I-
I still think it's disagree. There's no need
I'm
to
with
be
you
that
on this
safe
one.
with a Star Wars movie. You can't tell me that you're afraid to take risk with it because you just spent literally billions of dollars to acquire this IP. You don't do that unless you think this is the golden goose.
Yeah.
Which,
Right. And
to be
considering
fair,
that
it
they had
was.
so many books and comics. Oh wait, I forgot. Those don't exist anymore, do they?
I'll even be charitable. I think it was
We're never
dumb
going to
to
bring
just
those up, though.
no, yeah. Oh well.
No matter if they kept it or not, they would have ignored it.
That's too
well,
much reading.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna meet you two in the
George
middle of the
didn't
road
even
here.
read it all.
I think it was dumb to jettison all the old canon. I understand why they did it. I think it was a mistake. I think what they should have done is just kind of like either done their own adaptation of some of those stories that came before, like
Yeah,
in
pick
the
and
new,
choose and combine it.
because people who didn't
actually.
people who didn't read the books aren't. It's not going to matter because they didn't read the books, so they'll just be like, oh, look at this new Star Wars movie, and then people that have read the expanded universe for the last 30 years are going to be like, oh my god, this is awesome, you know. But I just find it so funny that they didn't even take inspiration. They didn't take inspiration from it at all. Like fucking adaptation. I think it's just so
They
dumb
have,
that they didn't even. Now they have Victor. I'm talking about when this shit show started 10 years ago. I'm talking
the
about
actual trilogy. I mean, they do capture the general vibes of like Jason Solo and Jaina, but that was about it.
Yeah, except it's not those characters, and it's not really even that story. Like, I mean, come on, like, there's none of it there. That's like, it's very charitable, but like, you really have to stretch to say that, you know. Nobody, when we're talking about like taking inspiration, nobody means vibes. You know what I mean? Like, come on, like it's just so ridiculous that they fucking they went like this, and it's just like it's a franchise they knew was a guaranteed moneymaker. So I don't understand. It's so funny because at the start of this call hours ago, we were talking about Spider-Man, and they were like, "Oh, we can't rock the boat too much, but we also got to keep the fans a certain amount of pissed off, so we can stay in that happy medium of guaranteed sales." And it's
I
like,
don't think Star Wars was intending to piss them off in their case, but yeah.
No. But it's the principle of like, you know, you're so afraid. Why? You've already established this is a guaranteed money printer. The franchise under Lucasfilm has still been making money to this day, and it's been 30 fucking years almost since we had a goddamn movie.
Right.
So what are you so afraid of? Go big, motherfucker.
I think another weird, like, random thing, but I guess like maybe not connected exactly, but like introducing new characters so late. Like, I guess in Rise of Skywalker they like introduced like Lando's daughter and then like Poe's love interest. I'm like, why? Why? Just finish the damn story.
Yeah, right.
What's
Because they had like two separate.
The story's gonna
creative teams
end. The story's gonna
dealing with each
end
other.
anyways. Like, what? Are we gonna have a spin-off movie with these random side characters? I don't understand.
Hey, remember when we spent
third love interest? They'll introduce her in the last movie.
Hey, remember when we built this friendship between Finn and Rey in the first movie, and it was actually kind of wholesome in some ways. And then wouldn't it be wild if we spent a whole movie like keeping them completely apart from one another? And
I know.
like, didn't fucking
Bro,
interact?
even Rose was like barely in the third because they just introduced
they're
like
just like,
random
oh.
characters for no reason.
Yep.
They didn't want to like actually give anyone like they just I don't even know what they wanted to do. Like, and it's not just new characters; it's also like legacy characters. I think if you're at your second movie and like most of like the legacy cast like hasn't returned and like that's like what your intention is, that's kind of strange. Like, why is Lando only showing up in the third movie in like a 7-hour trilogy
whole thing there, not
or like an 8-hour trilogy?
It's
That's their whole deal.
Yeah, it's sad. Well, like Rose Tico, I believe this is all but confirmed that she was cut back because of the way that both the character and the actress were treated. So for her like safety and mental health, I believe.
Well, even if that's the case, they could have focused on the core cast if they wanted to kind of stay away from that.
No, I agree.
But to replace her with another side character, it's,
yeah, no, I agree. Because even like Han, like even though Luke and Han and Leia spent good chunks of each movie apart, like you never really felt like.
I think they had like Han and Leia had like one interaction, or maybe I'm wrong. Actually, I don't even remember because like that's how forgettable it was.
They had at least two.
Oh, you mean in the I was
Force Awakens.
Yeah, I was comparing it to the original trilogy, where I was saying like even in the original trilogy, well, each movie there was large swaths of each movie where the core cast were separated from one another. Like they always found their way.
The Last Jedi was basically Empire. Like that's kind of the whole deal there.
They always found their way back to each other, and you never stopped feeling like their bond. You know what I mean? Whereas like the new movies, it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? You know? I do understand, and this is not the lack of a plan is evident. I think that's been discussed enough. We can all tell that like the lack of cohesive creative vision is one of the things that hurt that trilogy the most. Like,
they just took a sticker, slapped it on a lunchbox, and now you're selling it. You're selling it.
Your parents weren't anybody. Surprise! Subverting your expectations. Your grandfather, though.
It's so crazy how I instantly forgot about that. Like, it's just so pointless. I don't know.
Oh my god, I fucking hated like seeing like people bring up the argument of saying, "Oh, well, they were inconsistent back with Empire and Jedi, saying that Darth Vader killed Anakin, but he was actually Anakin all along." It's like, okay, just because George Lucas was inconsistent with how he wanted his story to go doesn't mean that you can be just as inconsistent or use that as an excuse. In fact,
Kylo did not exactly pull a technicality there.
Yeah.
Well, also, like he had his from a certain point of view moment.
Yeah, no. Also, it's the same guy. It's the same guy in the trilogy, the original trilogy. That's the other piece of it too. We're dealing with the same creator. He's allowed to walk back some of his own shit. You know, and then be like,
"This is two different people in disagreement."
Yeah, exactly. So it takes on a totally different connotation. You know, like, also, it's like one major kind of flimsy plot point in the original trilogy, as opposed to an entire movie where basically two directors are competing with one another between what came before and what we're.
Our styles about different characters from the whole cast.
Yeah. Like one is here you go, Jack. I hope you're ready. It's more analogies. One is a puzzle piece, two puzzle pieces that were meant to go together, but maybe the edge of one is a little bit worn. So you might have to like kind of finagle it a little bit, but it was meant to go together. So even though it looks a little ragged, like the puzzle is complete the way it should be. And the other
my pieces.
What's up?
I'm just like speaking for Ryan Johnson. It's like this is a neat puzzle, but I want to add in my piece.
Yeah, and then Ryan Johnson comes in and like hacks up like parts of the like puzzle. He can't make it fit the way he wants, so he just creates new pieces out of the pieces that are there. And then because he's hacked the pieces to shit, the next guy that comes in to finish the jigsaw is like, motherfucker. What do I do? Like,
just open the box.
right. Like, chop the fuck out of there.
What do you guys even like think the reaction to a Star Wars reboot would be? Like, I know it's been like discussed, maybe.
I don't
feel like
wanna
it's just too big to reboot, though.
I don't think you should reboot. I think that's a doomed to fail. My method of saving Star Wars, quote unquote, is to jump several hundred years in the future and start fresh that way. Start fresh that way.
Yeah, that makes
is to
sense.
just.
Which is literally the plan right now in terms of where the movies are going.
I thought they were just mostly no, but they're still talking about doing like Ray shit and other stuff like that. I'm like, no, that's not far enough.
Well, they could have Ray time travel.
No, I actually like Daisy Ridley. I'll even say I actually like Daisy Ridley a lot. I think she was much like John Boyega. I think she got shafted by a bad bunch of scripts.
Oh yeah.
But so it's nothing against her when I say I don't want her there. I feel like any ties to the you need to get away from
has
this.
to go. You have to get far
away.
Yeah.
You jump and you don't go back because the more you keep going back to prequels, then it's just gonna keep being like, more inconsistencies, more arguments from the toxic component of the fandom.
I actually liked going to the High Republic era, like before everything.
No, I mean I think it's fine if you like that. I just think that it's still. I also am biased because I don't like prequels very much. Generally, I want to move forward. I don't really feel compelled to keep going back and see how did we get here. I know enough about how we got here. I don't need your fucking just get away. Like I want progress, not fucking regression. You know.
Yeah.
I also just feel like you need something fresh. The problem also with something like this, if we're accepting the premise that Star Wars is not as strong as it used to be, is if you keep going back, it's always going to be soured by, well, we know what comes next.
Mm-hmm.
Much in the same way that
that's super annoying.
Yeah, well, it's why I won't watch Andor. I hear it's amazing. I'm sure it is, but I know at the end, everybody is blown the fuck up. So it's really hard for me to get invested in anything that happens in this fucking show. And that's a personal thing.
Only the main character does, but yeah.
Yeah, well, no, like both Cassian Andor and fucking Jyn Erso, as I recall, they're like, fucking kissing.
Jyn Erso isn't in the cast, but yeah.
No, I meant they die in the fucking movie that comes after. I'm saying I know what happens.
Jyn Erso show.
Oh god,
no.
Erso.
So you jump several hundred years into the future, and if you really want to allude to like what came before, you could say like, the Jedi helped create this world. I'll even throw you the bone. If you want to fucking have like Daisy Ridley as a Force ghost or whatever, like I think that's fine.
Yeah.
If she's gonna like pop up and guide like a new fucking Jedi or whatever, I think that's fine. If we want to continue forward with the ideas that I don't like the idea that anybody can be a Jedi. But you've done it now. We can't put that back in the bottle. So fine. So anybody could be a Jedi now. Anybody can wake up to space magic and be like, "Bah!" So just like fucking like, and if you jump forward, you could do anything you want. And as long as there's fucking lightsabers in it, people are gonna fucking eat it up. And you're not gonna have any of these fucking connections to what came before. It's hundreds of years in the future. Prequel is always going to be tied to like, but how does this lead to this? Or it's always going to be soured because we know like in X amount of time, it's all going to go tits up, right? So you go forward. You do not go back. You go forward enough that everyone's dead and we're done with that. And it's, oh God, wasn't that a terrible dream we all had? Too much blue milk.
That could be good, but also I wouldn't be mad if they just like stopped. Like most people like don't even consider that as an option. But it's not looking so bad right now.
I'm saying like, I don't want to reboot, but I see them like move forward. But if you're asking, do I think they should make more? Like, I don't know. I don't like to end up negative note.
I think I get what you're saying though. Is like if they're gonna do it, you might as well.
Well, I don't like ending on a sour note. If we're gonna have no more Star Wars movies,
I think that's why you're gonna see a lot of people like disregarding certain movies as canon because it's just easier to I guess cope with.
People have been saying that a ton of times about any franchise, like of going.
Well, obviously, like it is canon, but like in their own head canon.
Yeah. No,
I don't know. The Burger
disregard sequels all the time.
It's like, yeah, you can believe it all you want, but like, that doesn't really actually change facts. People.
There's a really interesting video by a YouTuber called Burger Creek.
Hey, really quick. I'm gonna cut you off just real quick.
Oh, sure.
Sorry. I'm gonna have to go to bed. I got work tomorrow.
Oh,
Thank
yes,
you guys.
Alright.
Thank you for
Quit your
doing
job.
this.
On here.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Work,
I'm
what?
gonna go quit right now. I'm gonna wake up my boss in the middle of the night and say, "Hey,
All
I
right,
quit."
it's work
and then I
time,
just
buddy.
leave the house. Yeah.
No, call him
Yeah.
a slur so he fires you and you can get unemployment. Like, come on, dude.
Ah,
I gotta
Like,
get
what do you-
that shit too, though.
There
Already
we
been
Alright,
at
man.
the company for 2 years. It's on the resume. All right.
Take care, man.
All
All
right,
right,
thanks
All
for
right.
stopping
I will
by.
talk to you guys
Okay.
later. Had fun. You guys have a good night.
Oh, you
You
too.
too.
man.
Oh, man.
I forget what I was fucking saying. Shit.
Oh, it was about what Burger Creed the video
Oh.
about.
Yes, thank you. There's a
Hey.
YouTuber I follow sometimes called Burger Creek. He's like actually pretty cool. He does videos about the World of Darkness tabletop franchise, and then he also does videos about like feminism and politics and like other kinds of cool base shit. Like it's really funny. Like it's like he has like two audiences like compacted into like one channel.
funny.
Like it's actually pretty cool. So he's like this really fun YouTuber who has a lot of like really cool nice things to say about how we should like be chill to people. And like, you know, don't be a dick to women, I guess. You know, like what a novel idea in the year of our Lord 2024. But he has this really interesting video about the topic of canon and about is he like talking about how like in the wake of J.K. Rowling and the mold consuming her
Oh,
brain,
right.
like
Really?
the canonicity of Harry Potter and
What I have a headcanon for that is that it actually wasn't the mold consuming her brain. It was the mold spawned from her brain because like mold spawns in presence of water. It can also spread in presence of evil, right? So
well, humans are something like 80% water, Jack.
Yeah,
yeah, there we go.
Also, you know, listen, Asmongold had his little racist tirade, and then he fucking got banned on Twitch, so he had time to reflect. He cleaned his room, and now he's calling people out for racism. So, like, you know,
Who knows?
maybe if J.K. Rowling cleaned the fucking mold off her walls, she'd be
Yeah,
less
I guess back
Like
to whatever you were
Westeros over
saying.
here,
My bad.
You know, it's okay. I am gonna go here soon though too, because it's
Yeah, I
getting
gotta-
super late.
yeah,
It's midday.
It's
Die.
Holy shit! I didn't think I was gonna come live on this live stream. What
Yeah,
the fuck
right.
happened?
Like, this is like
Uh,
my wife here.
But my wife's at work. I'm fine. It doesn't matter. Like, but Christ.
Yeah.
Right. So Burger Creek has this video about canonicity, and he's talking about like Harry Potter, and he makes a really compelling case about how like canon really doesn't matter. I'm not even saying I agree, but I remember it being. I'm gonna put it in the pop-up chat because I think it's actually like a really interesting
I
watch.
think it only matters if you want it to matter,
Yeah, that's like a huge part of the premise.
or if you're like trying to be a professional, I guess.
Yeah,
In terms of like one's personal headcanon, but again, if you're trying to like, you know, make that into every reality, then yeah, that's not how that works.
Well, I do think that is one thing, like officialness, but like it's tough. It is tough.
because I know the canon matters to me. I can't separate myself fully from
The
canon,
thing
you know?
is that what is canon? What is canon? It's essentially a connected story, right? And so anyone could create their own. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but I think that also depends on people sharing your definition
Yeah.
of canon. You know
I mean,
what
it doesn't. I honestly don't think it does inherently, just because canon is what it is at the end of the day. It's a story. So when people say it's not canon, canon to what? What do you mean by canon? Is it not
canon to
to Disney?
Well,
Is
hold
it
on.
not canon
Yes,
to you?
wait,
What does
hold
that
on.
mean?
Well, no, I don't think canon to you like works because I think that canon, when we're talking about canon, we mean I think it's generally understood by most people.
Yeah.
We mean like the officially recognized sequence of
Disney.
events. Yeah. So whoever the IP holder is, you know.
Yeah, I get
Lucas-
that. I just mean like it maybe like in a more technical sense of the definition.
No, I think where that falls apart, right, is because we're saying like you know, if canonicity is like the sequence of events in time, right? Like this happened and then this
Okay.
happened and then this happened and then this happened. Okay. So World War II, fucking Hitler came to power, became chancellor, killed a bunch of minorities, and made the world really shitty.
Yeah.
If I then like fucking conjure up thought forms and I go like, and then the werewolves came and they
Not
ate
in my
Hitler's
Yeah.
asshole until he died. Like, I don't
Wolfenstein.
just because I could fucking insist until my fucking nose falls off from growing so much that is what happened next.
Right.
There's a certain intrinsic reality, right? Like I can't break past that barrier.
I mean, yes, that is true, but that is also just reality. In these, I hate when people say shit like this about analogies because it annoys me too. But like, you have to like maybe understand like that is fiction.
Right.
Because I understand
I can make a better analogy if that would help the premise. So like, okay.
No, I get what. No, I understand what you mean. It's just like, yeah, but
so hold on. Let me reframe it. So if let's use Harry Potter as an example because we're kind of talking about Harry Potter, right? So Harry Potter is like it goes like okay, Sorcerer's Stone, or Philosopher's Stone if you're a Brit, and I'm sorry that's happened to you, but anyway, Sorcerer's Stone, Chamber of Secrets, Prisoner of Azkaban, Goblet of Fire, Order of the Phoenix, Half-Blood Prince, the Deathly Hallows. You don't, and then the Cursed Child if you hate yourself an awful lot. You don't, you don't get to fucking like. You could sit there and be like, actually, the fourth book is Dumbledore's penis.
Well, here's the thing. That is true though. That is true, but not to that specific canon.
That's not what canon means, though. I guess I reject your definition of canon. I think
okay,
that's
the confines of the narrative.
What you're describing is headcanon. We have a whole separate term for that. You know what I mean?
Sure, but I think by definition, headcanon is still canon. It's just a different canon than somebody else's.
I think you're kind
it's not an official canon, but it's what we
I
consider
mean,
our official canon.
The only thing that makes it official is that someone paid them to make shit up.
I mean, that's kind of. I mean, to be fair, that's part of the premise of the video to share. But I'm also acknowledging I have a real struggle with this, and I think part of that is because I'm a creative myself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the idea, right, that someone can take one of my books and then be like, the bullshit I made up in my head about what happens after the book you just made is equally as valid as whatever sequel you put out, and publish. No, it's not. I
think it's just different.
Okay. I guess that's like a tough point to argue though, right? Because now we're getting into some really weird esoteric type shit. Like, I acknowledge that it is a difficult ball of yarn to disentangle. But I also just like feel like it just something about it. I'd have to really think about it because it's a very bizarre philosophical question about the nature of like canonicity and reality and fucking.
I mean, by the end of the day, everyone's just gonna respect the most popular one. But I don't think that I guess like means it's better than any other canon. You know what I mean? It's just again what I said earlier. You were saying
do you think
that, that's like my opinion.
Do you think fan fiction, by definition, you think like all fan fiction is canon? Then it's kind of what you're saying.
It's canon within itself, yeah.
I just disagree. I just think those are very different words. I feel like we're changing the definition of words a little. Not to sound like a conservative who's trying to invalidate trans people, but I feel like we're really getting cute with definitions.
This is going to become a weird rabbit hole. I guess I'm explaining, but let's say that there's a fan fiction about Batman. Okay. Sorry, my brain's short-circuiting, but I swear I know what I'm talking about. Okay, there's a okay, yeah. So there's a fan fiction about Batman, right? And in this fan fiction, there's fucking Hello Kitty. Okay, Hello Kitty's there.
I think I've read this
canon. That would be canon to the fan fiction.
Right, but that's canon. Wait. So if you're saying like there was like more fan fiction like within that universe, is that what you're saying? Like if then like if they made a sequel to that fan fiction, then yeah, like it's established canon.
Yeah.
Like, and I guess maybe if they made,
I guess with multiverses can be real.
oh, now we're just saying slurs in chat, Victor. Thanks. Like, you fucking said my least favorite word in the universe. Don't even start. Oh my god. Fucking
Multiverses?
multiverses. Oh, multiverses the game. I'm
That's
sorry.
the game. I was talking about the game.
No, we had that whole discussion yesterday. I was like fucking foaming at the mouth talking about how much I hate like multiverses. And then you were like, oh, I guess multiverses can be real. And I'm like, ah!
Those were always real, but yes, the multiverses game is a recent thing too.
Yeah, oh shit. No. Yeah, no. I mean, I guess at this point I don't know if we can really like resolve anything because I feel like we have a very different definition of what canon means.
Okay.
I just there's nothing wrong with what you're saying. I think it's an interesting conundrum. I just think we're just gonna keep bumping up against like, I don't think it's simple to say like, oh, like you can just simply say like, oh, it's canon within this timeline. It's like, no, but there's like a general. That's like saying, again, like looking purely within the confines of
You're
fiction.
starting to sound like a TVA agent right now.
That's like, okay, well, hey, I'll take that as a compliment, okay? Like, listen, you look at like,
a TV agent
the main DC universe is the main DC universe, okay? And they have their crises, okay? And like, they fucking reboot shit. New 52, Dr. Manhattan gets his blue dick and everything and ruins it all, okay? But like, every time it happens, like shit gets reshuffled and like I know. And there's like a fucking new, there's only one good sequel to Watchmen, and it's Tom King's Rorschach. And I encourage you all to read it.
I've yet to read. It's on my watch list. I mean, my reading list. What the fuck? It's been 5 hours or something. Okay.
It's genuinely amazing, and I know that everybody gets really uncomfortable talking about the idea of sequels to Watchmen.
I'm about the same.
It's
except
technically
for before Watchmen.
It's technically a sequel to Watchmen. It takes place in the universe. But I can't say anything without spoiling it. But it's just
I get it. It's like it's a different thing.
Yeah. It's not really about anything. It's its own thing. It has a lot to say. It's a very poignant read. I've read it like 3 times, and every time it just kind of haunts me, and I just kind of sit there thinking about it for like hours. Like it's really good. But okay, so like there is the timeline of like the main universe, main DC universe in between fucking crises. Okay, like the timeline hasn't been fucked up yet. Okay, we're post a crisis, whatever the latest one is, and we're moving along and following the adventures of Batman or whatever. You know what?
Dark Crisis, I think.
Yeah. Well, I'm just making there will always be another crisis. Is more my point. Like it doesn't matter what crisis. It's just like whatever the newest one is, right? Like okay, so we're going along that one. I feel like then if you go, but the Batman, like I write a Batman fan fiction, I write a Batman fan fiction. Like that is not canon. And by which I mean this is the generally accepted timeline. This is like the quote unquote official reference point. This is like that line. Yeah, it's like, but that's what people mean when they say canon. You can have your own like ideas about like what can constitute canon.
We're both right. I think we're both right in that way.
No, I think the problem though, the reason I'm pushing back a little bit is I feel like most people, if you say canon, they're gonna have a different idea.
I mean, sure, yeah, but I still think they're equally right though, because they're just saying essentially the same thing I am, which is that something's canon within itself, which I know you're probably like pulling your hair out, but
I'm pretty bald, dude. There's not much hair left to pull.
Okay.
Same here, but mainly just because I'm sort of self-deprecating on fanfic, I guess.
No, I get that. I'm not trying to shit on fanfiction, by the way. That's
well, this isn't even like, I wouldn't even say this is about fanfiction. Like for example, the Spider-Man movies. There's 3 different Spider-Men, but each of them are equally, I guess, as authentic or canon within themselves.
Right, but
yeah,
no,
and those are all official.
No, okay, so we use the term like those are canon to the movies. No, sure,
that is different label of like what's prime and what's canon.
Like, yeah. Like
talking about which one's the prime Spider-Man, not what's the which one's the canon Spider-Man.
And I guess the answer is
Exactly.
always going to be maybe the most
That's
recent
how it
one.
works. Like, what is the Spider-Man that doesn't get the top credit in the movie non-canon?
Yeah, right. Oh God, which one is it?
Sorry, Toby, you didn't beat Peter to the top spot. Therefore, you're the non-canon Spider-Man.
I mean, to be honest, it probably I didn't even look at that. It's probably fucking stacked like what is it? Tom, and then Toby, and then Andrew. Even though Andrew is the best Spider-Man of the three, but that's a whole separate thing.
Oh yeah, but it's not a popularity contest. Most of the hours in the film.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just fucking. It's the best Spider-Man adaptation to date, but people are dumb and they're wrong, and it's okay.
I like it, but yeah, that's some mistakes, but that due to Sony.
I didn't say it was part of it. I just said it was the best. Like, people misunderstood it because it wasn't a one-to-one adaptation of what they remember Peter Parker being in the 60s. It's like, no, it's a modern reinvention, but it's truest to the spirit of the character, especially when you go back and actually read those comic books, which was this idea of Peter being this bumbling cinnamon roll. That's not...
Yeah, I do think it's been a little bit overblown now, though. Like,
well, it was never real. It's not even overblown. It's not real. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That was never a thing. Peter Parker was asking girls that all the time. He's just getting shot down. Peter Parker was standing up to his bullies all the time. He just couldn't back it up. He lacked power, but he wasn't sniveling fucking awkward. Yeah, he was awkward, but he wasn't like, oh no, a girl. Oh no, I'm stammering. I can barely get my words out. He was literally going up to like the hottest girls in school and being like, fucking, Liz, would you like to go to a science exhibit with me? He was awkward as fuck, so he didn't understand why. It's like, what the fuck, nerd? Like, but he was shooting a shot, Like, and
as much as I love Homecoming, it does almost fall culprit to that. And I guess worse so Spider-Man 2017. Well,
no, Spider-Man. Wait, no. Andrew Garfield's films actually dodge that. He gets nervous around Gwen because it's a hot girl,
no, but I think what happened is that the writers misinterpreted that as he's just scared of girls. You know what I mean? Like they're it has nothing to do with this specific scene. This is just how he is because let's generalize it because we don't understand what we're watching.
They were showing a teenager being cute and awkward and in love.
No, not Andrew Garfield. I mean, I'm saying that probably what happened is that they had seen that and kind of just assumed, Spider-Man's just like this around all women.
No, it actually stems from
it's been in adaptations before.
Yeah, it started actually with the Raimi verse is the problem. Is those movies kind of took Spider-Man to the normies, and that's what started this idea of Spider-Man like being this kind of like really timid, like fucking like
Oh my gosh, I just hate it.
Yeah, no, I mean that's where it started, and I don't think that it's as bad with that as like the Homecoming trilogy is, but that's where that idea started of Peter being this like kind of meek and fucking like inarticulate, like tongue-tied little dweeb boy. That's not what his form of nerdom ever was.
Oh my gosh!
The reason they change it smartly, I feel, in the Amazing Spider-Man is that if Peter Parker was the same kind of nerd in modern day, he would not be as outcast now as he was back then. So they had to reinvent.
It's just the best. I'm just keep thinking about it. Sorry to cut you off.
Okay.
just like he's just a real guy. Like he's just on real shit. You know what I mean?
Who did you say? I'm sorry.
He's just cool. Like ultimate Peter Parker, the new one.
Oh yeah,
like, he's just like a cool. Like he's not like. He's not like, I'm gonna use Gen Z slang. Let me do this.
He's also an adult. So.
Yeah, I mean, he's a grown-ass man, so if he was using Gen Z...
I know, like, wouldn't that be so weird if, like, Spider-Man, like, in a modern comic, like, was using Gen Z slang?
Oh, yeah, God, why would that happen? That's so weird. Thank God that's not real. Oh, God. Oh, no, get that comic away from me.
But yes, continue, yes.
No, I was fucking just spurging out about Spider-Man, which is something I often do. I apologize. I take this shit very seriously. But no, I love the Andrew Garfield trilogy. Obviously, trilogy. It's a duology. It should have been a trilogy. God damn it. The fact that part of the reason they canceled that movie is because he didn't show up for one meeting, and they're like, "Fuck it, we're done." It's so hilarious to me in a sad way.
Well, I guess it worked out kind of.
Yeah, he got to
Oh,
at least
no.
like close off one of his arcs, by
Yeah.
saving.
Still a little
Discount-
scummy from
dis-
Sony.
Yeah, no, well,
But when does Sony ever know what they wanted? Like,
I mean, Sony is still out here. Like, they fucking made a whole ass Venom trilogy, right? Without,
Just
oh my
because
gosh.
satisfy Avi.
yeah. Oh my god, I can't fucking.
All right. Well, I think that's a good place for me to call it.
Yeah,
I'll
once
be seeing you
Avi's
guys.
name is dropped in, it's all gone.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's banished. It's banishment. It's as
We're
good as
done
it
here.
is. So,
All right. See ya.
Take care,
thanks,
Jack.
Thank you, man.
All right.
fucking, he's like, I don't want my marriage taken. I gotta run.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Mephisto,
Yeah, I
it's
got that
coming.
too. I have like multiple days of stuff I have to go out for.
Multiple days of stuff. Oh no! All right, buddy.
Yeah.
I have
Lazy. Okay, well, goddamn.
Take care of yourself.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. It's been fun, yeah. Thank you guys for stopping
Yeah.
by. It was a great time.
Yeah. We didn't get much in the way of views. I saw Layla popped in, and
Yeah.
I didn't notice until like a long time after. I was so distracted by the discussion we were having. I forgot to look at the chat. I feel bad, but
Yeah.
but
No worries. We respond periodically, I think.
it was a good stream.
Yeah, that was fun. That was our longest one yet.
Yeah, well, ideally we actually had like some really interesting
We
discussions.
did,
It's, like, really
yeah.
fun.
A lot of good stuff to keep the stream going. Yeah, no dead air.
I genuinely think. I mean, I know I've been talking to you about like clipping content, like throwing it back up on the
We
channel.
could, yeah,
I feel like
yeah.
some of
Yeah.
this stuff. I feel like some of it, like pieces of it, you could actually like clip as small
Yeah,
videos.
yeah.
And I think
We
might
can get
actually
that Avi stuff in there. We got the Morbius Carnage.
Yeah.
We can put
That
that in there.
YouTube short, get that YouTube short money.
Yeah.
Oh no!
yeah.
I was actually talking to Chris about I might start pulling down some of our old content and chopping it up for shorts to try to like drive engagement with like some of the
YouTube overlords.
What's up?
Yeah, the Anomaly.
YouTube
Yeah, with the YouTube
I
overload.
love
Yeah,
those
yeah.
shorts. So.
Well, there's also some of our stuff that hasn't gotten as much play, and I wonder if I could like fucking like resurrect it a little bit by like like cutting up some shorts to drive engagement. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
Not a bad
yeah, I
idea,
feel like that-
depending
Yeah.
on which one.
That'd be nice.
I think Hatter's Weapon X is criminally underrated on the channel, and it bugs the
is.
fuck out of me because it.
I feel like shorts
yeah.
would probably do that one some favors.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm gonna be stealing some of those people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, I would fucking hope so, Mr.
They're
X-Men audio drama.
mine.
They might be important down the line, I'd imagine.
Yes. We'll find them.
I feel like
They
we've done a
least
better job
expect-
of creating this interconnected universe than the fucking MCU has. That's the funny thing. Like, you know?
Yeah, we,
I mean,
On
I
his
don't-
own, yeah.
we do have
It'll-
the
it'll-
benefit of like not having like super expensive like actors and stuff, so we can like throw like whoever and whatever. So it's nice.
Counterpoint.
Indeed, it's a different deal there.
Yeah,
They never had to have those fucking super
it's
expensive
true.
actors.
They could have just gotten like cool guys that can like act really well and stuff. They're just
Or
aren't that
you get-
well known.
You get one big actor, right? You
Yeah,
get
yeah,
one
yeah,
of them
it's
to be
like
a draw.
star anchor,
You
yeah.
get
And then everyone
Yeah,
else is just
So they've
cool.
also started the career of a few of them, so it's a bit of a paradox that way.
Yeah,
No,
there's-
yeah, sure.
yeah, there's that. Yeah,
But it's also a bit of a paradox when it's like these movies are so expensive, and then you find out that they're paying like fucking Robert Downey Jr. like what, like close to $1 billion to come on to
hey yo, buddy.
the new the Doomsday
Doctor
movie or
Doom.
whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, how much do we think that movie's actually going to exist? How much do we actually think that movie's going to come out?
I'd say it's pretty likely.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It feels
Same
like
same with Armor Wars, but
Yeah.
I feel like that movie is never going to come
Yeah,
out. I don't know.
no,
That's my
no.
going theory right now. I feel like it's not
Yeah.
coming out. I don't know. We'll see. I just have a feeling that's going to be one of those pieces that kind of falls by the wayside. I don't know.
Yeah.
we'll see, I guess. Okay, I gotta get going.
All
right,
right.
bye.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you for stopping by.
I gotta get to bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cowards, all of you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, now the filthy Canadian's gone.
Yeah.
All right.
Now the Americans can start talking.
Yeah, it's the superior nation is in the room.
There's
Oh,
a reason
man.
why
Well, that
the
was-
X-Men are remembered and the Alpha Fighter never talked about.
Yep. Right. Shit. it's because we have cooler uniforms, you know. Red, white, and syrup. Whoever heard of that? Okay. Oh man, no, I feel like that was a good stream. Did you have fun?
Yeah, that was a great time. Really, it was quite fun. We got to do the old Ghost Rider preview and stuff. We got to talk about some cool stuff. So that's good.
I do enjoy those kind of discussions. Though.
Yeah,
like,
those are fun. We don't really get to have those like very often, like anywhere else. Well, obviously online, but I mean, like just like this, like we don't really have that much stuff on the channel like this, so it's nice.
Yeah, no, and it seems to flow like pretty well. Like,
yeah,
everybody
it wasn't like all right, now we're talking about this stuff, you know. Yeah, it's sort of natural.
Yep. Yeah, no, it worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I keep forgetting this is technically a live stream, so people are gonna come back to this and see it later. I guess I'll say, everybody, thanks so much for coming and hanging out. It's pretty rad of you.
It's been great. Yeah. We had a fun time. Got some exciting stuff coming up. We've got a new podcast episode tomorrow. We've got Jessica Jones on Friday. We've got next week Thursday for Halloween. We got a little number called Ghost Rider Nights on Fire. Yeah.
It's gonna be a hot one, you might say.
Oh yeah, maybe we'll see.
It's gonna get like maybe 1,000 views. I will cry.
I will install the bots. It's gonna be great.
No, Chris, don't say that on a live stream.
I will not install the bots. I was talking about firing up the robots game based on that movie with Ewan McGregor. That's what I was talking about.
Wait, you mean Hugh Jackman?
Oh no, the animated robots movie, yeah.
Oh wait, wait, what animated robots movie? Am I being dumb? What animated robots movie?
Let me see what we got here. Robots 2005. What we got here?
Wait, what the fuck?
It's got Robin Williams. It's got Ewan McGregor. It's got other people.
There's no way this movie isn't real. No fucking way.
This is all AI. No.
What the fuck?
Yeah. That's it's a classic. We gotta make a robots audio drama now.
What the fuck? I have to ask my wife because she's like a big animation aficionado.
She's gotta be a robots fan.
Well, she loves Ewan McGregor and she loved Robin Williams, obviously.
Well, there we go. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. If she doesn't know, then now you got a new movie to watch.
right? Real quick, because we're talking about Robin Williams. Do you hear about the new controversy with Joe Rogan?
I didn't know.
Apparently, he's like coming out and he was like talking mad shit about Robin Williams, accusing him of being a joke thief. I was like, why would you do that, dude? Why would you do that? Like, man, what do you now?
Freaking Arkham Thug looking. Oh man, shame.
God, Chris, what the fuck? It's so bad.
I'm in my weight mind right now.
No, you can tell like your voice is slipping. Like he's just, that's so good. It sounds like it. Imagine you're like a fucking top of your roll. You scrubbing. You know what I gotta do? I gotta do some DMT. Take out the bat.
They gotta put him in. They gotta put him in the Batman 2 or something. Get him in that Arkham Thug outfit.
I'm ready. I'm ready for you now, Batman. I took plenty of this horse dewormer. You don't stand a chance.
Man, that's how we win.
What is it like Atom Bomb versus Gothic Baby, and it's like fucking. All right, dude. Man. Get some sleep. I need some myself.
Yeah.
All right. There's one for the books, one for the ages.
Yes. They can't top this. This is longer than freaking the freaking Return of the King extended cut, man. It's there's like my friend and I were watching that over the summer a few years ago. There's 40 minutes of credits. There's a lot of credits. So weird.
And you watched all 40 minutes?
We had to. No. We're just dumbfounded. Like, wait, there's like 40 minutes left. What are you talking about? It's like, no, there's 40 minutes of credits. Crazy.
Imagine you guys like sitting there staring at the. Can you imagine the poor fucking like Gen Alpha kid who's like been brain rotted by like fucking Marvel movie slop, and they're
There's
like,
gotta
they've
be a
never
post
seen.
credit scene. I'm waiting.
Right? Yeah, and they're sitting there. And go, where is it? Oh God! And then it just they've
Show me the
been
Aragon
bamboozled and watching
posters.
40 minutes of credits.
Like no, all for naught.
Oh my God! Somebody watching one of our audio dramas, waiting for the picture to start.
Oh my God!
Any minute now, there's gonna be visuals.
It's like,
Oh,
please,
God.
this is just the thumbnail. They're just showing me the thumbnail. There's gonna be something.
Oh, before I knew it, I listened to a fucking 2-hour audio drama. What the
There
fuck?
were no visuals. Oh man, like when we started this, I wanted to like slowly transition into like trying to do like more visual stuff, like I don't know, animatics or storyboards or whatever. But nah, I think we're
Hey,
good.
Chris.
I think we got it.
You know, if we had a Patreon, Chris. we
Yeah,
could
right.
fucking
Who could
pay
make
some
that?
artists,
I
you
don't
know?
know. We gotta get Victor to make that or something. I don't know how to do that.
Oh my God! All right, I'm gonna stop busting your balls. This was fun. This was
It
really
was,
good.
yes.
It was a great
So
time.
fun. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Anybody catching this on the rewinds? We love you.
Yes.
Be there. October 31st, Halloween.
It's coming up. Mark it on
6
your
p.m.
calendar.
EST. Ghost Rider Nights on fire.
Yes.
It is going to melt your faces off.
Oh yeah.
In a good way.
In a good way. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. And also Iron Man
right.
tomorrow too. Get ready for that. Or in like
Iron Man number
an
1.
hour
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta wait until my check comes in. But yeah, no, like fucking I'm excited, man. I'm like, let's
yeah.
go.
I'm gonna run to
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh man, it's gonna be so good. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Take care of yourself, bud. I'm
Oh,
gonna talk to you
you
real
too.
soon, okay?
I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. All right, thank you all once again. This is very fun. We'll be doing this again hopefully in December. Looking forward to it. I would love to try to stream more often. We'll see where 2025 takes us, but thank you all for stopping by. And thank you all so much for 3,000 subscribers. It's unbelievable. We reached 2,000 earlier this year, like in January, and we're already at 3,000, which is insane. So it really means a lot. I started this and I really, didn't expect this to make it this far or whatever, like I remember like back in the day when we had like 100 subscribers, man. So it really blows my mind, we've met so many great people and made a lot of friends for this project. So I feel truly honored and truly grateful to, be here and to be making all this stuff. So thank you all. We're not stopping anytime soon. I've got so many plans. We're going to try to make them all come to fruition. So thank you all. So I'll see you all soon. I hope you guys have a happy Halloween too.